そうか。やるぞ。行くぜ、サスケ。あ。
What up, man?
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Yeah, not bad, bro. Sorry for that. I probably should have warned you that there's gonna be a double intro. I could see the
No,
look
no,
on
no,
your
no,
face.
no. It was good because I'm happy you did it because I was like, oh shit, he was with it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to start the stream off by just speaking about him a little bit. I know that Hawk wanted to as well. I don't know where he is right now, but obviously, like, we lost a legend in the anime space and someone that positively affected pretty much anyone that is into like anime gaming.
Yeah.
I think he was around like our age as well, so
Yeah.
he was coming up. My first like interaction, well, not interaction, my first time seeing him was from Ultimate Ninja Storm, because I was coming off Ultimate Ninja, and then seeing Ultimate Ninja Storm, everyone in my school was really like, "Oh shit, what is this?" And he was the first channel that was like really like archiving everything, and yeah, everything was being uploaded. And I remember I told these guys a story yesterday when we were supposed to be reading this book called Of Mice and Men, and the teacher, she said to us, "I'll bring the projector into the class so that we can watch the film, because it was a live action adaptation." And we put on PS360's Ultimate Ninja Storm Ultimate Jitsu compilations, and the teacher went mad, and we were all in there like pretending to be Naruto and Sasuke. So yeah, man, I wanted to share that story because yeah, he had a massively positive impact on me and all of my friends, all the stuff he did.
I didn't say it when I made my tribute the other day. I stayed up and did that because I was like, I have to get this off my chest because a lot of people don't understand, right? Like a lot of y'all favorite content creators would not be here without PS360, right? Yep. Like from Afro, to everybody else in between. We all came from Storm, and PS360 on his channel. Like he was one of the first people, like I said, to ever upload Naruto Storm footage ever. Like literally, he was around before Naruto Storm. He was here when Ubisoft and Xbox had Naruto. He was here when Tenkaichi 2 was just coming out, right? Shonen Games told me that. And I was like, dang, he was this deep into it. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to make this into something someday. And not a lot of people got the courage to go after the shit they want in his life, And I think what was influential to me was that PS360 was a person that every YouTuber was going through. If you were in the anime game space, not even just anime, Bandai too, and people will ask PS360, yo, where you get this from? He'll be like, yo, here you go, you can use it. Most YouTubers nowadays, they be trying to strike you for using some footage that they ain't even theirs. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
PS360 was like, bro, just put my name in the description. Go ahead. No matter what it was. Even if he knew it, the person could probably get more views off of it than him. He was like, go ahead. I already got it uploaded. What I'm gatekeeping for? I'm already making the bag off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna give y'all a very sentimental story. And then this is exclusive for y'all. So 2018 was probably like 2017, early 2018. It's probably like the worst, like some of the worst time I had in my life. I was at the point of like just getting up out of here. I ain't gonna lie. That's how bad life was for me. And my bank account, I was so like, it was college and everything. My bank account, and I'll tell you how broke I was, right? I got a YouTube check because I was sponsored by, at the time it was called Curse Gaming. and I wasn't uploading. I was depressed because like one of my family members passed, and the girlfriend cheated. I wasn't doing good in school. Like everything was trash. I'm telling you, like the lowest of the low. And this is what broke me. I was like, all right, some game was coming. I can't remember what it was. I think it was Near. And I was like, all right, I should have money to buy this. You know, let me play this. Open my account and YouTube. You know, they send you a notification when the payouts hit. And I saw the payout, and it was $5.43, bro. I literally was like, oh my god, it's over for me. And then PS360 was looking for. He came to me. And he was like, yo, can you edit my like channel trailer? And I was like, I'll pay you. And I was like, you sure? Like, I never really thought about the idea of doing commissions for other people because everybody liked my like early editing. I was the AMV person, but I literally came there and he was like, yo, just do this. I don't even need that much. He's like, I give you this much. He gave me, he was at first I was like $50 or something. And I was expecting just $50. He came through, he gave me like 300 plus because of the and I was like, oh my god. And ever since then we've been cool. Like we've been legitimately like cool people. And for people that's asking in the chat, I won't really ever say the problem with what happened with PS360 just for the sake of his family and stuff like that. I won't ever disclose that or say that publicly. Cat having fun today. But it's just very important that without him as a creative, his impact, y'all may not get this, but y'all might get after I say it. It was very Etika-like for the anime space. Everybody was working with him, and we lost that guy. Like it's insane because even if he didn't like something, he still supported it, and he just wanted to see it get better. So like yesterday was bittersweet, and the day before was even crazier because Bandai dropped a new creator program and stuff like that. People found out he passed that day, you know. And then like all's justice hit, and we were like, yo, he would have loved how this looked. He would have loved how they evolved from it.
Yeah. So what's going on, Hawk?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
I've never used this before.
That's okay.
Oh, there we go. What's up, man? How you doing?
A lot better. Thank you for asking. How are you guys doing?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, we're good, man. We were just like sharing some memories we have of PS360 or like what he meant to the anime space. And Yaya was just talking a little bit about him. I spoke about him. Did you ever interact with PS360?
I've never interacted with anyone. Honestly, until Bandai invited me out to California, I didn't meet any of you other content creators. So that was basically my opener. And I'm happy that you guys accepted me in this space, and hopefully I can continue making more connections.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I mean, I did want to say that like a couple of my friends that don't have YouTube channels, they also they wanted me to like let the anime community know that there's a lot of people that are outside of like our space that his YouTube channel had a very, very positive effect on. And one of my friends in particular, he was obsessed with anime games, just whatever it was, he was into it. And he told me that when he was going through a bad time, he put on PS360's channel, and because he archived everything, he would just have it running in like a playlist, and he would just sit there for hours, like watching his stuff, and then coming across a game that he didn't know had an anime attached to it, and being like, "Oh, I'm gonna check this anime out." And I don't know if it was JoJo's. He said, I think it was, but he came across JoJo's on PS360's channel. It might have been Eyes of Heaven, I think, and he said that he got into watching JoJo's through his channel, and at that time he felt that just before that he felt like offing himself, and by the time he had finished JoJo's, which was at the time I think he had gotten up to Golden Wind, he was like, he don't know what it was, but he just felt like living. And I didn't know this. He just literally told me about it 2 days ago when he found out that we were doing the stream. So he wants to pass on and just say that there's a lot of people out there that don't have platforms or whatever that PS360 had a positive impact on.
Yeah. Another thing to add to PS360 is a lot of people don't realize if you were even thinking about remotely trying or doing content creation, for a lot of people, we didn't know there was a way to capture footage right?
Very
So
true.
PS360 was one of the first people to have like, you may remember this or not. This might be showing the age, like an Easy Cap or a Hapog. You know, he was the first person to get in. Everybody like, it got to a point to where I know multiple people in the creation space. And this is some history for people. A lot of people grew up. We were like, "Yo, for Christmas, can I get a Hapog?" And parents like, "What the hell is that?" You know, because we wanted to post our own matches and stuff like that. And believe it or not, like PS360, when I first started YouTube, I just wanted to be one of those channels that just uploaded stuff and never talked. Right. And the only reason I talked was one day somebody pissed me off in Storm Rank and I just uploaded it. Like literally, he was just running from me, and I was like, "If you're gonna stop being a little pussy," and I just got mad, like early squeaker voice, and then it just happened. Now I'm here, so like, it's very influential to how he did that because people didn't think about it the same way. Y'all may not know of the impact because it's an anime, and anime was growing up from niche to where it is now. The way Call of Duty, Minecraft, Batman was a big influence to YouTube gaming culture early on. CS:GO, those type of games, he did that, but for the anime community. Like,
yeah, PS360 HD, definitely I agree. If it weren't for him and some other people I still follow to this day, like Dragon Ball Zonto, for example, and there were 2 other names. I also used to follow a guy named Omega 2040 in the Dragon Ball community. These guys would upload footage of a PlayStation 2 using like for Tenkaichi 2 or Tenkaichi 3. Back then I was also a big fan of the Ratchet and Clank games, so people would upload footage of them. Like, how did they do that?
Yeah.
And then when I came across Zonto's channel and PS360 HD's channel, I'm just like, wait, there's a device that you could use to capture games, and that just seemed like revolutionary to me. So yeah, you're definitely on the right track there. They were like the pioneers for starting content creation in a way, because they allowed people or enabled people to start investing in their own equipment and get started as a content creator, whether it was on YouTube or whatever other platforms there were back then. Because I don't know when Twitch was founded.
Yeah, Twitch used to be Justin TV, I think, and then it became Twitch, but that was ages ago. But yeah, a lot of these guys, like I was a big fan of Super Dragon Ball Z on the PS2, and as you know, as Yaya probably knows, that game is not easy. Like, it's really not, especially when you go up against someone that knows what they're doing. It's not like these other anime fighters. It's very, I would say it felt to me like a cross between Street Fighter 2 and Power Stone almost. Like, it had elements from both.
That's a good description of it.
Very good description.
Yeah, and it's I remember there was a local tournament. I was obviously very young, and I thought I was good at it. And I ran into Chi-Chi. Now, for anyone that's played that game knows that Chi-Chi is absolutely broken, and this guy beat the brakes off of me. So I came home thinking to myself, how am I going to learn to deal with this shit? And because of people at PS360 and those YouTubers that were doing it back then, uploading videos or ways to deal with stuff, I was able to eventually end up beating that guy. So they were very, very important in the anime space, and it's a massive shame that he's not here anymore.
And that was adult Chi-Chi as well, right? That's the only game she's ever been playable in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that is, and she was literally broken.
Well, hopefully we can get her in Sparking Zero or whatever other Dragon Ball game going forward. I don't know why we haven't gotten her in other characters, but yeah. Is this the moment of silence that we're getting for PS360 HD, or?
Well, I really just wanted to speak about him and honor his passing. We put up a video earlier just before you got here.
Gotcha.
Which had like a moment of silence in it. So
yeah, I apologize for being late because I uninstalled Twitter on my phone just because I needed kind of a break from it. Nothing was happening, nothing wrong. Just wanted to take a break from it. So I assumed that we were doing this on Discord, not on Twitter.
No, that's cool, man. It's all good. I didn't tell you. But was there anything else that you guys wanted to share before we move on to the other topics?
I just want to say this. One thing about PS360, if I had to give one message, that he was insane in his work ethic, right? And he always believed in not quitting. And I've heard stories about like him helping even some of the bigger YouTubers. Like, here's an idea, here's that. One thing that PS360 I will always say, and I will hold it to my grave, that man was a great person, and he always just wanted to just do the best for him, his family, and everybody around him. Because it's a video on his YouTube channel, by the way, and I don't think any other YouTuber has really done this, but maybe like in passing in videos. He used to do this thing like at Christmas. He would spend so much money, and like during the live stream, he would like host a premiere or whatever, or a live stream, and he would give away like the biggest games of that year, right? I think that was around like when Smash Ultimate came out. He was giving out Smash Ultimate, Pokemon, Storm codes, all that, right? And that's just inspiring because that just taught me like you got to give back to your community that's been feeding you, you know, doing things with them, and you've done it too, Mike, with the Final Fantasy 16 thing, like stuff like that goes a long way. And the big thing I just want to say is that just keep grinding, y'all. If y'all feel like y'all ain't got motivation in this world right now, everything looks stupid. I get it, but just keep trying to push through. That's all he would tell everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say something along the exact same lines. His work ethic, his consistency on his YouTube channel, what he was doing at events was ridiculous. Like, I've seen a couple of event clips where he was doing exactly what you just stated, Yaya. And I was never able to attend any of those events because I come from a completely different culture and everything. Like when I was growing up, it was mainly just study. Not a whole lot of time for video games. Like I had a lot of time for the computer, but if there was an event that I saw, I wasn't actually able to go to it. And even if I was, it was very expensive. So watching PS360 HD on the internet, I've never interacted with him, Mike, but I can definitely say that one of my favorite memories were his outros. He had like the best music, and like the editing and everything for those outros were so memorable. Most of the time these days, I don't often always watch the outros, but even today, if I were to still watch them, 100% go through the whole thing. It just brings back a rush of nostalgia.
Yeah, they were edited very, very well. Well, you know, I hope his family is okay. And I know there's a donation link on his page. So if anyone can donate to him, then, you know, go ahead. But yeah, I guess we'll leave that there, and just rest in peace to the GOAT. All right, well, I guess let's move on we'll start with Sparky Zero because it is going to be the main talking point today. And we'll start with Hawk because I know he has a lot of things that he wants to get off his chest. And obviously, Yaya, you can chime in. If there's any super chats that come in, I'll try to like respond to them periodically. I can already see one in there. So to not break up the conversation too often, I'll try to respond to them every now and then. And then if there are people that want to come in here to ask questions, we'll do that after we finish talking about everything. So yeah, Hawk, if you want to start and like really let them know what your position is and why we sort of hosted this in the first place.
Wait, before you go, I have to say this. You have been going viral on TikTok for the past week. Ever since that clip came out, it's been everywhere. And I agree with you 100%. I just haven't said it. I just want you to know that. I agree with everything you said. Like I feel you.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you. See, the really funny part is I'm actually not a big person on like social media, not in terms of numbers. When I say that, I mean like I'm not a big social media user. I don't really like using social media that often. Like I only even got into using Twitter more often prior to Sparking Zero's release because of my name in Tenkaichi 3, and I started coaching people. So a bunch of people, if they didn't have like Facebook or Gmail or any kind of email thing, their default go-to media platform would be Twitter. So I would use that. And I didn't think for a second that rant was going to gain any traction because I've been under the pretense for the last probably 3 months that all I do is complain. So why would anyone listen to me, right? And whenever I'm talking about the Dragon Ball community, I'm talking from the heart. Like everything that I said in that rant was coming from a couple of months of buildup from what I had been observing and a lot of passion that I've had for the games over the years. So just a quick intro for everyone in chat. If you don't know who I am, even though my title is right there, my name is Grandmaster Hawk. I'm an old Budokai Tenkaichi veteran, also a former Raging Blast veteran. The reason why I put former #1 NA Tenkaichi 3 player there is because I currently consider myself retired. I don't really play Tenkaichi 3 anymore. Nothing's wrong with the game. I'm tired of it. It's a beautiful game, but it's old. I wanted something new. Zero was that new and it's currently not holding up to the standard, but that's a conversation for later. And if you've seen my rant, you've seen and heard that I was talking about the toxicity that was going on in the community, where people are constantly going out of their way to tear each other down, tearing into each other's personal lives, bringing up people's families, bringing up people's girlfriends, boyfriends, what have you, bringing up people's dead relatives and stuff, like if they even have that knowledge. Like, it's crazy. And my passion stems from this, right? I've been in the community for so long that when I was playing these games, I started with Tenkaichi 3 and it was on the Wii. The only means of communication that you had with anyone, and this is going to be a throwback for some of you, a website called GameFAQs. If you had GameFAQs, you would go to that website and you would look to see if anyone on the Tenkaichi 3 GameFAQs board had posted their names. Most of the time they did, because other people there wanted to find out the best way to play other people. I'm going to try not to go off on a tangent, by the way. But where I'm going with that is, during that time, the only means of communication you had with anyone online Tenkaichi 3 was GameFAQs or Skype or Facebook. Some other online websites called XAT, XAT, if anyone's even heard of that. I think there was another one called Chatango. The list goes on. Fast forward to the PlayStation 3 era, where we had Raging Blast 1 and Raging Blast 2. Now, even the Raging Blast community was toxic, but it wasn't anywhere near this bad. And of course, you guys all know how Call of Duty lobbies were on the Xbox and PlayStation, right? You guys all know how bad those lobbies were.
It's that, I'm not gonna lie to you, not to interrupt, but it is that bad.
It was
bad.
I've
gotten hit with.
Good times. Good times.
But the really fun and amusing part about Call of Duty lobbies and even Dragon Ball lobbies at that time was, despite how much you and whoever the other people in a party or the lobby were swearing at each other, you somehow, by some miracle of God, came out of that argument as friends. There wasn't actually any real malice there. That's how I guess it should be. I say I guess because personally, I'm not the type of person to talk shit with someone and then become friends later. Like, I have my own ways of becoming friends with people. But back then, at least you knew there was some kind of boundary line, right? Nowadays, with I don't know how it works on Xbox, and you guys can enlighten me, but on PlayStation, you have a report option. And I only learned just recently that if you spam the report option, someone actually gets banned on PlayStation Network. Before I continue, does anyone know how that works on Xbox? Is it anything like PlayStation at all? I
have no idea. I haven't owned an Xbox in a long, long time. I'm cultured, you know.
I'm cultured. I don't know. I've been on PlayStation ever since they did their whole thing with the DRM, and Sony was like, "This is how you trade games." I completely stopped messing with Xbox. So
okay, so yeah, so where I was going with that is, we now live in an era where communication with each other online is much more convenient, right? Now, I'm gonna throw in a little bit more extra information here. I took a step back from Tenkaichi 3 circa 2012, right after I invented one of my own techniques on the game, and I went to go conquer Raging Blast. I don't know how many of you were around for this, but around that time was when we got a fake Tenkaichi 4 announcement called Sparking Omega. And that was when a lot of us were hoping that, oh my god, are we finally getting a sequel to Tenkaichi 3? Of course, it turned out fake. GameFAQs even, I think, still has a board for that fake game on their website, which is funny to me.
And that fake game caused a fight in my school.
It did.
It caused a fight because there was obviously Budokai was already around at that point, and when that fake rumor came about, the Budokai guys in my school, it was like ganglands, and they heard that and they were like, the Tenkaichi guys were taking the piss out and going, "Oh, we're getting a new game, we're getting a new game." Next thing I knew, a fight had broken out. It was the Budokai guys versus the Tenkaichi guys in the quiet area of my secondary school, and I was just like, I couldn't believe it. Now, I know one of my friends is probably listening. Yes, I was involved in the fight because I was a stupid kid, but I did not instigate the fight. I was just caught up in it.
So which side was you on, though?
I was on the Tenkaichi side. However, now I'd probably join the Budokai side.
Okay.
Yeah, so I definitely remember that fight, and of course, to nobody's surprise, we ended up having that fight a second time the moment Sparking Zero was announced and came out, because the Budokai community was again going crazy, and there was if you guys don't mind me throwing in a little more extra information here. If you're not someone who was in the Tenkaichi and Budokai communities during the period of 2013 to 2015, we had a Budokai versus Tenkaichi war going on with the content creators that covered Budokai and Tenkaichi at that time. I kept my distance from it because even though I was a Tenkaichi veteran, I'm of the stance that where if you enjoy a game, play it. Why do we have to argue about which game is better? Technically, you can't even compare them because one is 2D. Technically, it's like Tekken, and the other one is a 3D interactive game. You cannot compare the two games. They're two technically still different genres. So why are you comparing them? So when people started arguing about Sparking Zero and not getting a Budokai 4, I tried to step in and I said, hey, listen, I would still love a Budokai 4. I suck at Budokai, but I love Budokai. I would love the opportunity to get in and learn how the game works because it's still a really fun game to play. But the problem is now with how Sparking Zero was handled, if we did get Budokai 4, Bandai would probably find a way to fumble the ball on that as well. And the Dragon Ball community has not gotten any better. It's gotten a million times worse, which is why we're here doing this call. So if we did get Budokai 4, it would probably suffer the same consequences as Sparking Zero's community. But to get back on track, I've been in the community for so long, going from Tenkaichi to Raging Blast, and then, of course, into the PlayStation 4 era. Here's where my pain comes in. Watching how one game that I've loved for so long finally got a sequel after all this time, 17 years. And just to finish this off really quick, when Sparking Omega came out, I fast-forwarded a little bit, and I said to myself, I actually don't want a Tenkaichi 4 anymore, because if they did make it, they would probably ruin Tenkaichi 3's formula, and that kind of does stand true. But anyway, getting back on track here, with how the community has been growing and treating itself, it hurts me watching everybody collectively going out of their way to hurt each other instead of trying to enjoy a game together that everyone has been waiting for more than a decade. Like, there are more people like us who are in their mid-20s to early 30s that have been in the community for this long, so we know what it's like. And then there are people that are probably 15 to their early 20s who have just gotten into Sparking Zero, and they've never actually played any of the older games. That's perfectly fine, but the biggest problem there is that they continuously bash the older games without having any knowledge on them, and they don't even bother trying to educate themselves. So when they find somebody like me, and I'm talking about Tenkaichi 2, Tenkaichi 3, Raging Blast 1, Raging Blast 2, or maybe even Xenoverse to some degree, because I did play that, and it does have a good system on its own. If these people bother to take some time to educate themselves on these games, they'd understand that I'm not just complaining, I'm talking about mechanics that we've had in previous games that we currently don't have in Sparking Zero, and how beneficial those mechanics would be in Sparking Zero. Because let's put it this way, there are a lot of core mechanics in Tenkaichi and Raging Blast, which Sparking Zero doesn't have, which would be so helpful to fight against the cheese that everyone calls it on Sparking Zero. The reason why cheese even works on Sparking Zero is because of the lack of movement and defense options. But again, getting back on track here, why are so many people going out of their way to DM someone the N-word, whether it's the regular one or the one with the hard R? Mike was telling me just the other day about some guy who messaged him out of the blue saying that he wanted to dox Mike for whatever God knows reason. And some other people were telling me about how they would get messaged saying that someone would want to rape their family over the video game. Like, what happened to this community? I don't understand. And the reason why I felt so strongly about this is because I love Tenkaichi and I love Raging Blast and I love this community. But what it's doing now, it's just people who are playing to inflate their egos. And I hope you don't mind me saying this, Mike, but I think they're just trying to compare dick sizes on Sparking Zero, seeing who's got the bigger dick over who's got more wins. Like, nobody cares. Just play the game and enjoy the game. And it's gotten to the point where I saw a post on Twitter a while ago where someone was asking, why has X, Y, and Z person privatized their profiles? Because all that they wanted to do was message the person, GG's, just good games. It's gotten to the point where people can't even keep their profiles public anymore because there are so many weirdos around who are going to message them the weirdest crap. It's just insane. And I'm going to throw in one more thing here. I know you want to say something, Yaya, by the way.
No, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
I'm just, you're spitting in the way I'm. So keep going.
I'm going to throw in something else here, which is kind of linked to this entire explanation. Back when Street Fighter 4 came out, I was on that game for a little while, and I didn't know anything about the FGC. I saw Street Fighter, I liked Street Fighter, so I played Street Fighter. One of my mains was Crimson Viper. I did spend some time with her in training mode, probably about 2-3 hours, just trying to get her combos under my belt. And then I went online and I tried my hands against some other people, right? I ran into this one guy, I don't remember his name, but he rocked my world. Like, he absolutely annihilated me. But the main things that I had going for me in those matches were my defense and my consistency in the combos whenever I did manage to get a hit on him. After the match was over, he went out of his way to message me saying, hey, you're actually pretty good and I think you have a lot of potential. Would you like me to train you? We've gotten to a point at Sparking Zero where nobody can do that now. Because the community is so toxic. Like, I'm one of those people who loves teaching and helping people to get better. That's why I did coaching. One of my passions is teaching. But it's gotten to the point in the Sparking Zero community that people are so scared of having some random person messaging them random crap about their family or doxing them or XYZ that people can't even try to branch out and offer to train somebody and be part of their community. Like, we got people on this game that work 9-to-5 jobs, right? There are people that come home, they probably want to get on their PlayStation or their Xbox or their computer, boot up Sparking Zero, get into a quick match. And there are people in quick match treating quick match like life and death when someone just wants to mash for a few minutes, get off and call it a day. And I've seen people getting into quick match, getting messages from people in quick match saying that they suck or screaming slurs.
Yes.
I don't understand what's happened to this community, and this is the pain that I'm dealing with. For everyone watching this stream, none of this happened to me personally. What I'm trying to get at is I want to see this community get together and enjoy the game instead of going out of their way to be racist, to try and attack people's families, to try and attack people's personal lives. Like, I know that the anime game community is this bad, but come on, we've got to do better. Akira Toriyama Sensei would be horrified with us. That's it for now.
Bro.
Yeah, you want to
go? Yo, I've been holding this in for like 6 months. All right. And I've seen some people in the chat. So I am my story is so funny, Hawk, because I got to tell you this. We had the same path, but in different series. Like, you can replace Tenkaichi and Budokai, but I could do Storm and Class of Ninja. And I was a Class of Ninja folk. But we lost at the end of it. So regardless, come down to it. Sparking Zero. Now I'm hyped for it. Some people think I just hate Dragon Ball because like I get mad at how they act on Twitter. Like, as a person who makes content in this space, I'm scared interacting with Dragon Ball fans sometimes because they go off. I respect it because they're honest. But at the same time, I used to say like, yo, Tekken was toxic as hell. I'm apologizing. Tekken is not nowhere as bad as Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball made me feel like Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I beat somebody. This is when Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta came out, the Diamond one. And mind you, I don't play the game at all. I just went on quick play. I beat dude. He's like, you must have failed in life. I hope you don't ever play this game anymore. And he DMs me that, right? And I'm like, bro, I don't even play this game. You can look at my history. He's like, well, you played it when it came out. Okay, just because I played it when it came out don't mean I remember everything. I just literally got on the mash. That was literally my whole goal, right? And my story with Sparking Zero, my frustration with it is because I knew the toxicity was bad before the game came out. So I went to Evo last year, right? And my main goal of Evo was to do all the other stuff I was there to do, right? Primarily it was 2xKO, but Sparking was there. And I finally got to play Sparking. You know how like all other YouTubers, I'm happy people are just excited for it, but I want people to talk about things in detail. Like if I have to watch no attack to any YouTubers, this goes for any game. If another freaking YouTuber, when they get early access something and say, "Oh my God, this is pretty," I think I'm gonna lose my fucking mind because literally that doesn't do anything. We knew it was pretty at the Game Awards, so I finally touched Sparking Zero, and in the line, my homie Acrylics is there. He had his own channel with BT2 and stuff like that, Shonen Games, and I'm playing it. I finally get to play it. I got a massive headache, right? And I instantly want to be like, "This is garbage." Right, but I said no. Let me not say that. So that half a day of Evo, after I did all of the bracket and stuff like that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna keep getting this line and playing Sparking. So out of most people, by the end of the first day, I've had at least 5 hours of playtime in Sparking Zero. That's how long I was rotating the line. And in my mind, I was like, I like the movement, but I'm like, day 2, I come back. And I played it's just like the 7th time. And I'm like, you know what? This kind of fucking sucks. This doesn't feel like BT3 to me, right? And I came back from Evo, made a video about my first impressions, and I was like, there's something there, but it's not the spark that we had. I got cooked for it. I got attacked about it, right? Lily, I made the video, Perfection in chat, right? Perfection took my video and, broke it down and stuff like that. And we talked about it, I think, but at the time, like people was taking that video and was like, "You're a hater. You hate Dragon Ball." And what came out that year, I hate this because I reviewed Curse Clash fairly, right? My thing with Curse Clash was that I just like Dissidia. That's all I want. I just want another anime game that play like this. Just give me something close to J Stars. That's all I want. That's my big thing. My whole review of Curse Clash, I'm like, this sucks. This is not good. This is C tier quality. This is F tier quality. But everybody keeps saying you like Curse Clash, but you hate Sparking. You're crazy. So follow up for that period of time, right? I'm learning and I'm starting to see how the community is evolving into this very negative space. And then early access day 2 happened, and this is when I knew it was going to get bad. So there's a song in Sparking Zero. I can't remember. Is it Hero? It's an anime licensed OST. And people started putting it on so you can't like screen record or share, so they're rage quitting, right? And that community started going to like, oh, I hate how people are playing and stuff like that. And you know me, Mike, I'm from fighting games. Like I'm gonna do whatever I do to get the W, right? If I'm doing too much, just say, hey, chill out. But we on ranked, mind you. I need to see the win screen. I'm sorry.
You do what you gotta do to win.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right? Like, again, like at Combo Breaker, and I give y'all an example of this. I play Clive, right? I made dudes so angry at Combo
Who
Breaker.
do you play? Yeah, you get the fuck out of
here. Oh, that's wild, bro.
No. See what I'm saying? Teching people, bro. They don't even like that game. It's cool. They don't even like that game right now. It's fine. But regardless, I launched, buddy. He was like, bro, can you stop doing that? I was like, whoa, can you block? Can you stop letting me do that? And his homie yelled out loud. He was like, yo, can you block my guy? And I lost concentration. I lost the whole round because it was too funny. And like when it comes to Sparking, it's frustrating because a lot of things people thought this game was going to be. I hate the concept of I got scammed from Sparking Zero because they did give us what they should have gave us in terms of the package.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
Right? I don't like that sentiment. People keep saying that. Like the game, y'all don't understand. Sparking Zero is a blessing in this space. We don't be getting lobbies day 1 with 8 people in spectate mode. Y'all barely invite buttons. Bleach pisses me off because like it's so fun to play, but then like just shit missing still. Right? That makes me mad. At least Sparking, and I gotta give credit to Sparking. Sparking had that day 1. You don't get that no more. Last time we got that out the gate was like Naruto Storm 3. where to be real honest with you, and maybe some other outliers, right? So when it comes down to it, like I knew the toxicity was getting crazy, and when I posted the clip of me making somebody rage quit, mind you, I had early access. It was literally hour 1, and everybody was like, "Ben, why are you doing all that? Why you backflipping to Dragon Fist?" And I was like, "So I can't play the game?" And on Twitter, that tweet, I ain't gonna lie, I got ratioed by the most casual people. I was getting cooked. It was like, man, he's a sweat. He's doing no, bro. Mind you, I'm picking Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Dude Jiren, and it started earlier before the game came out when they started saying, "Don't pick these characters, or we're gonna start banning you or kicking you and stuff like that." Right? That was the biggest first step. I was like, "Oh, I don't think I want to mess with this community like that." And it's frustrating when it comes to Sparking. I saw his video. It was on TikTok. It was on Twitter. It's in like different forms. I've seen it at least 5 or 6 times, even in the past 3 days. And I'm like, Hawk is spinning because like I'm used to toxicity, right? Mind you, 3 out of 6, I was pretty decent at it, but I let the people complain about me because of modern, and I let it get to me. You know what I'm saying? And like I don't need modern, right? But I just wanted to have that outlet for people that do want that type of thing. And that's something that's like frustrating in the anime game space. And I'm going to just come out and say it. A lot of you new niggas are tourists, right? All right. A lot of y'all are tourists and y'all haven't grown with these games. And y'all act like y'all been here since PS2. Like y'all saw One All's Justice yesterday. That's what we had to go through with anime games. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not saying it's okay, y'all. Just remember that. I'm not saying it's okay. But for anime games, for a lot of us growing up, we played through these series. We bitched at the companies because we want a good game. It's not bitching or complaining. We want it to be good games.
Absolutely.
If we don't say nothing, they won't fix it. That's why I like Mike. Like, I had a whole altercation with somebody else recently on Twitter, and he's like, I'm saying don't complain for the sake of complaining, but I'm like, knowing him in that controversy, he's right there next to me at Combo Breaker with the dev. Tell the dev he's right there. Why you gotta do it on Twitter, bro? You right at the event, right next to me, right? So like that's a whole different thing, and I really do want to say like Sparking Zero, the game, in my honest opinion, right now, I've been having fun with it. I haven't made content on it. Like I was literally about to do like, all right, stream is when I finally hit Z rank. Right? No matter if I got my ass beat for like 8 hours, I was gonna do it. Now, mind you, I'm at S2. I stopped playing it because everybody started crying. I was playing Videl and UI Goku. Right? So literally, I just stopped playing it. But then I see Hawk's thing, and I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to see it on Twitter again, and people complain about the new change for Sparking. And like, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people won't agree. Sparking Zero, y'all complain for 4, 5, 6 months. Y'all keep saying the same characters. Y'all want them to do something about it. They do something about it. Now y'all getting toxic at the people that's playing y'all gaming each other, calling everybody tourists. It's stupid. It's like, what is this coming? This like, even I'm the owner of AGC right now, right? And every time there's a big event we do at the end of the year, like our Evo, and everybody keep looking at me like, so we doing Sparking? I just don't reply because I know when it's time to run tournaments and TOs, they're gonna ask me some dumb ass. That last year made me so mad. I was like, bro, I gave you the keys and you lost the keys.
All right, well,
I had to get that off my chest. I had to get that off my chest. There we go.
All right. I'm gonna say my piece now on the anime community and what I've been observing.
Can you guys excuse me for just 1 minute? I think I need to check the door and get some water. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, man. So I know there's quite a few people in here watching from Twitter and YouTube. So I'm assuming that some people that were in that call with myself, Sixwell, and Micaiah here. So I'm gonna say this to them. So they can see the look on my face when I'm saying it. And if they want to come in here later on, they're more than welcome to. A couple of people in there, faceless people that I've never seen before, which is fine because you don't know anyone, are saying, who is this guy? Who is this guy? He doesn't even play Dragon Ball games. So to start with, I have Dragon Ball games, which I'm happy to show you guys, that are older than some of you that are in the chat. Okay, so firstly, don't come with that bullshit argument, okay? Because I do have games that are older than you. I've been playing Dragon Ball games for as long as I can remember, and with Sparking Zero, I actually like the game. I think it's a good product. I really do think it's a good product. I don't think it's as good as Tenkaichi 3. I don't think the battle system is as good. I think when you dumb things down, they tend to not be as good anyway. Like, it's very rare, very few instances in fighting games why I like it when they do that stuff. Sometimes there's things that are ridiculous, like motion inputs in certain old fighting games where you're like, we don't need that. That's just going over the top.
The pretzel bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, like some of that nonsense in older Street Fighter games and whatever, or like even some of the older Dragon Ball games. Some of them had notations in that where you're just looking at like, why would you even do this? So I like Sparking Zero. I think it's a good product, but Sparking Zero is not perfect. There are loads of issues with it, and it is perplexing to me that you simply saying Sparking Zero has problems and these are the problems with it would get you attacked by people. So I would ask these people, are you on payroll? Because if you're on payroll, I get it. I get it. If they're paying your bills, I get it. If Sparking Zero birthed you, I get it. If it's literal family to you and you falling in love and like you're gonna buy waifu anime pillows with Sparking Zero on it, I get it. But if I'm simply saying, you know, there's an issue here and there's an issue here, and you're getting mad at me, you have the emotional temperament of a child. And I have to imagine that some of you are children, because there's no way grown men are talking like that about a video game. To someone that has probably been playing video games, Dragon Ball video games, a lot longer than them, way longer. Again, I've got the proof right behind me. So all of this attacking people because of their opinions, like Yaya going to the event, and I believe that you said that it's got like it's the skeleton of Jump Force.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Which
and the reason why I said that is because it's like the best way to modernize a Tenkaichi, to be honest with you, is to play off of what Jump Force does. And then as the game gets closer, like I stopped saying it because people started getting mad at me because I brought up Jump Force, which I get it. It's a trigger word, right? Like people see Jump Force and they go, no, why would you bring that up? They fucking lose their minds. But then as the game gets closer, you start seeing some elements that are taken more from the recent games for repurposing versus taking from BT2 and BT3 even at all. And like the patches are reflective of more, I would argue, some of the elements of BT3 in some ways, and it's slowly trying to get there. But at the same time, it's frustrating because I don't like to act like I'm right with this shit, but I'll be telling y'all like, hey, keep y'all expectations in check. You know, that's my thing.
You said that, yeah, and I've seen some creators like they'll like I played Cursed Clash when it came before it came out. I went to we have EGX here in the UK, and they had Cursed Clash next to the Tekken 8 stand, and I played it, and I turned to the JJK guys and I said to them, this is trash. Like I already hate it, but I said to them, if you like it, play it. Like don't let my opinion ruin your day. These guys lost their shit at me. Didn't want to talk to me for the whole day. I'm there like,
I can tell you why. I can tell you why.
Like, could you tell me why? Because these weren't 16-year-olds. These were like 26, 28-year-olds, and they got really upset.
So for some people, they're defensive not about the product, they're defensive about the IP. So when you say JJK, like I can sit there and tell you, like right now, for example, Dragon Ball, for example, I could say, yo, Dragon Ball, the Breakers, that shit is garbage. I'm not a fan of anything like Dead by Daylight anyway. So I'm talking about that game specifically. What they think, oh, you hate Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Daima. Get out my face. That's a lot of people in the community.
But even then, even if I was talking about the animes, why like if someone said to me, Mike, I don't like Dragon Ball, I'd say to them, why? They'd give me their reasons why. And I'd just say, oh, well, you're missing out. And I'd move on. But some of these guys, they lose their shit. Like Dragon Ball is paying their bills, or I've personally attacked them, or I've put hands on them. So when I told these guys, Curse Clash sucks, I don't like it, they didn't want to talk to me for the whole weekend because I had to be near them for like most of it, and they were just like, "Oh, you're one of them new age anime guys," and I said to them, "That doesn't even make any sense. JJK is a new age anime. Like, what are you talking about? I just don't like the game. I like JJK. I think JJK is sick." So I started telling them, "Oh, you know, I like the Fist of an All-Star game, Lost Paradise, and I like some of the older Saint Seiya games that I've got." And they're like laughing at me and stuff. And I didn't take offense to it. I was more weirded out at how anime guys act. And this is something that I see in the anime scene the most. Like, people really, really take shit personally. And with the Six World situation, I saw a lot of people saying that Six World is a rage beta. Yeah. Now let's go with the premise that Six World is a rage beta. We have to look at it on the flip side as well. Are you telling me that an anime that someone talks about negatively that's an easy way to tap into your rage? Because then at that point, I have to say to you, you need help. You actually need help. Rage bait is a two-way street. I might say Tekken 8 is trash. If you hear that and you immediately lean into rage, you have a problem with handling your emotions. Yeah. And as an adult, 100%. You should be ashamed of yourself. And if you actually do have a mental problem, fair enough, but you need to seek help. The rage bait goes both ways. If Six World put out that video where he's saying nobody knows who Ichigo is. Now, I had just watched Bleach for the second time. So I was very excited going into Rebirth of Souls. I was posting about it every day. You guys probably saw on Twitter. I was putting fights up all the time. And I saw Six World's video and I laughed. I thought, this is pretty funny. Like, he's walking around a shopping center and people don't know who Ichigo is. Some of them do. And it's whatever. Some of them are mistaking him for Goku. There were comments on his video saying, kill yourself. You should die. And I'm reading it and I'm like, Six World is not the problem here. Six World is exposing the problem. If you can see a video like that of your favorite IP and your immediate response is, I want to dox this person, I want them to die, and I pray on their downfall. I need you to remember, rage baiting is a two-way street. If I am able to bait you with a piece of media, and the piece of media is not like a deceased relative and it's a fucking video game, you are the problem, not the person doing the baiting. Problem. You're the problem. You need to understand that.
I will say, Six World, I think, and I'll just speak for myself because I know other people may feel that way, but Six World, a lot of the times, meeting him, like, I've known him before Sparking Zero. He played Shinobi Strikers, and Shinobi Strikers is the game that's constantly still living. Regardless if you like it or not, it's doing really good still, regardless at the end of the day. It's kind of the Naruto Xenoverse, even if you like it or not. And, like, my thing with Six World is it was kind of annoying at first because it was like, you know, how he says things. And a lot of people took offense to it. Like, that Bleach video, like, in my head, I was like, this doesn't necessarily prove if you, like, you know, people don't know Ichigo in your area, but that doesn't mean that applies to the rest of the world, you know. But, like, the video itself was good. Like, I would never sit there and go, like, oh, he's a horrible human being. He's whatever. You know, everybody has their own perspective on things. And I get it. Like, I personally will respect the content creator standing on business, even if they may not be 100% right or anything like that. But in the anime community, somebody will go do that video and they be like, man, you just a Dragon Ball person. And you got to realize that, like, since he's, you know, at the time before that game came out with the context, it came off as like it's kind of like the argument on Twitter with, like, video games right now, where, like, there's a group of people that, like, I hate how everything looks if it doesn't look somewhat similar or realistic like GTA, right? And the other side of the community, anime fans, they're like, wait, so you don't like how Kingdom Hearts look or SpongeBob look? They get mad because they're like, they're the underdog compared to the Naruto and Dragon Ball. And generally, in the anime gaming community, a lot of the takes and why a lot of games don't grow, people say, well, the other games don't do good, that's fair. But in the anime game community, it was really only Naruto and Dragon Ball games doing well. And it's frustrating when you like smaller things. I had to deal with it with Kill I Kill If, right? I'm gonna have to deal with it next week with Hunter x Hunter, right? And I've already said the game looks ugly. I'm not buying it because of how I look. I never buy video games how I look a lot of times. I buy it because of how it play. I get the prettiest fucking game all the time and then not play it. And a lot of people in that community take it as an attack, and a lot of people do need help in this space. I ain't gonna disagree with that. A lot of them, y'all be wilding. Like some of the comments, even on my All's Justice video, they were like, "Man, I can't believe you like My Hero Academia, fucking loser. Can't believe you hyped for this game, right?" And I'm like, bro, I just like video games. My least favorite anime series, and y'all might go crazy, but I have the game. I have the collector's edition because I want to support it. It's Seven Deadly Sins. I do not like Seven Deadly Sins. I call it anime Ed Ed Netty because shit just be happening in the show. And literally, I play the game and I don't like the game, but I'm supporting it because I want everything to be better, you know? And if you don't like something, you ain't got to spend money for it, you know what I'm saying? But in this community, a lot of times you have a random person come out of nowhere, like, and say, yo, this is trash. I'm like, why is trash? They won't say nothing about the game on screen. Like my Hunter video, he didn't say nothing about the game on screen. I literally stopped the stream and I looked at the chat and I was like, please, I want a valid reason why it's trash. You say something stupid along the lines of, no, Hunter's trash, I am banning you. He did not type again. He didn't, and he's been on my channel for like 4 or 5 years. I've known this. I can tell you the exact date when he subscribed. He subscribed the date Road to Boruto came out. And I was like, I'm going to let you cook, but please tell me why it's trash. And then I knew he was going to be, well, because I don't like Hunter. Bro, comment on the product, not the whole series. Have people in this space played something that they, or like touch something that they may not like and then end up liking it? Has that never happened to people in the anime game space? And that's what be taking me out sometimes. Like,
yeah, it's very bizarre behavior. I even remember when Globeku was covering Rebirth of Souls, and he didn't say Konpaku. Now, I'll be honest with you, bro,
you got blamed for that,
bro. I didn't even know at the time that was going to turn into a big deal. As I was under the impression that Konpaku is just a Japanese word. It's not actually just associated to Bleach. It just means like spirit or something.
right?
And when I was looking at Gloku's video, he was kind of referring to the Konpaku as stocks. And I was like, that's the correct way to do this video because Gloku makes fighting game content. And people that want to play fighting games, they'll understand immediately. I know what stocks are. Okay. But if you said Konpaku to a Tekken player, they're going to look at you like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
They don't know what you're talking about. So his video translated to fighting game players, which is what Rebirth of Souls is. I see a lot of Bleach guys saying Rebirth of Souls was made for fans of Bleach. No, it wasn't. It's obviously going to satisfy them. Rebirth of Souls was made for people that like playing anime fighting games, and you can see that in the battle system. It's got a very like unique and intricate battle system. It is not made for Bleach fans. It's obviously going to have them in mind, but they were trying to reach everyone, the anime base there. And
can I say something about that? Because that situation was crazy. So
yeah,
I was in the middle of it too because I am of a newer Bleach fan. I got into Bleach because pandemic. I just watched it. I just binged it all. So I didn't experience Bleach till like 2020, 2021. And the trailers themselves, like, mind you, all of the YouTubers that was trying to figure it out, they were coming to me like, explain this. And I was like, it's stocks, right? It was like, this is a meter gauge. That's reverse. That's like Guilty Gear. And the problem with that original trailer, a lot of y'all will go back and look at it. You got to turn your brain off from actually playing the game. You'd be like, what the hell am I looking at? And you know it's bad that he got attacked for that. And even Bleach devs themselves dropped another video, an overview video, breaking down the terms even more simplistic. All of that for nothing because they was like, well, this is probably a little complicated.
If I recall correctly,
it was confusing as hell. Sorry, go on, hold.
Oh, sorry. If I recall correctly, I can't remember if it was Globku who made the statement or if he got feedback from someone or if this was an actual genuine statement one of the devs on the team of Rebirth of Souls said. But when you said that Rebirth of Souls was made for the Bleach fans, that's definitely an inaccurate statement because there was some information somewhere where they took inspiration from Soul Calibur specifically for Rebirth of Souls. The game was made to be a fighting game. It might have been somewhat poorly executed. You guys can educate me on that because I haven't played it that much. But from what I've seen and what little of it I've played, it was aimed for the FGC.
Yeah, I remember talking to people over in Japan because I was in contact with Senju in Japan and I was in contact with some other people. And a lot of them were saying that obviously it's going to satisfy Bleach fans because it's a Bleach game. They've got their Shikais and their Bankais and their resurrections and everything in the game. Like, it represents Bleach in a very good way. But in their mind, they were trying to make a fighting game that was going to satisfy multiple different people that maybe are not interested in Bleach, which is a good way to go about it. So when Globeku made his video and he said stocks or whatever terminology he used, I was like, okay, well, I understand that. I know what stocks are. And I'm more interested now. When I was watching the trailers, the really like quick 30-second trailers, and they had all that information on the screen, I was like, what is going on? I thought the game was meant to be like Dissidia. I was so confused at what I was looking at. And then he got cooked for it. And I was like, why are they cooking for this? And then just a week ago, I don't know if you guys saw, but he did some work for Rebirth of Souls with other content creators. And there was some guy in there going, I bet he hasn't even read the manga. Why did they choose him? And I was like, bro, are you stupid or something? Like, why would he have to read the Bleach manga to break down Rebirth of Souls? I've never read the Bleach manga. I've only watched the anime. I've only seen the movies. If you've only read the Bleach manga, I would still be more fit to talk about Rebirth of Souls than you. It's not an anime or a manga. It's a game. And people that are going after Globeku because he's doing his job correctly and he's translating the information to fighting game fans are weird. That shit is weird. And there was a lot of them in there that was saying stuff. And I was just like, these cannot be adults. It just doesn't make any sense. I've seen the sentiment extended in almost every... Because I know that Hawk obviously is predominantly Tenkaichi, even though you've probably played a lot of the other stuff. And I found Yaya's channel through Naruto. So that's why I associated you both. But I know, like, over on my channel, it's kind of all over the place. But I've seen this in every anime scene that I've gone into. And it does happen in the FGC. Don't get me wrong. Like, they do behave like that. But I love One Piece. I've got Zoro's swords behind me. I've got One Piece shit everywhere in my room. I got One Piece stuff downstairs. Even my family like One Piece now. They're okay with having it in the house. And you wouldn't really find me saying a bad word about the anime. But I don't like Burning Blood. I really don't like it. And I said, Burning Blood's kind of trash. Yeah, I'm not into it. But bro, I woke up in the morning. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Oh yeah, you were gonna get cooked.
It was the equivalent of, at the beginning when Roger's about to get his head chopped off, they've got him like bent over. That was me. I woke up in the morning with my head in the guillotine. I was like, what? It's just a game, guys. Like, it's not that deep. So I don't know where it is. I'd love to get some of them in here because obviously they talk a lot on Twitter, but now we're here talking and we can have this conversation openly. I would love to get those people in here at some point during the call to ask them, what is it about your favorite IP that brings out this primal reaction in you where you want to start killing people because they said that your favorite character, your favorite show is trash?
You know what it is? It's a lot of the culture of, like, growing up, you've probably seen it. Everybody's going, can Naruto beat Goku? And then people are like gaslighting themselves, like, Naruto has a chance if he does this. Or like the stupid Twitter posts. I hate these posts where they be like, all right, they throw all these anime characters in a gauntlet. And they'll be like, no powers. Who's going to win? Still the strongest mother. Anyway, they do that, right? So it's frustrating because, like, with you and Burning Blood, it's interesting because I think Burning Blood is like, it fucked up. Like, I like the combo system. Now, mind you, I'm a part of the problem why people hate that game. Because I was TOD Marco, right? So I could TOD you with Marco and you can't catch me. You weren't going to catch me if the time was low because I'm going to time you out. So, like, literally, then they had the car assist. There's a lot that was wrong with Burning Blood, but I think a second one would do it justice. And it was a slower arena fighter, like fighting game in general.
And but it wasn't a good slow. Like, Bleach is a nice pace. This was Burning Blood was not. It was weird and janky, and it just didn't feel finished.
It somehow didn't feel balanced. Yeah. But you getting these people on to talk, Mike, there's also another problem added on to what Yaya just stated. Many people that make these statements, right? They're people who either say it for the sake of saying it, kind of like a form of rage bait, and also the vast majority of people who make these statements lack any sort of self-awareness. You could ask them at any point in life, why did you say ABC about XYZ? And I would love to know your thoughts. it's because they're not even in tune with themselves. They're probably just saying it because they can and because it's the internet. Like, going back to something that Yaya said earlier about the Sparking Zero community wilding, I've got a few friends on Discord, some of the smaller content creators in the Sparking Zero community that openly condone some toxicity in their Discord servers because they find it funny. Now, I'm not here to tell you how to run your server and your life. That's totally up to you, because when I make friends with somebody, I'm just here to stand by your side and try and guide you on the right path. But it got to the point where their server not only got out of control, but slurs were being screamed, rape was being screamed, like a lot of stuff that would not fly in the real world is stuff that's constantly happening in the Sparking Zero community. And this is the problem that we have. Like, one of my friends, I'm not going to name names, but he nuked his server recently because of all the crap that was going on, and he's going to restart. There was another person in another server who was constantly saying the N-word with the hard R, and people were getting on my ass saying, you're letting shit on the internet hurt you. And I'm like, you guys have no sense of order, do you? Like, if you care about the game and the community and the owner of the server who's trying to do content for this game and the community and keep it alive, wouldn't you go out of your way to ascertain that the environment is welcoming for everybody? Because just because you're saying something on the internet doesn't mean that it's going to fly in the real world. Have you tried it? I promise you something's going to happen to you. Like, the unhinged people in this community, Yaya, Mike, I don't understand what happened, but one of you said earlier that everyone is tourists. I absolutely agree with that.
Like, so let me explain this. Anime games, and I tweeted this earlier, and I'm not, again, I have to say this every time. I'm not saying it should be the norm or it should be the okay. Anime games are, some of them are treated like indie games. However, they're charging us because of the name of the cover, right? Them prices. And what I mean by that, like, y'all got to think about it. People don't realize when people say a certain game in the anime game community is the GOAT, people don't realize that that's the sequel or the third one, right? No, I never heard somebody go, "Yeah, man, Budokai Tenkaichi the GOAT. Yeah, man, Ultimate Ninja 1 is amazing." I've never heard that. But I guarantee I've heard it for 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, I've heard it multiple times, right? And that's a whole other scenario. That's why I call them tourists, because a lot of people don't want things to grow. You can criticize something and still play it, and that is the big frustration when it comes to that. You know,
people have trouble separating these things.
Yeah. I'm just gonna answer some super chats. Go ahead. Then we'll continue. Nicodamus, thank you for the $5. Just wanted to know if any of you guys ever played Dragon Ball Fusions. That game was amazing for Dragon Ball fans who will like a second one. I did. That was on the DS, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on the Nintendo 3DS specifically. It was a very fun game in terms of design and everything, very unique in its own right. And if you were into a lot of different Dragon Ball characters whose designs make absolutely no sense, like it's there just because it exists and because it's there for the fun of it, really fun game. Like the battle system, I don't remember much of it, but the designs were really cool.
Didn't it have, like, what was his name, Broku or something like that?
Something like that, I think so, yeah.
I saw he was on the front cover. I was like, I have to buy that.
Just to let y'all know, that is my favorite Dragon Ball game studio right now. Every time they cook. And that is Gambarion. For people that don't know, they are working on the MOBA Genshin Squadra, right? So I love Fusions. Is arguably my favorite Dragon Ball game that's not fighting. My favorite fighting would probably be Burst Limit. I'm a big Burst Limit.
Thank you. We were talking about this before.
Yeah, Burst Limit is like literally Burst Limit is kind of like I glaze it like Hunter x Hunter. I'm like, dang. He's like, it ain't even finished. Yeah, it's that good and it's not finished. Yep. Like, that's insane. Like,
Burst Limit is a once in a like they got lightning in a bottle and they didn't even finish it.
Yep.
It was a great game.
That game is amazing. I would definitely love a Fusions too.
I think the reason why they didn't finish it though was because I did a Burst Limit stream recently. One of my subscribers did some digging. They found out that apparently Burst Limit was just supposed to be a remake of Budokai 1. That's why it went as far as it did in the story.
Yeah, it was good, man. A lot of people got angry because they didn't cover the Boo Saga, but I was like, yeah, but the game is so good. Like, okay, they didn't cover the Boo Saga, but it's such a good game. The only thing I didn't like about it is, like you can activate those sequences during the match where the match will sort of stop and Vegeta will say something, then it'll go back. I felt like that killed the pacing a bit. But outside of that, even to this day,
the best feature and more fighting games need to do this, like the rounds in between. When like they'll lose a round and you have like Gohan and Goku, he be like, all that studying you're doing, son, you can't even keep up. He's like, all right, Dad, round 2, fight. And now it's just fueling the anger because like now I gotta cook him. Like that is something that's iconic to only burst limit. Shoot, to fighting game. That is very important.
Yeah,
like
it had a very like obviously it played like Budokai, but it almost had like a Street Fighter feel to it with the way they did the supers as well. And to this day, it still looks gorgeous. It's one of the most beautiful looking anime fighting games I've ever seen. So it would be nice if I don't even mind if they want to do a burst limit 2. If they could just like re-release it on the PlayStation Store. If they even they charged a little bit more than half price, I think that game is worth it. Honestly, just give it like some decent online, and I'd be happy with that. To be honest with you, it was a very good game. TomTom, thank you for the $5. The obsession with clout and validation is what killed the game. It's like a dick measuring contest, but the contestants all have micro dicks.
Oh my god, I love that one. Oh god. This is like a giant ass middle finger to every single person that's been rage baiting on the game and trying to say that they're like top shit and everything. I love this comment.
Yeah, he's not wrong. It's a shame as well because I've been to 2 Sparking Zero tournaments here in the UK. I went to one in central London that was hosted by Tendo, and there was a lot of good players there. Your boy won, obviously. And it was a really, really, really good atmosphere. And I went to one in in central London, we got a place called Covent Garden, and they did it in this club. And it was an amazing like turnout. It was like it was almost 64-man tournament. I think we had a few DQs. Your boy won again, obviously. But the environment was just like, this is really cool. Like, there was a lot of old Dragon Ball heads in there, and people were talking about like their favorite like Dragon Ball memories and stuff. So to see what it's become now, in such a short space of time as well, is a bit like, how did we get here? The only thing that I can point to is that there's a lot of young guys that have come in. And it's not like the Modern Warfare lobbies where we were roasting each other, but it weren't personal. It was just like we're saying crazy shit to each other, but it's in game. As soon as we went back to the lobbies, everyone was kind of laughing at each other. It weren't that deep. It was very rare it got serious, and it's like the arcades. You were saying earlier with you played Crimson Viper and that guy wants to coach you. That's because Street Fighter 4 is the fighting game that revived the fighting game genre. And a lot of those people were coming out of the arcades. We still had the arcades here in the UK at that time. And the arcade mentality probably carried over to Street Fighter 4. But by the time Street Fighter 5 got here, arcades were all gone. We'd all gone online. And then COVID hit and everybody was online. And then you got the terminally online people. And that's when the culture just went down the drain. Getting somebody to say, oh, do you want me to coach you now on a fighting game? You're going to get some sort of slur in your inbox, some sort of doxing threat. They're going to bring up some sort of war happening around the world. I got called a monkey on Mortal Kombat on my first MK11 tournament match. I was like, wait, how did he even know I was black? I didn't even say anything. He just went straight for the monkey insult. You won't get that stuff anymore. We're long past those days. What we got here? GGBHTG. Thank you for the $2. Grand Chef Hawk with that opening speech there.
And I'm still not done. There's still some more stuff that I can add both to the toxicity side and adding on to something else that Yaya said, but I can get into that after.
Yeah, once we finish the super chats, we'll get into that. TomTom again, thank you for the $5. I've been playing Budokai and Tenkaichi games since the first. A chili fanatic and Kefla auto standing pillow owner man baby born in 2008. TomTom the insults. Lee Loss Adventure, thank you for the $1.99. GMH, thanks for all the work you've done.
Yeah,
for
I
Budokai
gave this
Tenkaichi
guy a
3.
thumbs up when I read the chat. You guys are welcome, and I'm happy to say that I might finally be coming back to Tenkaichi 3 to continue doing all the tutorials I said I was going to. There's still some more explain I'm going to do here once the super chats are done.
Just before we move on to I think there's one more super chat. There's some people that don't understand how complex Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was, and there's a lot of people that like played it like at a base level with just a bit of mashing or whatever and thought it was just like any other arena fighter. Can you just very briefly, before I move on to the next super chat, explain to people, if you can, why Tenkaichi 3 was not a simple button mashy game?
On the core service of Tenkaichi 3, sure, it looks like you press square and things happen and you win, right? But what a lot of people didn't find out is that Tenkaichi 3 actually has safe combos, which at that time for arena fighters was not very common, as far as I know at least. If an arena fighter had safe combos, it kind of like already opened up this gigantic tree of branches for competitive stuff, like going this way and that way for all different kinds of things. Sorry, what was the question again, Mike? Just so I can get my thoughts straight.
There was a guy in the chat earlier called Just Lloyd, and he was saying that we all have rose-tinted glasses on about Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and that it's not a good fighting game. It was just a bit of silly fun when we were kids, which is obviously wrong. We all are, I mean, obviously you understand Tenkaichi 3 on a much deeper level, but even at my level, I knew back then that this was a pretty serious fighting game. So could you explain to somebody like that maybe sees anime fighting games and thinks that they're all the same, and why Tenkaichi 3 wasn't?
I'll explain this the best way that I can by starting off by saying that Tenkaichi 3 was never meant to be a competitive fighting game in the first place. The reason it even became competitive is because one of my dear friends, who's a European player, some of you may know him, some of you may not, his name is Paige. He's the one that created the competitive scene in the first place. And it was thanks to him that we found out how much more depth the game had for competitive tactics. Safe combos, punishes, a bunch of stuff like that. Now, if you're a casual getting into Tenkaichi 3, you will see nothing competitive on just like a regular level. The only way you would see anything is if you actually bother to... Let me put this a different way. If you're someone who's coming from a fighting game and you play Tenkaichi 3, you might ask yourself, if I'm dashing, can I cancel this somehow? Does this game have inertia? Because like in Tenkaichi 3, if you're dashing and you cancel it with ascend or descend, the momentum that you had during the dash, even though you've canceled the dash, you still go a little distance, like it carries you. That was actually one of the features of the game that enabled one of my techniques to work. So the best way I can explain this is that it was never meant to be a competitive game, but it can be if you look at it from a different standpoint. And if you're someone who's looking at it in a point where you do want to get competitive, the only way you would be able to do that is by looking up YouTube videos and finding out. Because if you're playing it by yourself, surface level, it doesn't have anything. Internet will give you everything. That might...
I want to
Sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, that might seem like a half-assed response, but coming from like the casual standpoint, which is what most people are, I think that's the best way I can explain that for now.
Just think of Melee. For anyone that doesn't understand, Melee was a beautiful mistake. It was never meant to be like that, and the scene ended up finding all this tech that was probably never meant to be.
Tenkaichi 3, sorry to interrupt you, Mike. Tenkaichi 3 is the exact same way. One of my long-term friends on GameFAQs, or from GameFAQs, said this one day, that Tenkaichi 3 is a happy accident because of all the amount of beautiful tech that it has.
Yep. And there's before Yaya goes, because there's a lot of people in here that play like conventional fighting games, like we said, Melee was a mistake. That's why Brawl was the way it was. They purposefully removed all that shit that the community found and added in very like casual friendly mechanics, or like even had tripping over in Brawl. And another game that you can look to is Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. And Midway had no idea what they created, and they probably still don't know what they created. Midway created in my opinion, and also in Tom Brady's opinion, and seemingly quite a few other people, one of the best competitive Mortal Kombat games. There was, like he said, they tried to break that game for years and they couldn't. And I don't think Midway understood that, because when Deception came out, although Deception was a ton of fun, that game is horribly broken. So it's one of those happy accidents.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize this because people use this as a point, and I've been seeing this the most in Sparking Zero's case, where people be like, "It was never meant to be a competitive game" or whatever. And the truth of it is a lot of things that we love in this world outside of gaming even weren't built 100% from competitive aspects. It just evolved into it, right? Melee as a game, when they first started playing it, if you ever watched the Smash documentary, I am a meleeer, if y'all don't know. So when it comes to Melee, right, there was rules. For example, Jigglypuff was impossible to beat. You just hit with Jigglypuff, you hit a person, and then you can stall in the air and get away for as long as you want to. But with games that are even not competitive, you can make a community ruling to make it competitive in line with the game the best way you can. Basketball didn't start off competitive, right? They had a lot of rules that was just BS. Like that's why we had stuff like goaltending, because people were long enough just to reach the goal and get it, right? You know, soccer has the rule, football even has the rule with like not using your hands and just outfield play, you know. But when it comes to these games, you can make a competitive ruling. The big difference between Tenkaichi 3, and I know this is gonna sound mean, Tenkaichi 3 and Melee is that Melee people actually went outside. That is the big difference.
You're gonna get cooked for that one on Twitter.
I mean, that's fine.
I don't need to take any offense because I went outside anyway. So
well, not y'all, but I'm saying in terms of like fun. Come on, man, y'all know what I'm talking about in terms of like fun and events and tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
yeah. And then we've got Lee lost again. Fake for the 199. Grandmaster Hawk, what's your thoughts on Sparking Zero rank reset delay?
I saw that one in the chat. I was thinking of an answer. I'm still thinking of an answer, but I think the best answer I can give you guys is that even though it was scheduled for July 1st, the fact that it's taking this long means that they're putting effort into it. Some people are speculating that maybe everyone is going to be reset to D5. I personally hope that does happen, because people being reset only to A or B or C rank is not enough. I feel like everyone starting from the ground up is the way it should be, because when the game came out, there was this one guy on PC at like 70,000 points, and no one ever saw him like in a match ever. So he's definitely gone off the board now. But where I'm going with that is that I feel like the rank reset should be a full reset, not just a partial one. And the fact that it's delayed means that Bandai does care and they're putting in some effort. So the fact that they're still listening and they're still trying to work on the game and they're supporting it means that they're doing what they can. And people don't understand that this shit takes time. All of this shit takes time. You guys need to understand. Everything does not happen overnight. Everything does take time to happen. So you guys need to be more patient.
Tourists, because a lot of people, that's my favorite word right now. I've been watching too much
tourists.
But literally Roman Reigns. But legit, man, like people think every video game is live service, right? Fighting games are just stepping into live. And I'm gonna be honest, they've been doing a bad job with the last two that just died, but point still stands. Like that genre is just stepping into live service. Fortnite, I like Fortnite. It's a funny game to me, but it's causing problems, because now people think everybody's supposed to get an update every 48 hours like Fortnite. That is not feasible for developers. You know, Fortnite just had like $1 billion lawsuit. Everybody getting money, right? And they still can cook. Most companies like them, the game done. They can the DLC will come out. It'll be over. Some things take time to get updates, bro. You're not gonna get your stuff as fast as everything else, because there's rules and regulations to it. Like when I explained to somebody the other day on my screen, he looked at me stupid. I brought him into the call too. I was like, y'all do know, like, I want crossplay for all my games. I want everybody to be able to play with me, right? And I was explaining, I was like, you know how much it costs to do crossplay up front with 3 different systems? They were like, well, that shouldn't matter. They should just instantly have the money.
Yeah.
Indie company putting out $1 million to do crossplay with PlayStation, Nintendo. Then you gotta then updates come in at separate different times. People don't think about that stuff. That's why I say I would hate being a game developer because I will curse some of these people out on Twitter.
But yeah, to answer the question, I'm in favor of the game being, the rank reset being delayed. It means that Bandai is putting in some effort to make sure that it's best for everybody. So you guys just need to hang tight, and hopefully it'll be a good experience for everyone.
Yeah, just to touch on what Yaya was talking about right now, I think there's levels to things. And I understand the community's anger when the base product comes out and it's really, really bad. So I'll give you an example. Obviously, Tekken 8 launched. It was heavily, heavily praised. And then 2 months in, shit started going sideways. And it went sideways fast. And the reason that the Tekken community is so bent out of shape over it is that I've said this to Yaya a few times. And I meant no offense when I said it. But Tekken players were used to eating 5-star meals. When their game came out, shit was pristine. I mean, there were obviously problems, Tekken 4 obviously, but most of the time we were used to eating. We were having a good time. Tekken 8 came out and shit went sideways very quickly. There's a lot of shady things going on with the store being implemented and no one knowing about it. And things started to roll. And the Tekken community did, in my opinion, having been someone that is old enough to be there when Tekken I was old enough to get Tekken 1 when it was released, not on release obviously because I was sort of like Tekken 2 age, but I went and played Tekken 1 before 2. I've been there from the beginning, and I understood the anger as a Tekken player to see what Tekken 8 had become. And then when you look at something like Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter 6 has been doing a pretty good job from day one. There's been a couple hiccups. I think pricing is a little bit questionable on things, but they've been doing a pretty good job. And I think when I look at the Street Fighter community, although I see complaints, they're not complaining anywhere near as much because the issues they're facing, it's like they're going uphill and then there's a bump. And they go uphill and then there's a bump. But with Tekken, it started like this and it just started crashing, and it's been crashing ever since. So now when one thing goes wrong, it's just been added to a mountain of problems. So when you look at Sparking Zero, I think the anticipation for a Tenkaichi update was just, it was when we all saw Afro Senju's reaction, right? Fell off his chair. Some people were having heart attacks, man. Like, I remember when they announced that shit, everyone was going crazy. So the expectation was through the roof. And then when it came out, I personally I don't think they did a bad job. I don't think they've ever done a bad job with Sparking Zero. I think they've been pretty responsive. I think that although it's not on Tenkaichi 3's level, I don't think the developers have done a bad job in responding to us. And they even went as far as to get community feedback and get people onto, I think, Yaya, you were a part of it as well, where they asked people, what can we do to improve this game? And they're still improving the game. And you guys are getting this big rank reset, which is what Tekken got recently, which is needed. I do think that it's fine to point things out. I think some of the complaints about Sparking Zero are a little bit silly. I think people need to realize that Sparking Zero is not Kakarot, and it's never going to be Kakarot. It's a fighting game, and what they need to prioritize first is the fighting aspect of it.
And it's not Xenoverse either.
Yeah, it's not Xenoverse. It's a completely separate game. If you want them to make all of this offline content and invest all their money in there, they're literally updating Kakarot now. So I would suggest go and play that. What we need in Sparking Zero is more updates for the battle system and more updates for the online. So I'm not someone that's going to sit here and say they don't complain about stuff. Everyone knows I complain a lot, but I try to make it so that the complaints make sense. It doesn't make sense to be like, we need all this offline content for Sparking Zero. That's not what Sparking Zero is. A fighting game.
Let me say something to that. I can expose people now because I didn't think about this. So big thing about Tenkaichi is a lot of people are asking for certain offline modes and characters. You can go check on PSN right now, and there's a trophy for this. And it's like some of the complaints don't add up based on the game itself. And it's a trophy that says you've unlocked 40%, like you unlocked 40 characters or something like that. And let me tell you, less than 40% of the user base has done that, right? And then a lot of times in that space, it just comes off hypocritical because I'm like, they could have focused the game in other areas. And don't get me wrong, I want all my characters, right? But I've said this multiple times with Sparking Zero. people have to realize that this. If you look at Tenkaichi 3, they did have those like survival modes and the other modes. I forgot the name of it.
Ultimate Battle.
Ultimate Battle. Oh yeah, I didn't want to say Ultimate Battle because I don't like Ultimate Battle 22. See, that's how you know I'm not a tourist. See, I'm just saying. But point still stands. Like the game is a fighting game. As much as you don't want to agree with that or not, you see the arena fight and stuff like that. It is a fighting game first, and the foundation is good. They have to get this battle system first to where everybody generally is just enjoying it. And then they can focus on evolving the game around the other aspects of things that people may want, right? I get it. One of my biggest casual complaints for the game, why the hell is there no glacier stage in the game?
Yeah.
That is my biggest frustration with that's the only stage I used to play in Tenkaichi with my friends. I just love that type of stage. And like I get it, but at the same time, I also realize Tenkaichi as a package, it literally emulates it the best way it can in 2024, 2025. And I think they're gonna get there with all the other stuff y'all want. But wait a minute, bro.
Yeah, it takes time.
It takes some time.
Yeah, the thing with Sparking Zero, like you said, Yaya, it is a fighting game first, and I'm gonna throw in one of the other things I was saving for later. I've done a lot of thinking about my stance on Sparking Zero and the previous games as a whole, and I finally accepted that Sparking Zero is kind of its own game and kind of not. Like, people were trying to say that Sparking Zero is no longer Tenkaichi. No, it's a direct sequel to Tenkaichi 3 that was explicitly stated, so I don't know where you're getting off saying that it isn't. And the reason why people are probably saying it isn't Tenkaichi is because of how many things are happening to the game that's making it go astray from Tenkaichi. But like you said earlier, and I do and don't agree with this statement. You said that something about the game launching and you were able to get lobbies with people and stuff, right? Yeah. Like there was someone who actually said in the chat that why should we be happy about getting the bare minimum? Now, when I read that and then I heard what you said, part of me was just like, I do completely agree with that. And on the other hand, I know that Bandai fumbled the ball on Sparking Zero in terms of the builds, because if you see the demo builds that we had, a lot of stuff was removed in the final product that we got. Blast combos were removed. Mm-hmm. Short dash chaining was removed. Yep. Some other stuff was removed. So, like, why did that happen in the first place? Fast forward to now, again, it is a fighting game first, and here's the funniest part about this whole problem. The game was made for the casuals, and the casuals are the ones screaming, and each time something changes for them, they continue to scream.
Yeah.
Like, why do they keep screaming about this shit?
Let me add context to what you said about that. So, I'm not happy for bare minimum. Mind you, my game of the year is a $50 game from the French. I got to give French a W this year. You know how crazy that is, bro? Like, we meme about them with their video games, but Claire Obscure, that shit goated.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah. So in that way, so I know you.
I haven't either.
When you play it, I already know you're gonna love it. Like that's a mic game.
I love the music. I haven't seen anything, but I've heard the music. The music sounds amazing.
Yeah. So like, I'll give it from my perspective. I've been a and this all ties in today. Actually,
yeah, for sure.
PS360, Naruto, that's been an important integral part of my life, right? I grew up with fighting games, but Naruto also made me love fighting games too. And when we get Storm Connections, we didn't even get the bare minimum. They gave us that shit was a tech demo for $60.
Mm-hmm. Storm Connections is a travesty. Yes, absolute fucking travesty. Yes. I don't want no Naruto fans in here flaming me for that. You know damn well that they bent us over. That was absolutely unacceptable. I couldn't believe it,
bro. That game, little like if you ever get the chance, not even a self promo, but go watch my review. I was so sad recording it because I couldn't even like put out some bullshit on it because it hurt my soul. And I knew when I dropped the review, right? Everybody was like, "Damn, Yaya don't like this either." I'm gonna keep it real with y'all for a whole week. I was like, "Bro, Naruto don't exist." I was like, I don't even want to see anything Naruto. I have Boruto. I like Boruto a lot, but Twitter hates it, and I get why because the anime is what it is. But like in my mind, I have deleted Naruto out of it after that game. Like, I respect it. I love it. It's a part of my legacy online, whatever. It's been part of my life growing up. I've been watching Naruto since I was 6 years old, bro. I'm unk age now. All right. So literally, I'm just being real. That shit hurt me on a whole different level. Which is why I stopped getting mad at Tekken fans for feeling the way they feel about Tekken 8, because I'm like, I can't even find a match in my game.
Mm-hmm.
I turned on connections. It's the same motherfucker that's been in the lobby since day one. He got max. I gotta fight the strongest nigga after 2-year break. I guarantee I can queue up on this stream. He's just sitting there with Tamari with the fan. Like, I'm losing. You know what I'm saying?
But to add on, sorry to interrupt you, but to add on to the other thing that you said regarding people on PlayStation not even having that trophy that you mentioned, for the characters, it is so funny to me how many people I've been seeing mainly on Twitter and YouTube screaming about getting X, Y, and Z character when they don't use more than 5 characters in the game. Like, why do you want more characters if you're not gonna play like 5% of the roster, dude?
Bro, this goes into my next point. Yeah. Now, I want to make this three things I want to say. Quickly, just want to say thank you for the $20 donation from JP Bear. Great to hear from Hawk and Yaya. Thanks for the insightful interviews, Mike.
If you guys don't know this guy, he is a very prominent Super Dragon Ball Z player. He is the
I know who he is.
Yeah, I think he's the reason like Super DBZ is still alive. And I met him at Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2024. Really nice guy, very informative about the game and everything. If you guys ever want to get into Super Dragon Ball Z, look this guy up. He'll steer you in the right direction.
I've been talking to him on Twitter. I recently found him because I was like expressing my joy for the game, and I spoke to him for a bit. So yeah, I went through his page. He is the guy that you want to go to for that. So it's good to see that people are still keeping games like that alive. The second thing that I want to say, now this is kind of off topic, right? I don't mean to deviate, but there's a guy in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a guy in the chat called Kasumi Kenshiro, and he's been talking about Fist of the North Star to absolutely nobody for the past 2 hours. And I've been reading it, and I'm like, bro, who are you speaking to? And now I like Fist of the North Star, bro. I do. I love it. I absolutely love it. But you know what I'm gonna do for you, bro? You know what I'm gonna do for you? Wait right there. Let me show you how much of a Fist of the North Star fan I am. You guys can talk to the chat for a second. I'm gonna grab you something.
Go
ahead.
So what I meant by that with the Naruto thing, don't get it twisted, y'all. Naruto, bro, like, I love it. Don't get it twisted. Naruto I still love it. But when it comes to the games, we have fell so far from grace that it's not even funny. People don't know, but like, there was a point when Dragon Ball games was even stumbling before Xenoverse came out. Y'all remember Battle of Z, right? Rage and Blast early on for like YouTubers, you know? People didn't like Rage and Blast like that. It's either you liked one or you liked two, or you hated something about one or you loved something about two. That was shaky too. But Naruto Storm, like one of my favorite arena fighters, Storm 3, I can show you Storm 3 is almost as near as technical, and I'm saying this loosely, as a lot of the Tenkaichi 3. That game is insane. It's broken, but that game, Storm 3, is beautiful. Right, the stuff that you had to deal with in Storm 3 is not even in a fraction of in Storm 4 or even Connections.
You know what Battle of Z was though, right, Yaya?
What was Battle of Z?
Battle of Z was the West's answer. Japan's answer for the West for Dragon Ball Z Zenkai Battle Royale. Because at that time when that game came out, everyone was seeing gameplay. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, this looks amazing! What is this game?" And it actually did look amazing. It had exclusive mechanics, which were actually super cool. And the more that the Western side of the community and everyone was like crying for this game, Japan was like, okay, here's Battle of Z. Now, I never owned Battle of Z. I actually played the demo. I liked it. Welcome back, Mike. I liked it, not enough to buy it, and nothing was wrong with it. I just didn't care that much for it. And from what my friends tell me, apparently the game is fine if you're playing with friends and know how it works, but I think it's more of an acquired taste.
Yeah, it is.
If you don't have a taste for it, you're probably not going to enjoy Battle of Z.
Now, let me show Kasumi here. I got this just for you, Kasumi. Actually, let me do it in order. So I've still got this sealed. So I've got some of the original Fist of the North Star games.
Okay.
Good shit.
Yeah, I've got that one. I've got part 2, still sealed. And I've got I got part 3 as well. So I thought, I saw you talk about Fist of the North Star in the chat. I'm very excited for it as well. I've got the original Madara game as well, still Madara 1 and 2. So I saw him talking about it in the chat, and I was like, you know what? Let me show him these things. These are quite rare to come by. So not to derail the conversation, but I am very excited for Fist of the North Star 2 as well. Fist of the North Star anime coming back. Don't know. Did you guys ever watch it?
I'll be honest. I admire it so much, but I never watched it. Like I played the game, so when somebody told me Yakuza, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is kind of raw."
I actually watched an opening for Fist of the North Star recently because one of my friends is really into it, and I'm just like, this opening, it sounds corny, but I was actually really getting into it. And it really makes me miss how animation was done back in the day. Like, I feel like animation these days is just, they have it so easy that it kind of looks iffy. But back then, that was when animation was still cared so much for, so much more then than it was now. So I probably will see if there's a way for me to watch Fist of the North Star soon.
I still got these sealed as well. This shit is old as hell, man.
Yeah, I can imagine walking into this man's room and just like...
every time I get on here, I'm just like, I gotta look in the background.
I know, right? Like I see that Shenron statue in the back.
My thing is the X-Men. And like I keep looking at it. Like I keep thinking, I'm like, damn, what is his favorite X-Men? But I'm trying to guess it. And like I've been thinking about it for like a couple of months. But I'm thinking
it's pretty obvious.
Wolverine?
No.
See, it ain't obvious.
Technically, I would say he's a good guy, but maybe that's controversial.
Okay. Who is it?
Magneto.
Hey, Magneto.
You know what? I was going to say Magneto at first, but I was like, Mike might just be really classic with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Magneto's my guy, man. I absolutely love like most of the comics where he played a major role in it. House of M, obviously, goated comic. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk. That's the other point I wanted to make about Sparking Zero. The update is a blessing for the game. The thing that they've done where you can now use any character and be competitive is a blessing for the game. It's all fun and games to do Gogeta versus Goldo the first time. But after that, you're like, okay, well, the character's useless. You're never going to see him online unless he's got some sort of like stupid shit like Yajirobe had with the Senzu beans. And then at that point, nobody wants to see that because that was just annoying. So this update has now made the entire roster viable. And to me, that's like, okay, cool, because there's some characters that have like weird, quirky attacks, like things that you can use a little bit differently from like the regular powerhouses. Like if you use like Krillin and you do Solar Flare, for example, you're not going to really get that with Brody. Brody's just going to rush at you and punch you up. So now you get to see some real character diversity. And there's people going, they've killed it. This is it. It's over. I'm like, bro, you don't understand. There were like, 10 characters that you run into all the time. It was UI Goku, Jiren, a bunch of fusions. You maybe get the odd Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. And I don't know who people are using now. Like I was using Perfect Cell. But I was seeing the same shit over and over again. Now we're getting some like, okay, cool. This person's using, I don't know, someone like Toppo. You never saw Toppo ever. Now you get to see him. I'm like, how are people saying that this is a bad update?
I could tell you why. So a lot of people, this is gonna be mean. So just bear with me. There's this misconception that it just took skill to beat somebody that had like 5 health bars versus somebody with like 2.
I'll chime in after Yaya is done. Sorry, go ahead, Yaya.
Right. So when it comes to that, people feel like, well, now it's not fun to beat somebody with like TN versus Ultra Instinct Goku, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. You're a victim. Okay, you're used to struggling because you literally the only reason you're beating the other dude is because you just not knowing what the hell is going on against you. You're just beating you because he ain't never seen a character. Everybody in here has played a fighting game before, right? you fight your same. Like, this was my biggest problem when I got into competitive Smash. Mind you, Smash Ultimate, I'm gonna do Wii U. Wii U had like 40, 50 plus characters. Now, I'm used to the top tiers. I go to CEO for the first time. I'm fighting fucking Yoshi. I've never fought a Yoshi in my life. I've been playing Smash since I was 5 years old, bruh. How am I supposed to know that matchup if I can't get that? You know what I'm saying? Even with online. So, like, you either gonna destroy the person or you probably can get cooked or it be even, right?
Mhm.
And I feel like that was frustrating because I started seeing that same thing. They killed it. Bro, y'all want more variety. What else y'all gonna do?
Yeah.
So
just before you go, Hawk, I just
Yeah, go
wanted
ahead.
to say that it is cool to pick a super weak character and overcome someone. I enjoyed doing that as well. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun picking weak teams and beating people that were just full of Super Saiyans. That was also very cool. But for the game's health and for the longevity of the game, and for the wider audience, forget the high level players, like, because the game has been marketed towards casual players.
Mhm.
So why they're complaining, I have no idea. But for everyone to have a good time with their favorite character, like maybe someone's favorite character is what's that girl called, the one that Vegeta beat up in the Tournament of Power, Ribrienne.
Yes.
Like maybe that is maybe someone's favorite character. I don't know who that person is, but I'm sure they're out there. And they want to use Ribrienne, but all they're getting is UI Goku. And they're like, bro, I can't play this game. UI, every time I breathe, UI Goku's just like right in your face. And you're like, okay, well, I'm not playing. Now, Ribrienne can smack up Goku. But if the Goku player is still good because that character has been designed to be strong, his moves make him strong. It's not just the fact that he was hitting hard. You'll still be able to win. So I don't see what the problem is.
So this entire update, what you guys just stated, is actually a much bigger problem than you guys might anticipate. So the character thing, that part falls solely on the community. And everyone in chat, and I'm going to say the F word now, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you were using only if you were going to say only 3 characters, do you know how many good characters there are in Sparking Zero? Listen, I don't know if you're monetizing or not, right? So
no, it's fine. I thought that you were gonna say another
the other one. Yeah, I
thought
thought
you were gonna say another F word. I was like, they're gonna come for me.
What,
now,
fire truck? Oh no.
No, never mind. Yo, I was about to be like,
oh,
Yeah,
it's like,
oh, okay. I think I know which one you guys are talking about. That took my brain a moment. But anyway, no. Everyone who's been complaining about character diversity, that falls on everyone in the community because the game has a lot of good characters and people have only been using, like, in the base game, MUI Goku, probably Hit, Blue Goku. All of the top tier characters are the strongest DP characters, right? And when Jun Furutani made his statements on the game, he said, a character in the game will be strong because they were strong in the anime. That's how it's been this whole time, right? Now, everyone has already heard my opinion. Anyone in chat who's been following me knows I actually hated the update because me coming from Tenkaichi and the Raging Blast games, it was very satisfying to beat a strong character with a weak character, but there's a very big discrepancy here. Tenkaichi mechanics and Sparking Zero mechanics are vastly different. Tenkaichi mechanics, if you have a weak character like Cybermen or Garlic Jr. or Kui or something, right? The game mechanics allow you to move and attack in a way that you can choose when and where to move and when and where and how to attack. Sparking Zero doesn't allow you to do that. And furthermore, flying kicks are overpowered in Sparking Zero. If you get hit by a flying kick, you are open, and then you are forced to either super counter or do a revenge counter if they're attacking you from the front. You don't have any other option. Now, when I was doing my thinking about the update and over the course of the last couple of weeks for the game, I realized that the update is perfect for what the game was created to do. It was made for the casuals, and people are now able to use the characters that they want in single battle. But let me correct you on something that you said, Mike. Earlier, you used the word viable. I completely disagree with the use of that one. It's usable. Now characters are usable. Viable would mean that the mechanics are interwoven in such a way that they allow the player to express themselves with that character in different ways. Whereas in Sparking Zero, we don't have that. And that's a big problem. So half of this falls on the community for not trying to explore the rest of the roster, and all of you complaining that you want more characters when you're not even using half of them. I don't know why, but you guys are the problem.
I got a counterpoint. Objection.
Okay,
all right.
Just hold on to that for a second. You
point.
guys are the problem.
I was waiting on you to say this. I got a counterpoint for that.
You guys are the problem for not taking the time and effort to explore what other characters the game has. Every character has its own tools. Every character has, whether it's flying kick or a paralysis move or a blast move or something that actually helps them to do better in the battle. Like, for example, Mike brought up earlier beating MUI Goku with Ribrianne, right? Like, you could do that. Ribrianne's got a terrible moveset. It was doable to beat MUI Goku before. Now it's just much easier to do because of the patch. If you guys take some time, and this is not going against the previous point, it's just you guys need to explore what other characters the game has to offer. We have had more characters in this game than we have had in the previous Tenkaichi games, and there are so many that are actually really fun to play. You just need to figure out what resonates with you. Do your hands and mind like using Kakunsa? Do they like using Frieza's Soldier? Do they like using Perfect Cell? So on and so forth. Go ahead, Yaya.
All right. So I agree with everything you said, but one thing, and this is where the counterpoint comes in. I can't blame the community on it because yes, the game itself has characters that can be in the more viable range as others, right? The update just made characters usable, like you said. I agree on that. Problem is, it's not a community issue. It's just Dragon Ball's issue. And the reason why I say this is because Dragon Ball's issue, all of the popular characters that people like are generally the cool ones, and those are the ones you're going to see 24/7. Let's be honest, everybody. Who y'all playing totally with? Fair. Broly or Ribrianne? Mm-hmm. Who y'all playing with? Jiren or Frieza Soldier? Like, be honest. You're gonna pick Jiren. And
that is a fair point.
You know.
That is a fair point.
In that case, like, I can't blame the community because Dragon Ball as a series, and I love it. Don't get it wrong. It's a dude bro ass series, and the spikier your hair is, the stronger you usually are going to be in the game, right? And that's a thing that like a lot of people don't realize. Like when the game came out, for me, one thing I'll say, I'm not the biggest fan of Dragon Ball Super, but I do love me some UI Goku. I paid that $100 when they showed off Ultra Instinct Goku. I will not lie to you. That form is raw as fuck to me. So for me, I'm buying the game. I'm gonna play ranked and play with UI Goku, right? And even if he's broken and overpowered or nothing like that, the community at that time, which is why I can say it's the community now, is that they were praising good, no balance. Right. They were straight up praising that. But in the game, people say this, right, and don't even play the other characters because they're picking who they like. Like for me, for example, if you watch me, right, some of y'all may know Six Arnikin or whatever, right? I cooked him with Videl solo in a DP battle, right? And even then, like, I was playing Kakunsa all day. I like those characters. I'm gonna try every character. That's just how I am. But I'm not gonna fault somebody for picking Gogeta Blue or Vegito who don't like a good Gogeta. Mm-hmm. I would like when Sparking in my brain before it came out, when they announced it, ranked finna be full of Gogeta Super Saiyan 4 versus me trying to play Lonely Krillin, right? I would not expect somebody to just sit there and subject them. Like, for example, unless you really like Dragon Ball Legends, right? How many of y'all bought the Cabba DLC? Do you even know the lore why people really love them? Because it's Cabby, the voice actor doing it, Kagi. So it's like, would you pick Shallot or are you going to pick Super Saiyan 3 adult Vegeta? Let's say he comes to the game from Daima. Y'all picking Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Not Shallot. You know, it's just a popularity thing with Dragon Ball. And that's how it's always been a huge case in Dragon Ball games. Outside of, like you said, Tenkaichi and 3 and 2, my favorites too, because the mechanics of the game let you get around and alleviate a lot of the cheese because there's ways to position yourself in different areas, step in and step out, whatever, to play. You don't get that in Sparking Zero. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to get mad at somebody for picking Super Saiyan 4 Goku, and then you like, oh, well, play another character. You want me to play with Chaozu, bro? With all these other gods in the game? Like, be for real, you know? That's it.
Yeah, Tenkaichi 3's mechanics. Sorry, Mike. Tenkaichi 3's mechanics, basically, nobody expected Tenkaichi 3 to be the way that it is, right? Let me just put that out there. Nobody expected, like, perfect flanks and different kind of movements to be possible. But because all of those things are there, is basically why so many more characters became viable. If you learn how the game works, any character can be viable, and then it's just up to your skills as a player for defense and offense and movement and everything, right? Sparking Zero doesn't have any of that, and it wasn't designed for that. It was designed specifically for the casuals, which was why I did some backpedaling and I said, I'm probably the one in the wrong here because the game was not necessarily designed to be competitive. It was made for the casuals, even though the casuals complaining are the reason why the game keeps kind of deteriorating in some aspects. But at least now that every character is on equal footing in singles, that's probably the best thing that they could have done for the game so that everybody can enjoy the game because casuals outnumber us, right? Like as competitive players, casuals are the majority. We are the minority. So if the casuals can enjoy it, as long as some of them stop bashing us for it, then I think everyone can be happy. My only gripe with it is that the singles equal footing thing should be in player match and not rank. If you're going into rank battle, you're making a choice to take that character. Some people already told me that if I want to circumvent this issue, I should go into DP and take like one low DP character and then see how that goes. But if I wanted to, take down a strong character or the weak character, I shouldn't have to go that far to do it. So in my opinion, the implementation of it is wonderful. I just think they did it wrong. They should have put it in player match only and not rank.
I actually disagree. I would flip it because player match doesn't mean anything. So if you're beating me up with a broken character or you're beating me up with someone that can kill me in 2 hits, I'm like, why would I care? But in ranked, you're basically trying to measure who the better players are. But it's hard for me to say, okay, fair enough. You made a decision to pick Chaozu. That's on you. Mm-hmm. That doesn't change the fact, however, you just battered me with Jiren.
Right.
Like I can't sit here and go, you're the better player, even if you beat me. There's no way for us to know because the character is so overwhelmingly powerful versus a character that isn't. So whilst I agree, we all make choices and you choose to use Chaozu, you got to deal with it. It also doesn't reflect a player's skill. So I think having it in ranked is the best place to do it because now Jiren is still a better character than Chaozu. Mm-hmm. His moveset is still better. He's afforded things that Chaozu isn't. He's got a very strong transformation and he's got a big blast radius. Like he's a very strong character. Even his melee attacks are like blindingly fast. So the Jiren player is still, the odds are still in their favor.
Yeah.
But now the Chaozu player can use their weird quirky attacks and maybe some weird gimmicks that they've come up with and not feel like they're doing 1 HP per 100 slaps. Like it didn't really make any sense to me. And when I was younger, it was like, oh, okay, this is fun, maybe I can beat my friends Gogeta with Cyberman. But now in the age of like where we're playing online in ranked and we've got leaderboards, I do feel like it's like, okay, cool. Gogeta is clearly stronger than Cyberman, but that Cyberman player, he might have you because the game is not broken anymore. But you can still go do your broken shit over here. There's still a whole other game mode they didn't remove. It's still in the sparking framework, but you can go do that shit. Like I started playing the game and my team was Super Perfect, Cell, and Buhan. That was my first team. And that team, at least to me, I thought it was pretty ridiculous. Like they have stupid amounts of utility. Buhan's got an unblockable attack. And I know I was going into ranked and there were some people that were using like characters that weren't as powerful, but they just liked the character. Like I saw some guy using Raditz. And I could tell he's kind of good, but he's using Raditz. He's not going to win this fight. But now I'm like, okay, he's kind of good. I need to be careful because Raditz he's not a pushover anymore. It's more in line with like Budokai, where if you fight against like Raditz, he might cook you if the guy's actually skilled.
One wrong move and it's over.
That's
totally fair. I completely agree with that. Actually, when you put it that way, it does make more sense. And like I said earlier, again, the game was designed for the casuals, not necessarily for competitive players. And me coming from the Tenkaichi and Raging Blast games, I mean, you guys for the FGC, I'm sure that rank still means that like it's all about the skill, right? So that's the point that I was coming from, is that like it shouldn't be in rank because rank is where the skill factor comes in. But going off of your point, that does make more sense, because like someone said in chat, now the weaker character actually has a chance to do something instead of just waiting for an opportunity to find an opening, because the mechanics don't allow you to do that in the first place without flying kick. So
yeah, like on your side of it, you're super skilled because you're taking Ginyu or Chaozu or whoever it is, and you're going into ranks and you're fighting all the fusions and winning. But on the other side, the person using Gogeta is probably just shit. But now he can't sit there and just do dumb shit with Gogeta, or he can't spam after image over and over again or wild sense.
yeah,
he's actually got to lock in and play the game properly, because the other guy, whilst they have the weaker character, it's not such a massive power discrepancy where now I'm just out of the fight. I can't do anything about it. So when I saw this update, I was like, this is a win-win. Like, we can all use our favorite Dragon Ball characters now. And it's not built into every single part of the game. You can still go over here and do all the broken shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people are complaining. They've given the game more life, in my opinion, because someone like me, who was only playing DP because I didn't want to use Jiren over and over again, now I'll go into singles and be like, I like Raditz in Sparking Zero. I really like his moveset. And now I can go use Raditz without being dog walked by a Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything anymore, right? You can just get in and enjoy the game, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing, and I think it's gonna. I think they're going in the right direction. With Sparking Zero. They're making meaningful changes. They're not just changing shit and people going, "Why did you do that?" Because you get some updates on some games like Tekken 8 again, where they change something. Everyone's like,
okay,
who asked for that? Like, why did
like,
you do that? You've broken the game even more.
Yeah.
But with Sparking Zero, I'm like, okay, there's an actual meaningful change here that is going to benefit the community in the long run. So that's my stance on it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, like I said earlier, like that's just my personal take on it. And that's how I feel about it. But I did already say that for everyone else, it's a beautiful change. I even said that on my stream last night. Like, for everyone else, it's a great change. Just for me personally, with my Tenkaichi and Raging Blast experience, I personally don't like it. That's all.
I just saw the comment in the chat. Yeah.
Which one? Giants are probably the worst now? Or?
No, Jiren the Great, bro. I literally was praising the game earlier. And
he's just a Sparking Zero.
Like, come on, man. Like, damn. Like, if I was if I was a real hater, like, I made a Bleach video versus like Sparking video, and like he was like, bro, just say this game's trash. And I'm like, no, because I'm being nuanced and telling you what I like about both and what I hate about each other. If I hated Sparking Zero, y'all would know I hate Sparking Zero. Yesterday, if I was a hater, y'all would have hated me yesterday. Y'all would have been on my ass. Because I was like, oh, y'all see y'all's justice? I'm a My Hero Glazer. So y'all would have saw it yesterday. I'm not a hater. I want y'all game to be good. I can't even be a hater because I run AGC. If I don't like something at the moment, I'm just not going to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? If somebody asks,
look at this guy, bro. This guy, Jiren, do you want to come up on here and we can have a chat in front of everyone? You're talking a lot about I've got inconsistent takes. I don't know if I like it or not. Come up. As a matter of fact, we'll start inviting people in now. Jiren, please step up to the plate. Big old Jiren with his dumb.
Also, Yaya, to be fair, if you did hate Sparking Zero as much as these people claim you do, would you even be in this call?
No, I would not.
And I know Yaya wouldn't come because I've told Yaya before, we're going to do this podcast. And he's like, I'm not doing that.
Exactly, yeah. Like, if you don't like something, don't contribute to it, right?
Yeah. He tells me straight, I'm
like,
not.
Like Tekken's about to add Fakaram. I'm not playing that shit.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball fans don't use their brain cells, man. They all share one brain cell. We all know this.
Yeah.
I want to get him in first. Yeah, if people want to start sending me messages on Twitter or on Discord, if you do want to join the call, we'll have people one at a time so it's not chaotic. And I'll give you a couple of minutes to make your point so we can respond to it. So yeah, don't worry, I'm getting your messages. I'll send out the link. But I do want Jiren in here because you know what, and I don't mean this in like I'm not doing it like to like bully anyone, but there's so much talking that goes on Twitter of people that like they sound very passionate, or like they know what they're talking about. And I'm always an advocate of like speaking like this, like having a genuine conversation. We don't need to insult each other. But I find a lot of the time, whether it's in that Sparking Zero group that Makai runs, or that new Tenkaichi 4 world that is being run by somebody else, I find that people talk a lot in these things, but when it comes time to actually sit here and talk to somebody face to face, they have nothing to say. I'm just like, are you getting your responses from Wikipedia or something? Like,
oh no, I gotta say this since Makai in the chat, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. Go ahead, delete that My Hero Twitter community, bro. I'm not.
Why?
Because I know it's gonna get stupid enough. I just know it is.
The Demon Slayer community seems pretty chill from.
Yeah, because they actually play that game.
Did they actually play?
Like
our Dragon Ball community is full of a bunch of people who are probably playing only Sparking Zero, and whenever the topic of another Dragon Ball game comes up, even if it's not Tenkaichi or Raging Blast, it could be Kakarot, it could be Xenoverse, it could be Fighters, a game that's not even a freaking 2D fighter being compared to a fighting game, and I don't know why. Like, people will complain for the sake of complaining without educating themselves.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me say this, Jiren, because you're still in the chat talking, but you ain't in the call.
Yeah, Jiren, come on, man.
I tried to do this with him before.
He's probably just rage baiting. Look what he said. Seriously, though, neither of these guys like Sparking Zero. Why are they covering the game?
I'm an anime content creator.
Wait, hold on. Jiren, listen, yeah. You're just a Jiren avatar, okay? As far as I'm concerned, you've done nothing to contribute to Sparking Zero. I've been out there at tournaments in real life. Yaya creates content for it, and I don't even need to explain to you who Hawk is. You are just somebody that is talking shit. I'm giving you a platform to come up here and tell us what your problem is and why you think we don't like it. You think I got Jiren, Perfect Cell, and Vegeta to Z rank because I don't like the game? Do you think I went to tournaments in Central London because I don't like the game? It's called criticism, bro. Do you know what that is? Now, if you are a minor, just let me know. We won't bring you up here because you sound like one right now.
Bro, if you a minor, no. If you're a minor, you getting grilled. I'm streaming later just for your ass. If you can stay in chat. You can stay in chat. I want you to come in here, and if you sound like a squeaker, I'm making a video, bro. I'm telling you right now, Mike. This been a year and a half arc between Jiren. I'd be minding my own business. He'd be like, I'll be playing Tekken or something. He's like, we don't talk about Sparking, bro. I'm not on Sparking right now. I'm playing Tekken.
Bro, this happened to me with Rebirth of Souls, yeah. I'm not saying this to toot my own horn again, but I'm gonna have to say it. I've been playing Rebirth of Souls since day one, right? Every day. I'm top of the leaderboard, okay? At the tippity top. And I've still got guys going to me, why do you hate Bleach? Why do you hate the game? I'm like, bro, I play the game. I play the game. Like, I play it every single day. It's just that the game's not perfect. It doesn't have spectator mode. What fighting game in 2025 ain't got spectator mode? What kind of goofy shit is that?
Yeah.
And I've still got guys going to me, oh, you don't even like the game.
No. I had to explain that the other day to somebody because I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Mike is the one person in the community that has talked about the game that gets on my nerves when fighting them. Because like for some reason you play Noitra different than everybody else online. Like everybody else is ass, and it's fighting you, and now my health bar is gone. Like I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And Mike's like the game. I know you don't.
I play Kaien and Kenpachi every now and then, but I really like the battle system in Rebirth of Souls. I think it's great. It's got problems, like the sublimation meter needs to be reworked because the game punishes you for being good. Like I battered some guy today. He's top of the leaderboard. His name's he's an Aizen player. His name's Gasuda or something, and he's ranked. He's the second highest ranked, and I think right now I've dropped down to 7. So we ran into each other, and no shade on him at all. But I was battering him, but I had to stand there and wait for him to hit me so my bar could go up. And I was like, I've just lost a life bar, man, because I beat him up too quickly. Yeah, it's so annoying. Like that shit is so irritating. And when I say that, they're like, stop hating on the game, man. Bleach hasn't had a fighting game in 15 years. I'm like, if you want Bleach to have another fighting game, speak about it honestly.
Yes.
So dumb. Right, we've got the first caller in here. Let me just quickly read.
Is it finally got somebody.
I was like, is it Jerry? See, I see him in the chat still. He arguing with everybody else, but not in the chat.
Listen,
I guess
let me
he'd
tell
rather
you.
be an anime profile picture.
That's it. Is that you're not the anime profile pictures need you right now, Jiren. They need you to step up, otherwise you're gonna be another statistic. You can stay in chat. I won't ban you from chat. You're more than welcome to sit there and yap.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
But I
ban
just
you.
want you to remember that people like you is why Twitter was made. You stay on Twitter, make your stupid posts that make no sense whatsoever, and then when someone's sitting and saying, "Jump on, let's have a conversation," you got nothing to say. These are called, and this everyone's heard this term before. This is a keyboard warrior. Yes,
Well, he just proved that he is a keyboard warrior.
Goofball wants me to willingly join a stream discussing a garbage patch. So you don't like Sparking either.
Oh.
So you got on us about it, but then you just said now you don't like it either. With
It's
3
a
guys that
garbage-
don't even like the game.
So you don't like the game then? It's a wait. This is a big patch, and you're saying it's garbage. You don't like the game.
He must be on mobile because he even capitalized the G in goofball. Keyboard warrior.
So you don't like? Why are you here? We like the game. That's why we're doing a podcast for it, bro. Why are you here? Change your name to During the Goofball, man. Let's move on with the conversation. Mr. Moss, thank you for the 199. I'm a Deborah enjoyer. Do you know what? I love Deborah.
I also love Dabra. I love Dabra.
We
need more Dabra enjoyers out here.
I can't. Every game he in, he pisses me off. If he freezes me one more time, like I don't know if y'all dealt with Xenoverse spit loops, bro. Yeah. I can't stand Deborah every time. That's why I was like, that's why fighters goated. I said to somebody, I was like, that's why fighters goated, because his ass not in there. And he would have been annoying and fucking. He would have been top tier. I guarantee you. He had a sword and he can freeze people. Hell no, nah, bro. Fuck Deborah. Nah, Deborah a cool character though. I just don't like fighting. Octua and Xenoverse was see that's the problem. Stop.
Cam, thank you for the $2. Giants are probably the worst now. I haven't played Giants in singles yet. Are they? I imagine they probably got this was probably a substantial nerf for them.
Yeah, they've become even worse than they were before. Like now they're just practically unusable.
They're like punching bags now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Baby Vegeta might be the only one that's maybe halfway decent, but I don't know. I haven't used them yet. Real Tech, thank you for the $10. Shame I didn't get to see the whole thing, but I agree with most of what I heard with Grandmaster Hawk. Hope we can play.
We definitely will, Tech, for sure. So this guy is an American and a Japanese guy. He plays Sparking Meteor. Sparking Meteor is the Japanese name for Tenkaichi 3. And he's one of our contributors as well. He was actually one of the people that worked on the document with me.
I do want to point out now that you mentioned that. I got into an argument with somebody on Twitter because I said to him, this is a direct sequel to Tenkaichi 3. And he was like, no, it's not, dummy. It's called Sparking Zero. And I was like...
More uneducated people.
I said, you know that they've always been called Sparking, dummy. Like, what are you talking about? And then he argued with me for ages. And I did not obviously Wikipedia it. And he just went quiet. I've never heard from him since. I was just like, are you being for real?
The uneducated ones and the insecure ones are usually the ones that scream the loudest and never actually come on to talk. Like Jiren here.
Bro, the worst people, and they did this to Mike. I didn't think they was going to ever do it to Mike. But it happens to every content creator. They screenshotted his tweet or the video, and they was complaining about, like, did you even watch it? Like, I watched it, and then I saw it on Twitter, like, literally 10 seconds. I was like, you guys are idiots. That shit grinds my gears, bro.
Bro,
like,
they tried to that tweet got 300,000 views. I looked at the comments. I was like, every single one of these people are stupid. There was a couple of our people in there, guy. You didn't even watch the video, and I was like, I appreciate you guys. But there were guys replying to me saying, why would I watch the video? I don't need to watch that shit. And I was like, but you're making a comment about it. You have to know what you're talking about. So yeah, it went on for like 2 days, and they were just like posting pictures of me and shit. And I was like, they're probably a bunch of the dumbasses in there.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the first caller in here. So for everyone that's coming on here, please try. I say this all the time.
Wait, before you bring him in, I gotta expose Jiren. Okay. I just saw it in the chat. He said you're upper A rank, bro. I haven't played Sparking ranked since December, and I was S. You gonna tell me you not even Z? and you capping for the game like that?
Yeah, see, people associating rank with everything else is what's wrong with these people. Like,
See, I don't even care about rank. Look, people in tournament, I've got my ass beat by somebody they were blue. I don't know how to fight Kazuya. All right, I got cooked. But like, that's how this community look. I just had to get that off my chest. That is insane. He said he's upper A. You exposed yourself today.
Also, Jiren, let me just make something clear. You're upper A, right? Jiren was one of my mains, and my Jiren was Z rank. So technically, I'm your senior. So you should know your role and shut your mouth. Okay?
All right, bring him in.
Yeah, let's bring up
for anyone that's coming on here, because I can see there's already quite a few people queuing up. Please try to make your points concise. I don't want to have to cut you up and be like, we need to get to the next person. So please summarize what you need to say. Please don't keep rambling, because I don't like cutting people up, but I will have to make it fair for everyone, okay? I'm going to say it again, because I've said it for a year now. No one listens. Please do not ramble. If we get into a long conversation, that's different. But please make your point as concise as possible. All right? So I'll get GGB on here first. Let's add him in. What's up, bro?
What's up, guys?
Welcome on in.
How you doing, man?
Okay, you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so what's up, Yaya? What's up, Hawk? Sorry, it's been a minute since I've been around in Discord for BT3 Hawk.
No need to apologize. You're good, my dude. We'll be here.
Yeah. We've been kind of busy. I've been kind of busy with the meltdown over on the Tekken side, so that's all I'll say about that. I got one question for you guys. So this comes from the concept of people not knowing how deep anime arena fighters, or even just anime games in general, can be. So my question is, what is one? This could be a question for both you guys actually. For Hawk? What is the biggest misconception about Budokai series, whether it's Tenkaichi 3 or overall, that you see about the game, and how would you clear that up as far as like, if people understood this about the game, then they would probably want to engage with it more. So for Hawk, that's for Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and for Yaya, if there's a specific anime game or arena fighter game that you feel like people misjudge in terms of gameplay, what is the biggest thing that you would want to clarify about that game?
I could go first. I already
Yeah,
got
go
the
for
answer. So making it concise. Big misconception with arena fighters is that you just mash square, and a lot of them do just show the string of just square, or whatever. However, people take that as a detriment. Like, these games don't have a set neutral that is involved in these games. I guarantee you, if a lot more FGC people touched Bleach Rebirth of Souls, they'll be surprised at like the skeleton of it, right? For example, I didn't finish the video because my hard drive corrupted, but I got two Tekken 8 I ain't gonna say Tekken 8 Tekken players, Kawaii Face Miles and King J, to talk about it, and they even enjoyed it. They were like, "Oh, this looks kind of cool." So in that way, it's a lot of misconception from people not playing it. I will argue that a lot of people with arena fighters, why it's also disregarded that way, if you never known, is that a lot of times these games are still stuck in 2011, right? Like, we get games without lobbies or no invite buttons or things like that. So that's why those misconceptions have been placed, because they already disregarded the product more than less just the gameplay.
I get you.
Kill like KOP.
Okay, so my turn. Your question was regarding the one misconception of Tenkaichi 3, correct?
Yes.
The biggest misconception is actually something I spoke about the moment I got on stream and I started saying my piece. Everyone thinks that Tenkaichi 2 and 3 all characters play the same. They don't. If you bother to spend 5 to 10 minutes on Tenkaichi 2 and Tenkaichi 3, you'll notice that inertia exists. Character height and weight, or size, actually influences how they move and attack, and how a character moves and throws an attack influences the pace of battle. In Tenkaichi 3, for example, let's say you're like 2 meters away or something from one character, right? And you're dragon dashing towards that character with Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta or even Super 17. You could release the smash from 2 meters away and it'll still hit because every character's hitbox is different. That might sound dumb, but again, it's a 2007 or 8 game. This is how it was. That's how it worked. But what I'm getting at is that every character does not play the same. And for example, Kid Trunks is one of the fastest characters in Tenkaichi as a whole. And if you were to take, let's say, Android 16, and you're just dashing around with him, he dashes significantly slower than Kid Trunks does because he's a bigger character. He rises and descends significantly slower than Kid Trunks because he's a bigger character. Whenever you're trying to do specific attacks on certain characters on the ground, if they're too small, some characters' ki blast will even miss, or your punches might miss. Like if you're fighting Goten, for example, with Goku End, his third or fourth punch might miss. Dabura's second or third punch might miss because the character is too small and the character that you're actually using is too tall, or because the character's attack is being aimed at the middle section of the character's character model, or it's being aimed at the top. If the character's attack is not being aimed at the bottom of the character, like towards their legs and whatever, there's a higher chance for the attack to miss. So I don't think there's any reason I should get like super in depth about it right now, but that's the biggest misconception I would say that Tenkaichi has, and I hope people take the opportunity to learn this because it's part of what made Tenkaichi so much fun.
Now, for the example you brought up of using movement and attacking, you were basically describing using inertia to your advantage, right?
Correct. Well,
Now,
inertia and just how fast the character can move and whatnot, because every character moves differently at different speeds.
My bit of experience with playing the game seriously. I mean, not seriously in the way that you would know because you made it clear how much of the competitive mechanics were made from that community and would not really be evident from the gameplay. I mean, I'm just thinking about it in terms of how I still went through all the tutorials for the main game, and that is still more than a lot of people will do. As far as these players who think it's just a button masher, just as they would with like any traditional fighting game, to be honest. So I was just thinking about it in terms of how I did basically 100% the game back in the day after going through all the tutorials, recognizing that different characters had different speeds and different amounts of like key blasts that they can throw at one point in time, and
Yep.
just basically starting off a lot of just going. Even though I didn't have people to play against seriously, I still would recognize those differences by going through the story mode and just seeing which characters could I do a round start dash into jump into charge ground slash, and just using like the stuff that I could see that was on the tin on the front, which is still deeper than most people would go, in order to realize once I start to watch your videos and see that, oh yeah, this game has the mechanics, this game has the tools that can lead to death. So I'm not surprised when I find out about this sort of stuff. I may be surprised about how it's actually executed, but coming from other like video games or stuff like Devil May Cry, and seeing that how well you can just play something like Devil May Cry 4 and just do the combos in the basic ways that they have, but because the mechanics allow you to do stuff where it's like you can be locked on and doing lock on specific attacks at one moment and immediately unlock to do something else. You can also time that in a way to where you can control the direction of where that lock-on attack will lead towards, or also inertia is actually pretty big into that with that game as well. I won't get too far into that, but just to say that it's like a game can, the point that I'm basically making is that a game, whether you're going to take it casually or competitively, if the tools are there and they're good, then you're still going to have a good game either way. So
Yes.
this would go back around to the what you guys were saying, that Sparking Zero is a game that's focused on gameplay. The gameplay should be good first, and then when you have a good core, everything around it is going to be good, and that's pretty much it.
Absolutely,
That's
yeah.
pretty much it.
If the gameplay is good for the game, because when you get a video game, the gameplay is like most of it, and then the story, if the game has a story, right? So in Sparking Zero's case, with the gameplay, definitely it's still getting changed, and because it's a game in the modern era, we're going to be getting updates and everything. So I personally still don't enjoy the gameplay, mainly because it's the bare minimum of what Tenkaichi and even the Raging Blast games were, but it's the developer's intention to do that. It's at least from what I've seen and from what I've been studying. So I don't really have any further complaints on that. And the game was designed for the casuals, and that's pretty much why I took back a lot of previous statements, and then I elaborated further on them, saying that, yeah, I'm in the wrong about X, Y, and Z, and that the game it's made for the casuals, but my only problem is that the casuals are the people that are still screaming about things that don't need to be changed because they don't want to put the work in to learn something. And like Yaya said much earlier, it is a fighting game first. You have to put some modicum of effort into the game to learn how to move, how to fight, how to defend. All of that stuff needs to be there.
Well, as far as other people's, like, I'll say surface level takes on that sort of thing, I don't want to say much about it. I don't want to comment on what the Twitter jesters are talking about. Not when they're not even giving the game fair analysis in the first place. So I think I will just leave it there for the sake of time. So thank you for the response, Hawk. Yaya, was there anything else that you wanted to add to that?
I just want to say, if y'all really want that FGC like arena fighter experience, please, if you can, try Gundam Versus and Kill I Kill F. Even at Combo Breaker, we had setups for that. The 4-monitor display and Kill I Kill at those events. We play those still.
Gundam Max Boost?
Yes, Maxi Boost.
All right, yeah, they have that like Evo Japan still, so yeah, I'll keep that in mind. All right, then. That'll be it for me. Thank you for the responses, guys.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks
for coming on.
WGGB.
You know, anime game I think is super underrated.
What?
JoJo's All-Star Battle.
Okay, no, don't.
That's a great fighting game.
Okay. I have some lore. I'm gonna give y'all some exclusive, and you know what? Since I'm having a good day, I don't care. Now, I've talked with CC2 directly about that game, and when they told me that there was gonna be no rollback, no crossplay, no lobbies, I got angry. So what I did, I went to YouTube, and this is my first time ever getting in trouble with a company because they didn't like that I did this. And I went to YouTube, I turned the camera on, and I titled the video, I was like, do not buy JoJo All-Star Battle R. Because that game was frustrating. If you went to that Evo that summer, the line was even more than Sparking Zero. The line was wrapped around. Everybody's like, yo, this shit's 3D. This is not a arena fighter. This shit's sick. And then they will ask the community manager there, and they'll go, yo, we don't have, we're not getting rollback or crossplay or any of that in there. This is just a port. And literally people will be like, all right, never mind. And like, I looked at the Evo registration numbers the other day, and I'm thinking to myself, JoJo is one of the world's strongest IPs, right? If only CC2, this is why I'm skeptical about Demon Slayer, but I've heard otherwise with Demon Slayer at this point.
Because Sega's overseeing it.
Yeah, Sega's overseeing it. So I'm like, okay, wait a minute. It's starting to make sense. The hype for that, y'all might not be really hyped because y'all probably like Demon Slayer mid, but the gameplay of that is really solid, to be honest.
Wait, you think Demon Slayer's mid?
I didn't say that. I was hoping you weren't going to. Anyway, we're just going to skip past that question. Point still stands. I asked him about it, and one of the community managers, which I will not name, y'all know that person is in FGC at the time. She was trying so hard to get me those features in this game. And when I made the video, they were like, hey, man, we don't like this. And I was like, that's cool and all, but I'm not going to change the video. I literally titled, do not buy JoJo All-Star Battle R. Like, literally. And everybody was like, he don't even like JoJo's. He don't like this. And I'm like, bro, I'm in the JoJo's All-Star Battle Discord for PS3. That was my shit. Like, my sad thing. So I'm like, they took out the rotate cancels, which I was angry about. I was like, yo, CC2, why can't y'all never lock the fuck in? Like, that's been my thing with CC2 since Storm 3. Like, the only reason Storm 4 is so loved is because they hit it when the anime ended. So everybody playing Storm 4, but if you pick them, you can even go look it up. The reviews are like a point up from Storm Connections. The only big difference though, Storm 4 at least had a story mode. At least some of the functions worked day one. And I told them about that game, and they were like, we're not gonna get these features. Like, no updates. They're like, no, we're not gonna do this. And they just let it out in the wild. That game is underrated because CC2 made it underrated. That could have been the game.
You're completely right. Everything you said is correct. Because I played the original version.
Mm-hmm.
I used to main Kira, and then I moved on to part 4, Jotaro. And it's such an amazing fighting game. Like the fighting aspect of it, it's incredible. It's like I would say that of all the fighting games that I played that are anime based, JoJo's got to be top 2 for me. It's that good, and it satisfies the casual, the intermediate, and the high level. So everybody gets their piece in that game. It's got a massive roster. I think there's like 50 characters in the game. There's very, very, very strong character diversity in the game, and the mechanics are all very well thought out. So when they were re-releasing it, I was like, okay, this is sick. We're gonna get rollback. We're gonna get everything out. It's all gonna be sick. This is gonna be the game. And then it came out, and I remember I went online. I picked Dio, and I went online, and Dio was moving in a slideshow. And I swear to you, bro, I thought that I was going to crack my controller in half. I got so angry. I don't know if you can see back here. Those are all JoJo's figurines.
I see it, yeah. I saw
those
it.
are all JoJo.
Yeah.
I love JoJo's one of my all-time favorite things ever. Not just anime, just JoJo in general. I've even got limited edition JoJo's trading cards down here that I got in Japan. Like, I was so mad when they fucked it up. So you're right to go on YouTube and tell people to not buy it. They need to learn their lesson. They can't release games in that state. It's especially annoying for that game in particular because of how good the battle system was.
Yes.
We'll get the next person in here. We got C4 IQ. How you doing, bro?
Hey.
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Bro, his tag, bro.
Yeah, does it make you feel the type of way? Or is it correct?
It does.
It's correct though, right?
It's okay. You right until we talk about tag games.
You're in uncharted territory right now.
I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook.
I like the uphill struggle. There was a couple of things, but the main thing was something that was said at the beginning. I think Hawk said it. It was about the new generation not familiarizing themselves with the older games. I think this kind of thing is talked about in most genres. When the title continues, I had it when I used to come in here and talk about Tekken. I was told you don't know about the old games. My point to Hawk, because obviously Hawk is the only other person I've not spoken to, is what would you say it's bad reasoning to tell someone to understand what you're saying, you have to experience an older game?
No. Are you asking, do I think it's bad to tell someone that? Is that your question?
Sorry, not bad. Do you think it's a good way to convince someone?
I would say not necessarily play the game, but we live in a day and age where you don't necessarily have to play the game, in my opinion, to get something like that. Like, in order to understand what my games are about specifically, there's so much material on YouTube that all you would have to do is search up on YouTube, like tutorials, or like look for a review of the game, or someone doing like an in-depth look or something. Like, my entire gripe is that people bash on the game without learning about what the previous games had, because if it weren't for those previous games, we might have not had the one that we're talking about right now, right? People need to consider that. So when we're talking about Sparking Zero and people bashing the older games without knowing what we had and what we didn't have, I do think that, in my experience at least, it is a good way to tell someone to just learn about the game, not necessarily just educate themselves in a malicious way, just like saying stop being stupid. Just take some time to go and find out what the other games had and what the current games may or may not have, and find out why I'm saying or why anybody is saying what they do about a game. So yes, I do think that is a good way. Is it the best way? Probably not. But for my field, yes, that's been like the go-to method.
Okay, so I think it's a weak way and a not powerful way. I kind of went through this with Guilty Gear. Nearly said Strive. Well, yeah, Guilty Gear 2 Strive. Strive is very different to Guilty Gear. When the game dropped, there was a couple of people that played that game. Rev plus R, blah blah blah. I only played Rev. And when you're talking to someone who's new to a franchise or new to a type of game, right? When you say, "Oh, this isn't as bad as X," they're thinking, "Who gives a fuck? I'm not playing X game. I'm playing this game."
Right.
I feel when you explain something to someone, if you can't describe why something's bad within that realm, you don't understand it correctly. Not enough. I think it's the difference between like being smart and intellect and wisdom. I think everyone can be smart at their game, but it takes someone with wisdom to be able to transfer the information to anyone else. That's the definition I have between the two, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
if you might know this game and you're explaining to someone, well, this game plays like this because of prior games, that's not a good reason or a good method to explain to them why this is good or bad.
Absolutely.
So don't you think it would be a better way to be like, okay, these people are moaning about something in this game. They're new to the franchise, so they don't know what happened prior. But within this realm, I can explain to you why this is not good or is good. I think using older games, you just drag people into your foggy mist of your conception of the franchise and not the actual game that they're playing.
Right.
And I think when you try to bring someone into a concept that you have, you're never going to be able to clearly demonstrate it, but you can mechanically show someone in T-mode or within a match in the game you're playing, and then you can just describe it that way. I would say that would probably be a better way to.
Are you saying that for all aspects of the game, or are you just talking about the mechanics?
In anything.
I think that argument only works if you're talking about like the mechanics of the game, because if you're talking about the game as a product, and I'm telling you that in like Tekken 5, for example, we had team battle, survival, time attack, and this was a standard in the series. I think it's fine to say we've lost game modes and here's the reference, and having less game modes is a bad thing. Like, you don't really need to even expand on that, but you can tell them why these game modes were fun and why they should be in the game and why people are clamoring for them, and then use the previous game as a frame of reference to say this is what we had and it's no longer here. Would you say that's bad?
Yeah. If I use Street Fighter 6 as an example, if they bring out Street Fighter 7 and it doesn't have World Tour, I wouldn't say Street Fighter 7 is bad because it doesn't have World Tour.
Not necessarily bad, but you're saying, if Street Fighter 7 came out and it didn't have World Tour and it also didn't even have a replacement, there was nothing that was even in its place. It's just the bare bone fighting game. Yeah. I think it would be okay to be like, well, in the previous game we had the fighting aspect and we also had the story mode over here. And then you can show them the story mode and be like, we lost out on a whole mode and we've just got this.
I think I get what you're saying. I think you're talking about, like you said, like replacement. There's no replacement for the World Tour as a mode. Mm-hmm. As someone who makes a game, if a developer looking at a game, they can be like, well, we spent a lot of time on World Tour. I don't know how popular it is. I think, I don't know. I think
it is pretty popular because they keep updating it.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's, a time sink, so they have to. But yeah, you could be right. Maybe it is popular enough that the casuals play it. I'm pretty sure most pros obviously are going to prioritize T mode and versus, right? But if I didn't play Street Fighter and I came to 7 and then someone said, oh, actually, no, I don't even need to go into the future. I used to like a dramatic mode in Alpha 3. They've never brought that back. But I would never say, oh, this game isn't as good because they don't have dramatic battle like they did in Alpha 3. That doesn't make sense as a mode. The games are different.
I don't think that's a fair comparison, because the reason I use time attack, survival, and team battle is because that was a standard in Tekken. Dramatic battle is not a standard in Street Fighter. That was kind of an outlier in Alpha. And I think the EX games might have had something similar, but more often than not, it doesn't have it. But if you have a Dragon Ball game, let's say, for example, everyone knows when you get a Dragon Ball game, there's a world tour mode, a world tournament mode. There's always a tournament mode. There's always Cell Saga and World Tournament. If you release Sparking Zero 2 or whatever they want to call it, and there's no World Tournament, it would be perfectly normal for Grandmaster Hawk to say, this is what we've had this entire time and now it's gone. Whereas if Sparking Zero had an exclusive mode that we've never seen before and it doesn't come back, maybe that wouldn't be a fair thing because it's not really a legacy mechanic and it's a one-time deal. I think that would be fair to use the older games as a reference.
I get what you're saying. I don't see what point you'd be proving to that person. Unless you're trying to say that the game isn't as good as the old one on a mode that they might not care about.
Their perception's they're not gonna have the same perception that I do. Where if I've been playing anime games and we've had, I don't know, let's say in the Jump versus games, we've always had a particular mode in the game, whatever that mode might be, from the very first Jump game up until Jump Force, and then a new Jump game comes out, and this mode is gone. A mode that's been there for 20 years. The point that I'd be making is that you're a new player. You don't know what you're missing. This is what you're missing. This is why the player base is complaining. We've had this thing for 20 years. Now it's gone. And you need to know why. You're on YouTube, maybe making content for this game, saying it's the best thing ever, when you don't know. You have nothing to compare it to when it's part of a long-running franchise. It's okay for you to like it, but you should be educated on it, right? And if Hawk is saying we've always had World Tour mode or World Tournament mode, now we don't have a tournament mode in a Dragon Ball Z game, which would be unheard of. They're in an arena fighter version anyway. I think it would be fair to say we need to look at all the other games, and you've got a plethora of Dragon Ball games to reference there.
I think, Hawk, you wanted to say something before I jump in?
I wanted to chime in on the your indirect question, since I don't think you were actually asking me that directly, or you were. You asked me if I thought that was like a weak thing to do. I don't have any other points of reference I can use. Tenkaichi 3 is Sparking Zero's predecessor, as is the entire Tenkaichi trilogy, and Sparking Zero takes elements even from Raging Blast as well. And whenever people ask me about the differences, that's when I go out of my way to actually showcase the differences with Tenkaichi 2 and Tenkaichi 3, what those games had and didn't have between themselves. And then I throw Sparking Zero into the mix and say X, Y, and Z is not there. But I only do this nowadays if someone asks me, because we all know Dragon Ball fans, besides not reading, they also don't listen. So even if you bother going out of your way to educate someone, like, what's the point in, for example, me going out of my way to do a 15 to 20 minute video, just as an example, a 15 to 20 minute video elaborating on everything the alphabet has in regards to Tenkaichi 3 as a reference to Sparking Zero and what Sparking Zero doesn't have, if only 5 to 200 people are actually going to listen to that. And with the numbers that I have, and with the numbers that the Dragon Ball community or the game community for Sparking Zero specifically has, that would be a waste of my time if these people are not going to try and listen to the question that they asked me. I've gone out of my way to answer, and now they're not doing anything. I need points of reference that I can use to compare to Sparking Zero. Am I doing it the best way I can? Yes. Is it the best way possible? I honestly don't know. Maybe there's another method I could use for reference, but in regards to Sparking Zero and Tenkaichi in itself, this is the best I can do because it's all that I've got.
Okay. I think what you're talking about and what Mike's talking about is slightly different.
Go ahead.
But I'm more concerned about the mechanics. I understand what Mike's saying with modes, and he did ask me, do I apply it to everything? And I do, but the reason I disagree with Mike is a bit different to what you're saying with the mechanical thing. If I've got time, can I quickly ask, could you give me an example of something bad in the game that you have made a video on, or that you feel that you have to use a past reference to explain to me? Like, I don't want to put you on the spot, but anything like super simple.
Oh, super simple? I can do that.
Or difficult if you want. Either one, whatever comes to your mind.
I'll try and keep it brief because I kind of don't want to skip my workout, so I was planning to get off in a bit here. Are you familiar with Are you familiar with the games at all, by the way?
Nope, I know nothing. I am a complete noob. I'm a fighter Z, and that's it.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so in Tenkaichi 3, there was a mechanic introduced in Tenkaichi 3 called the Perfect Smash. The Perfect Smash is basically you hold the square button to charge a smash, and you release it at the right time so that your character teleports from point A to point B where the character is, and it's an unblockable smash. So this was reintroduced in the Raging Blast games, and in Raging Blast 1 specifically, you would vanish behind the opponent to do this instead of in the front. In Raging Blast 2, they made it so that it only travels a certain distance, but it still worked in its own way. In Sparking Zero, the mechanic is absolutely useless. It not only takes too long to move, but it manages you to the other side, and the tracking doesn't even function. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, and I think you explained that without having to go, this is what it was like in the old game. You explained why. That's all I'm saying. I think it almost feels like from when I was talking about GUI gear, it feels like you're preaching to people and you're not shaming, but you're saying, oh, you wasn't around when this happened. That's not their fault. It's not always the player's fault.
Sorry to interrupt you. When I educate people on Tenkaichi, my intention is never to shame. Like, there's a bunch of things people don't know about these games. It's a 2007 game. Nobody expected a Dragon Ball game like this to have that much depth, right? And nobody expected the mechanics to be carried over into other games. And then none of us really thought about, would they improve it? Would they dumb it down? So when I'm educating people on these mechanics that they ask me about, I always make sure I cover every detail so that they understand. And if they don't understand, like if you didn't understand a word I told you just now, I would ask you what you didn't understand and then try to come down to your level of Tenkaichi knowledge, whatever level that might be, and explain it at your level. So again, my intention is not to shame anybody. I just try to help people get into the know-how.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood. I think what you did there is you was explaining the history of a mechanic. Yes. Where I was talking about when you're trying to either disprove someone saying it's good or bad. Like the good and bad of a mechanic. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. When you use a past reference to describe something being bad, I can do a quick example. I don't even need like a general, any game. If something's +5 on block, I don't have to go, well, back in my day, it was +10. I can say, no, being +5 in this game is bad because everyone's fastest normal is 4 frames. That's why it's bad. I don't have to reference the past situation with that move. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think when you talk to people and say, in this realm, in this bubble that we're talking about, this game, this is bad because of reason, instead of going, this is bad or good because of how it happened in the past, you're going to not alienate, but you're going to make people think, well, I don't care about the past. Tell me why it's bad here and now, not why it's different or changed and is good or bad from prior experience, if that makes sense. I think that gets through to people, from my experience, a bit better.
That's what I've been doing for everyone for like the last several months. But again, I've only been going out of my way to do that for anyone who genuinely asks me. If you don't ask me, I'm not going to go out of my way to do it, because there are too many people that will ask a question just to waste your time or not listen. So I literally go out of my way and I ask my chat, can I get a show of hands of how many of you actually want me to cover this mechanic for you guys and show you the differences between this mechanic with these games, and then tell you why it is the way that it is in Sparking Zero and why it may be good or bad or XYZ. Does that make more sense to you?
Yeah, no, it does. Because when you explained one of the games, when you were talking about inertia and weight classes, I had the same in GUI Gear. GUI Gear Rev had all of that. We had people with different wake-up timings. There was no universal mechanic. Right. Everyone's guard cancel was different. And when I explained that to like, can I say it? The S word, Strive players? Strivers, yeah. When Strive players jumped on the game and I was like, oh, this game's way easier. You get one set play and it works on everyone. Where in GUI Gear, you had to do, in Rev, you had to do universal set play, depending on the character. And when I was like, oh, this game's easier, because back in my day, they were like, but yeah, no one played that game. That game was dead. Kind of true. The game was kind of dead compared to how Strive is, definitely dead. And what I've started to realize is people don't really care about all that fluff. to me, it's cool, and to us, probably because we're nerds, we like all that shit, right? We like that the mechanics of the game don't carry you. You have to be conscious and thinking all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But people that are getting into the newer game might be getting into it because there's less fluff, because it's more straightforward, because it's more like pick up and play friendly. So yeah, I just didn't want you to waste your time explaining history, which is important, but not to everyone in terms of the game that they're playing now.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely don't do that. Again, if anyone does ask me that question, I've gotten to a point with my audience where as much as I would love to give that explanation, I'm not going to sit there and talk about something only one person asked for. Does that make sense to you? Like if I have like 10, 20, 30, 40 people saying that they want me to do that, then I'll do that. But I'm not going to go out of my way to do that for one person who's asking that question. And it's not because I don't want to, it's because it'll deviate from the purpose of the stream. And if they can get on the internet and access my stream and ask me that question, then they also have the brain power to search it, try searching it up on YouTube. Like there are plenty, you never know what's available if you don't try looking for it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's all good. Yeah, cool. I got my point across. I don't know if you want to jump, if I'm allowed to jump back on later, Mike, because Hawk said he has to go, and I don't want to.
I don't have to go. It's just that I prefer not to skip my workout. Like if I don't work out right now, I'll probably do it in another half hour or something. Or when I get off.
You wanna look more like Mike, not like me. So I get the gains.
I mean, Mike does bodybuilding. I actually do freehand. I use my own body weight against myself.
No, I don't do bodybuilding.
I thought I've seen a clip of you lifting weights though on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I'm doing bodybuilding. I don't know. I wouldn't say someone lifting weights is necessarily doing bodybuilding. I'm just most of the time because I've got 2 injuries right now on my elbows. I mostly just do like calisthenic stuff. But I lift weights, but I wouldn't say I'm not into bodybuilding at all.
I mean, as long as you're not one of those guys who says I just like to lift.
Well, I might be one of those.
I just like lifting things.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people will say to me, like, I used to train these 2 girls, but I used to say to them, I'm not a trainer. I just pick heavy things up and I put them back down.
That sounds like something Marduk would say, bro.
I'm not out here pretending to be I'm not super, like when they were talking about Austin Ashes, the whole steroid thing yesterday, I had messages going, so what do you think, Mike? I was like, I've never taken a steroid in my life. I don't know anything about steroids. That's why I didn't make a video about it. I was like, I don't know what to say. I don't know if he's on steroids or not. And then they were asking me, then it turned into like fitness questions. I was like, bro, like when I go to the gym with people, when someone says to me, oh, can you train me or something? I'm like, you're just going to have to copy what I'm doing. Just pick a lighter weight or something. I'm not a trainer.
Exactly.
I'm not a trainer.
But anyway, it's been a pleasure, C4. I hope you enjoyed that talk. And in the future, if you do happen to have any other questions for me, I think you know where you can contact me. I'm always open.
Yeah, no, I love learning about games, even if I don't play them. I played Tenkaichi a little bit. I just didn't. I was a kid. I didn't know stuff. So yeah, I like re-looking at games that I played and didn't understand frame data and stuff, and then like learning about it. So yeah, I'll definitly be down to catch your content.
Cool. C4, what can we do to get you on Rebirth of Souls?
I know you're trying to troll, but I like that game. I was there. I was defending.
You like it?
He does.
You
like
know
it.
this. Yeah. Maybe you thought I was trolling. You remember when we was talking about like it's a 2.5D game, blah 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 blah. That's how I was pitching it to 2D gamers. I was like, yeah, you can't jump, so they've taken out one of the dimensions. I think it's good. It's not my type of game because it's too heavily revolving around RPS. But I think it's a good game. I think most people like RPS.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but you can't beat the arena allegations, unfortunately. People are thick. I just done it.
Yeah, I kind of jumped off that conversation. I got into like not an argument, but like I had a back and forth with Tyrant, the commentator.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I was just like, he kept saying stuff, and I was like, you know what you're talking about, bro? Like, just stop. And then Margin Obama got involved, and I was like, oh my god, these guys, like, they don't know what they're talking about. I understand they're more knowledgeable.
I told him, see me. I told Obama, like, see me in Fatal Limited codes. You want to play a 3D game? I can play the 3D game with you. We can do it. And then you got to play Bleach if you lose.
I didn't like the I find Margin Obama to be quite disrespectful a lot of the time, unnecessarily, and I just don't understand what his problem is. But I don't know. He annoyed me one day, and he was like, "Mike, why are you getting angry?" I was like, "You fucking roll right now. You're annoying me. What do you mean?"
Yeah, I can't apologize because I'm not part of the community, but I feel sorry for you trying to get through to fighting game heads when you've got a stigma of either being a platformer or an arena fighter. It's just, I've definitely tried. I tried when Multiversus was out. I tried a little bit with Souls. You always catch me in Globe 2 stream, and all he does is arena fighters. I like fighting games, regardless of what fucking dimension in. I don't care. So, yeah, don't have to convince me, but convincing the other people, Godspeed. Godspeed.
I wasn't even trying to convince anyone. I was having a conversation with other people, and they jumped into the conversation. And I think it was because Fatal Fury's numbers were doing really poorly. And I said something like Rebirth of Souls is doing better than Fatal Fury in terms of player base. And they were like, Margin Obama said, well, Rebirth of Souls doesn't have a tournament scene. And I was like, yeah, well, Rebirth of Souls doesn't have Saudi Arabia backing it with like $50 million, does it? If it did, I'm pretty sure it'd have more players. And I don't even remember where the conversation went. It was just all over the place.
Some people just don't understand how to have a proper civil discussion instead of taking it too far. Like,
it had nothing to do with my point. I didn't mention a tournament scene because I know Rebirth of Souls doesn't have one. I literally just said Rebirth of Souls has a bigger player base than Fatal Fury, and that's not good because Rebirth of Souls player base is small, and Fatal Fury had millions put behind it. Rebirth of Souls, you can kind of tell it's not a high budget game. So I was that's my point. They started talking about tournaments and shit, and I was like, one has Saudi Arabia behind it, bro. What are you talking about? You know, like, why are you even talking about it? No one's talking about tournaments. And Aaron was saying, why are you bringing up tournaments, Mike? I was like, I'm not the one that brought it up. It's your boy brought it up.
Yeah, miss me. I hate it as well when people bring up other games, not even. Yeah, when you have to bolster up your point by putting down something else, I don't think you have a point to say. It's just stupid to me. Your merits should stand on their own, not on the failure of something else or trying to prove that something's doing better than the other. But yeah,
no, I don't. I think it's okay because like if you're trying to like measure how successful, how much of a failure something is, it's not really to put it down. Because I didn't want Fatal Fury to fail like that. It's just to be like this niche anime game. Because Rebirth of Souls is it's not a high budget game. Although we love it, it's like it didn't have Sparking Zero's budget. It was just to say this niche little game over here that didn't even have rank or spectator, has no monetary backing, no tournament backing, there's no World Series or World Tour, anything like that, has more numbers than this game that had the world thrown at it. It wasn't to put Fatal Fury down. It was to really say there's a serious problem with Fatal Fury when this game has a higher player base than it. That's really the point I was making.
I get what you're saying. I did it once and I actually deleted it. I can't remember what I did. I compared Dragon Ball to something else, and I can't remember what it was. But I deleted it because even though I'm guessing it was from the same place you were saying, where like you were trying to show not just an issue with Fatal Fury, but how good Bleach was at the time, right? But Fatal Fury heads will see that it's like, what? Why are we catching strays for? Hold this, like they're gonna not attack you, but they're gonna try and rebuttal you.
They did attack me. One guy said, I better watch my mouth if I know what's good for me. And I was like, I said, bro, it's a fucking video game, man. Why are you getting bent out of shape? Even if I said Fatal Fury was shit, why are you getting upset about it? It's a game. Chill. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not defending the softness of people, but it is always gonna come across of you're bolstering Bleach by taking a shot at Fatal Fury when you're just using it as a metric. You're using it as a bar to be like, this is how good Bleach is doing. But you could do that without saying Fatal Fury, but it won't get the point across as strong.
The thing is, I was also I'm not putting Bleach down, but highlighting how bad it's doing. Like in my post, I was like, it's not doing, and I love the game, right? I play it every day, but it's doing poorly. So I wasn't even using being like, look how sick our game is, because they thought I was like advocating for it to go to Evo. And I was like, again, I didn't say that anywhere. But,
I remember that tweet now.
I was like, okay, maybe we can't read English properly, but I am not advocating for it to go to Evo. I'm just saying, like, it's the game that I love is failing. It's failing, and I don't anticipate it's going to get much better, if I'm being honest. But it's doing better than this game here, which had millions thrown at it. That was all my point was. To say Fatal Fury had
The
the
asterisk
world.
hurts though, bro. The asterisk is gonna hurt some SNK
Hurt,
heads.
hurt who? It's not your mother. It's a fucking game, guys. Like, chill. If someone says that if burst limit gets a new game, and it's the perfect burst limit game, and it has everything that I want, and the game does poorly and it doesn't sell, and then people start talking about it, I'm not gonna be like, they've insulted my game. I'm gonna fucking explode now. Like, I have to look at these people and be like, you do need to go outside. I love video games as well. I love my animes, as you can see, but it's not that deep. It's really
It's not
deep,
that
man.
serious.
It's not that serious, man.
Yeah.
Life will go on. You'll be okay. The game is still gonna be there for you to play it, regardless of what I say. And my tiny little voice is not gonna suddenly destroy the entire scene or make people not play the game. Okay, just chill out, man. Have some Rice Krispies. Go outside. You'll be all right.
Fair. I mean, I just hope I hope there's less people like me, because Yaya was tell you, like, when Multiversus came out, I was defending that like I gave birth to it, and then it died, and I did not shed a tear.
Multiversus.
That game is sick.
You were defending Multiversus.
That game. Are you crazy?
Wow.
Did you see the
shouldn't have
IP?
said that.
Did you see the IP on that game? It had LeBron James
Here
versus
we
Bugs
go.
Bunny. That's insanity. That is peak.
Chat. Did you hear what my man just said? He
Multiversus
was
is
defending
good.
I beg your pardon.
Hold on. Look,
It got bad. It got bad.
it got bad.
It got bad. Yes, it got bad.
I'm telling you, it got bad. Don't get it twisted.
I beg your finest
Multiverse.
pardon.
Right, you know what? I'll say this right now. Multiverse is better than Mid Holler.
Oops.
The only reason Brawlhalla alive is because niggas are broke and can't buy Smash Bros. That is the only reason Brawlhalla's around. I'm Brawlhalla's biggest hater.
I've never played Brawlhalla. I've seen it once.
You did yourself a good service in life. Don't play Brawlhalla.
You missed out.
I'm not a Brawlhalla defender. I've seen it played once, and I think that's because Ryu came out on it or something. But yeah, I'm not a Brawlhalla guy.
How are you a Multiversus hater? That game was.
All right, I'll tell you why I don't like Multiversus. First of all, I don't. It just animates really weird. Like, I do not like looking at it. I really don't like the way it animates. Then I wanted to give the game a chance because they launched Black Adam. And I was like, Black Adam's my favorite DC character. You know, you probably can't see up there, but I've got a Black Adam figurine right there. My favorite DC character. I'll play. I'll buy it. He comes out, and I'm like, I still fucking hate this game. If you got my favorite DC character in there, and I still can't stand playing it, this game ain't for me. I couldn't stand how it animated. I couldn't stand how you did combos. It just felt like an extremely low budget, almost parody version of Smash Bros.
He did it. He did the thing.
I'm about to.
I didn't. You know what?
I
didn't
almost
play Smash.
punched my monitor, bro. Him saying that sentence is what I dealt with for 2 years.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We've you know what? We fought valiantly when the game was alive. You more than me for sure, because you had a voice. I was just the little gremlin on Twitter waiting for someone to say some shit.
All right, let me just ask you guys, how is Multiversus doing right now?
It's in its Odin sleep.
I'm just asking. How is it doing?
But you know what? I
and
can tell you.
Are you for real? Are you for real?
Why is it okay? Wait, hold on. What happened?
It did too well. It did too good. Bar the speed, it did too good. It was one of the only games that allowed you to use characters, DLC characters, without purchasing them. That should be a standard. The Dead game did it better than these.
You didn't have to purchase characters in that game. It was not.
What are you doing in Tekken, bro? What are you doing in MK?
At least Tekken.
The Dead game did better than your living game.
They made y'all pay for stages. I'm just saying.
Multiversus did better than what? Sorry?
In terms of business practice, letting people. Sorry, go on.
Wait, hold on. How could it have done better if it's dead?
The practice is objectively better. What do you mean? You said buy Multiversus as well. You didn't. So in a beta, you didn't buy the game. I didn't want to be that semantic guy. You said you bought the game for Black Adam. You didn't buy shit. It was a beta. So you got given Black Adam. Then when the DLC came out, if you was taking it seriously, you didn't have to buy the DLC. You could take them into T mode and use them. Most other games don't do that. Street Fighter 6 is hidden behind a paywall, not actual game currency.
That's fine, but
that's good. No. Don't downplay it. That's good, right, Mike? That's a good practice for a business.
Okay, C4, what you're not understanding here is that if I'm walking down a street market and all the food is garbage, in my mind, I'm like, you kind of just give me this shit for free because it's all trasher anyway. I'm not going to pay for this, so give it to me for free. You ain't selling it. This is going to go in the bin, right? So in Tekken, they're going to make me pay for fuck around because there's a whole ass character in there in a game that, although controversial and we were a little bit angry at it right now, there's still something worth playing there. But with Multiversus, I mean, I don't need to tell you that it's not worth playing because it's dead. But they were giving characters.
I'm gonna slap the shit out of you, man. Like you didn't have you just add terms that you don't need to add.
Let me finish.
Keep going, bro.
They were giving characters for free because when they sat in that board meeting, they looked at their own game and said, "This shit's arse, guys. We can't sell characters," and so they gave it for free. Let's keep it above.
Let me say something, damn it.
Let me get a quip in, a real quick quip. Mike, is there a character you really hate in Tekken?
Which Tekken or just any?
In any Tekken. A character that's not in Tekken 8 that you really hate.
Yeah, Lucky Chloe.
Right. So I can't wait for them to add Lucky Chloe, and then you have to pay to lab against that character.
I ain't paying for shit.
Oh, so you're just gonna get bodied by Lucky Chloes?
No, I don't play fighting games like that.
Oh, you're a hyper casual.
I'm not going to a CEO or either. Okay,
you're a casual. That's fine. I get it.
Yeah, I am a casual.
Okay.
If I didn't pay for Eddie, not Eddie, Anna. I've got no interest in paying for who's the other character? Armor King. I like Armor King, but I want to play fuck around. I'm not paying for them. I pay for the characters that I want to play with. I'm not paying to lab characters. I'm not giving them money. That's ridiculous. We should be able to lab them anyway.
I know. So, it should be like Multiversus, right?
Yeah, but Multiversus is shit. So it doesn't. It cancels out.
Take it away. Take it away. I got him.
You didn't get me though.
I did.
They have to give you shit for free because who's going to pay for horse manure, bro?
I'm talking about the practice. I'm not talking about the shit.
No,
I'm talking about the practice. I'm talking about the bag you get the shit in.
Oh my god!
You know, they have the money to give to not have to have you pay for the characters. The characters are not even animated properly. You got people animating like this. And of course, you know that
Hold on.
No, like Game & Watch in 2025. Of course,
crazy. The NRS had said that. Crazy how the NRS had said that. That's wild.
This is a Terminator. No. This is a Terminator normal. That's really MK1 and 11. And like, hold on.
You're talking to the wrong guy. I think MK11 and MK1 are shit.
Okay, that's fine. But you said
when you played it.
The Game & Watch shit was out of line. Now I gotta step in. I couldn't take it. You've been just saying shit for 5 minutes. All right, Mike. Listen. First Multiversus problem. That shit was fucked up. The rollback to a lot of other stuff. It was messed up. But the gameplay was fast and fun as hell. Right? They decided to shut it down. That was the biggest mistake of Multiversus off-rip. Shutting it down instead of just going through the motion. But they thought, they shut it down after that beta period because they were like, they couldn't upkeep the demand. Look at you. No, see, because you're trying to make me say some other shit. But the main reason is because they didn't have enough time to fix everything that they wanted to adjust in that beta period. So they shut it down and they come back in 2024, 2020, whatever, 23, whatever. So legit, here's the thing y'all don't know. I'm giving y'all an exclusive and I won't say the person, but I'm a hater of this person now.
Oh.
And somebody that worked on the dev team, he was like, I think I want hits to be as methodical and be very resemblant of Street Fighter 6.
Oh.
Now that makes no fucking sense for a platform fighter if you actually play those games. How did you get making things slower instead of adding a fucking drive rush? Doesn't make sense in my head, even for a platform fighter. But I digress. We get Multiversus comeback, and this is where the downfall begins. Right? Now I'm a big fan of slower paced games. However, I already knew it wasn't going to resonate with everybody. Game comes out, the game's slow as shit. Slow as hell. The sauce, they fucked it up. Now, people that have been playing that game, we have been telling them the complaints for 3 seasons. 3 seasons. The last season, they fixed it all. And the reason why they fixed it at the end is because Player First Games was like, maybe we could get all the player base back. We could keep it alive. Multiversus, if it was successful, it would have been going on until 2032 because they had 10 seasons planned.
Were they
10
high?
seasons. I almost got my dragon in the game, man. That shit hurt. How to Train Your Dragon lit too.
Listen, I come from a time, I'm sure Hawk can appreciate this, where
Here he go. Back in my day, man.
Back in my day.
my
Told
day,
you. Doesn't resonate.
We used to buy games, and they used to be full and complete. Now, granted,
Barely.
Oh my god.
Granted, this was free, but
He's not
why it
wrong.
was free. We know why it was free, guys. Let's keep it.
Because it's called a beta.
It was free because
We were talking about. Sorry,
you
go.
know how betas used as like a derogatory term in like when we talk about men.
Man, I quit.
Yo. Let's not do any fresh and fit shit. I know what you mean. Like,
Yeah, the game was the equivalent, right? It's a beta of a game.
this is just slander.
Multi-who, bro. Multi-deads. Go on.
Slut. Do you know what this? I don't know if there's something bitter in your heart about the IP. I think that's why you secretly dislike it. Because
Why would
the
I
IP of
like it? They had Super Saiyan Shaggy. They had Black Adam.
yeah, the IP is
Wait,
sick.
Super Saiyan Shaggy was in
Yes.
Multiversus?
Look, even Hawk, you're interested, right? It's too late because it's dead. But is that not sick? There is very few games that can go, this character's going to be in it and you're going to get it regardless. Very few games that do that. I'd say this and probably Fighter Z were the most epic fumbles in human history. Human history. Because,
he was a success though.
it was at the start. That's true. Yeah, Multiversus was never successful at the start. Okay, fair enough.
But Fighter Z sold like 10 million copies, right?
Yeah, but now it's a complete mess. It was a fumble.
They broke it, but at least it had quite a run.
You can't even say Multiversus wasn't even a success at the start because it was breaking fighting game accolades left and right. That first month was beautiful. Like the most played fighting game on Steam history.
Let me just chime in really quick and say that I actually, how many people
on it.
I did play. No, it's nothing too relevant. I just wanted to say I have played Multiversus and I did like it, but I had already played Smash Ultimate and Melee and everything. And when I compared everything in Multiversus to Smash, it felt like. Okay, Yaya and C4, you're gonna fucking hate me for this, but it felt like someone from the platforming game community vomited, and that was Multiversus. That was what it felt like to me. It felt good to play, and at the same time, it's just like, why is my character doing this and floating all over the place? I didn't understand it.
This is perfect.
That's why they call him Grandmaster.
I liked Multiversus. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big DC fan. I love DC. There were some characters in the game I didn't even recognize because some of the characters seemed like they came from newer cartoons, right? But I liked it. But in comparison to the other games that I played, it felt weird to me. It just did not feel like a finished product somehow.
This is perfect because I didn't play the Smash games, and this goes full circle
so
to what I was explaining to you before.
Two sides of
No, we're the same side because you know what you said.
Coin, yeah.
You said the game was good, but because of your reference to Smash, you didn't like it.
Right.
But you did say the game was good.
Yeah,
now,
I liked it. Yeah.
So you know that part of you. I guess if we go Grandmaster Hawk, I'm the grand part. I like it. I don't have the old part of Smash is like this or Brawlhalla's like this. So it's just good. It's just a good game when you don't compare it to a game similar to it, right?
Yeah, but
yes, that much I can definitely agree with.
That's like living in a nation that is just stricken with poverty, and every like week or so you get a bit of water, and you're like, "This is the best." And then you go outside, you go to another country, and you're like, "Wait, they just have water here, like everywhere." Wait, why would I? And then you go back home and you're like, wait, hold on a second, we got problems. That's what
I should not be.
That's not it. You're assuming that I'm living in poverty. I was not living in poverty. You know why? Because my pockets stayed full. Because the game was free. My pockets were full, and I could buy these 2.5D Bleach games that are just RPS, the simulator, and promote it because it was fun to do that and argue with people.
But bro, it was free for a reason.
Because it's called a beta, yes. That's how it
It
works.
never came out of beta stages, bro.
I know, because people couldn't. You know what? My hot take, and it's not true. No. People didn't like it, not just because of the smash thing. That was a big thing. But I don't think there's many people that are comfortable playing the game with no blocking in it. And I liked it for that. I liked that there was no blocking. Move, bitch. Fucking smoothment. Everyone wants that. Everyone plays games for smoothment. That game you had to move.
Hold on. I am in the boat that I'm a Smash glazer, okay? And I'm gonna be real. I've been playing Smash my whole fucking life. I've been there since 64. I've been there since 3 Wii U. You want to be real? I have switches. This is not even all my switches.
I'm digging the flex. Keep going.
But this is just the basic switch. The other two is modded. One has training modes, and I'm serious. This shit means something to me when it comes to Smash Bros. But I will say, problem with Ultimate. I think Ultimate is a cool game until you get down to like nitty gritty logistics of it. The way Tekken players hate Tekken 8 right now, that is me with Smash Ultimate, right? So that's why I don't play Smash right now. But Multiversus did everything that Smash didn't do. It had rollback, has crossplay, right? It has actual training mode.
Talk to
it. Has save states.
Praise be.
It has costumes.
Yes.
DLC. I can keep going on. There's a lot that Multiversus did.
What you're telling me is that Multiversus had Nutella, Lotus Biscoff, Oreo all poured on top of a pile of shit.
No, you want to tell you what the pile of shit was? You want to tell you what the pile of shit was? It's not the game. It's Warner Bros. That's
the game was shit, bro.
No, it's Warner Bros. Fault that the game is the way you see it. That's why I hate them. Everybody talking about Injustice 3. Oh, now y'all want Injustice 3. After everything else sucks. Fuck y'all. I'm tired of this. Like, no, I'm tired of NRS. Like, NRS fans piss me off. Like, I've been saying, I love Injustice. Now y'all don't care about zoning. Now y'all care again. Like, what do y'all want?
They want
By the way, crossplay is not a point against Smash Brothers.
Yes,
you can't have crossplay with Smash Bros.
Okay, but that's the thing. Smash don't get it, so I'm using it as a point.
But but they would. Smash couldn't have it.
Why not?
That's like saying Mario Kart ain't got crossplay. Well, obviously not. Crossplay of who?
Okay.
Where they go? Where they play?
I get what you mean, but I can play with more people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point I'm making.
You would be able to play with more people if people were playing it, but no one's playing it because it's dead.
Mike, do you have a Switch?
Options, Mike.
Yeah, I have got a Switch right here.
C4, you got a Switch?
I do.
Hawk, you got a Switch?
Yeah, I got the Switch and the Switch.
Never mind, I can't use the point. Fuck. So, like, point still stands. You are right.
I ain't got a Switch too.
Yeah.
I don't use my Switch.
I ain't paying for
I don't want to run into Mike online.
Wise man. Wise man.
The big thing with Multiversus, I will say as a Smash person, I hate that there's no block button. And
get with the times.
Hold on. Wait. No, ain't no get with the times. Y'all just want to mash. That's why people.
No, I want to move.
You want to move? You can move in both. Melee existed 20 years before.
Bro, I'm not playing any Smash game.
No, hold on. I'm gonna chime in here on that as well. You said Multiversus didn't have block, right?
Yeah.
It also did not have fucking grabs, which pissed me the fuck off. Like,
neutral.
What kind of platform fighter doesn't have? I'm pretty sure that one is. I don't even know if it's free to play anymore. Brawlhalla. I think it has something like I don't really know much about Brawlhalla, but I'm pretty sure even that game was a bit more fleshed out.
That game,
wait.
Is dog shit.
Let me go. Tag me in.
Go ahead.
Tag me. Okay, tag me in. Right. Why have we all got this FGC brain slot brain that games have to have what the previous games have? Why can't there be a game without block and throws? Why not?
Should we just create a game about punches and kicks as well?
Yo, no, that's not the point.
It's called wrestling. Grappling.
Wrestling?
Wrestling got punches
and kicks. That's not a game. Wrestling game.
You can make it. Make a game where you just SPD. You just make SPDs.
Well, why would anyone play that? You just want to play dive kick.
You've just answered my question with a question. Nice try, buddy. Why not?
Why would I want to play a game that doesn't wait, hold on. You're saying that we should start creating fighting games and removing the the basics from them.
No. I'm saying what's wrong with that. No. They're not even basics. You poisoned the world perfectly. They're not basic. You don't have to have that.
Those are not basic in a fighting game. Do you want to name?
They're normal. They're not basic. You can make a game without throws. Dive kick, footsies. There's plenty of games with. Well,
I can make a game without common sense as well. Like, what are we saying?
Okay, nice.
What are we saying?
Cool. So you don't have an answer. Okay, say less.
No, but you're saying to me, why not? And I'm like, well, what's the good reason for having them out in the first place?
I don't need a good reason. You have to tell me why it's a bad reason. It could be just me. It could be neutral.
The game that you do, the reason you need a good reason is because the framework you're working from died.
No, because there's bad things that companies do with their games and people still buy it. So success isn't a marker. You think season 2 Tekken was successful? People still pay money.
No, but we're talking specific. You're talking about a game that doesn't have a block button and you can't grab and it died. And I'm saying to you, why would I want to play a fighting game that doesn't have the bare minimum in it in its basic mechanics? Those are two things that have existed. I don't know if there is a fighting game that doesn't have those.
And so what Mike is saying is like every fighting game for the most part has had blocking and throws. So like that's the bare minimum of a fighting game. So why should any of us pay for a fighting game specifically that doesn't have those two when it's supposed to be part of the bare minimum, the mechanics?
Yeah, sell it to me. Why?
I don't need to sell it to you because it's free. It was a free game.
No, but I'm saying that I don't want to play it. Right? Okay. Let's say that Multiversus comes out and they're demoing it to people. And one of the things that comes up in the presentation is we don't have blocks and we don't have grabs. And then your stream chat is going, what the fuck, blah, blah. And then Twitter starts hating. As a developer or someone that enjoys the game, two people that played it, obviously, sell it to me.
Okay. Do you know that I'm going to pull this percentage out of my ass. It's probably true, though. 98.7% of players hate grapplers. That's probably true, right? I've never heard of someone saying, I love fighting grapplers. Have you ever heard that?
I did because I played.
Hold on. That don't.
I'm just saying.
That doesn't count.
Let's go with you. Let's go with what you're saying.
You're in the the 2.3%. That's fine.
Yeah,
but most people
0.001%.
Well, wait, hold on. I feel like that would only apply to a fighting game if the fighting game actually has characters that are classified as grapplers. So why would that even be an issue for Multiversus? Am I on the wrong track here?
So in general, I would say yes, but people hate Cammy because of a normal throw, not because of command grab.
Okay.
Throw loops in Street Fighter, you don't have to have a command grab. It's just the throw mechanic as itself. Grand Blue used to have the same issue. Grand Blue has the same issue. So just throwing, people hate it because of the strike throw RPS. If you watch Bleach, that's what that game is. The threat of the strike is because of throws. So for an RPS system, yes, you need that. But if you're cultured and you like footsies, you don't need command grabs and you don't need to block. Everyone wants to play like Alex Valle and they shimmy left and right and shit. Everyone does that.
The threat of Bleach is the net code. I'm just keep going.
And finding the player. But yeah, you don't need those things. I know you're normalized to them. I understand. You've been conditioned and brainwashed to think that you need those mechanics.
Hey. Conditioned. Let's not use brainwashed. Let's use the word conditioned for now.
You're still not selling me on it because you're just telling me that I don't need them. What is in place of it, or what is the reason for why they're not?
All right, let me help. Let me jump in here because I can explain it.
Go.
New Multiverses, instead of blocking, you did have perfect parry and counter parry, right? So essentially, if somebody is mashing on you, right, if you time the dodge button at the moment, you freeze the opponent, and then you could take your turn back, right? And what that did for Multiversus and a lot of other platform fighters that don't have it, it makes it to where neutral isn't just one-sided, and there's counterplay to very strong options. And Multiversus, Finn is an example of a very strong option. Batman's Batarang was an option. Superman being broken for the 10th time in every fucking video game he is. That was a viable option against some of the strongest tools. So they did have that way to where you didn't have the block button, but you had a way to counter off of it and play defensive from it. Another thing in Multiversus, at least let's talk about the 2024 version, the recent one before it shut down completely. They did have meter stalling. So the way in Smash, if you know Smash with guard, if you roll about a certain amount of times, the more you roll, the weaker it gets. And even in Smash, a lot of moves stale the more you use a move. which is why you might see somebody at like 100% if you ever play Smash. You try to go for a back air, you're like, wait, that should have killed. No, you stalled the move out and you don't get the full launch back or knockback from it. Yada, yada, yada. In Multiversus, they took that concept instead of the attack moves, they put it on the dodge mechanic. You had a dodge meter, and if you ran out of dodge meter, you had a weaker dodge. So for everything that was missing, there was a mechanic in place in Multiversus.
TLDR, do you like movement in games, Mike?
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose I like to move.
There you go. This game was all about movement.
You don't like movement.
Yeah, but I also like to block.
Well, you know, can I? I will tell you something. This might hurt, so this isn't like promoting it to you, but this is a painful truth. Blocking is the option God gives you when you can't space yourself correctly. So you're basically admitting that you're a failure as neutral.
C4, can I chime in really quick on that? Let me chime in really quick.
Absolutely.
Mike, I know that you like to be able to block and you're treating it as like a fighting game because platformers are at the core supposed to be some type of fighting game, right? But even I know, and this aspect was taken from Smash, in Multiversus you could still spot dodge, because I used that mechanic. You could also still do a dodge roll or whatever it was called. I don't really know the name of the mechanic. But the game gave you those options. Just because you can't block doesn't necessarily mean that the game was ass. Is this where the whole argument is stemming from?
No, the game's asked for multiple reasons. We're talking about
Yo,
this.
why are you being this way? Then he got his hand up like
look at the hands, bro.
Yeah, like he's locked in on the
Hold on. I want to respond to what he just said. Right? You're saying that I can't space myself properly. All the while, you have played Street Fighter, you know what Cycle Crusher is. You know that shit can go full screen.
Okay, that's one game that you casually play, but MK, you have a block button. You literally have I can't do this, fuck that.
Yeah, the reason that there's a block button in MK is that people appear behind you at lightning fast speeds. You kind of need it because when they introduced Scorpion to Injustice, do you remember what he did to Injustice? He made half the player base quit.
Yes, Injustice
Skill issue, bro. If you play any fighting game, that's
anime.
Hold
on, wait. I can't
wait. He said, because no, Yaya. Did you not hear what he said? He said, someone can teleport. What do you think? There's no teleports in anime games?
No, C4. Wait, have you played Injustice?
Injustice 1, people played that for money.
Have you played Marvel, my dude? Have you seen Zero?
Stop, Yaya. C4, have you played Injustice?
Yes. Have you played Marvel?
No, you're lying. You've not played Injustice.
Would you want void? I played. Oh my!
You did not play Injustice when Scorpion came out. There's no way you're.
Yes, I did. I can tell you why. Because I was at Versus Fight and Nevek was helping me with the Wonder Woman. I was playing Wonder Woman at the time.
Okay, so then
Versus Fight in I can't remember what year it was.
Why did they nerf Scorpion?
Because it's a skill issue. As someone who plays Marvel, left, right, get good. Hold left, right. A block button's weak. I like block buttons, by the way. I'm just saying. I admit that it's a weakness of myself.
Mortal Kombat is not Marvel, okay?
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
slower.
have the defensive mechanics that Marvel has either. As you are well aware, there's no such thing as push
it's easier to block in that game. Without the block button, it would be easier.
In Marvel, Marvel is a completely separate game to Mortal Kombat. Okay?
See how we don't compare now?
It doesn't function in the same way whatsoever. No, we can make comparisons like this. The reason that I'm comparing Smash to Multiverse is that one is good as one is shit. I'm talking about mechanics now. Do you think Mortal Kombat would be better off with back to block?
I don't know.
I can tell you that it wouldn't.
Okay.
100% it would be to the game's detriment. There's too much shit in Mortal Kombat that is already oppressive historically without you also pressing back and people are teleporting behind you at lightning speed and converting into like 50%. We don't need that shit.
Whatever concept. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm going to say it. Any concept you can come up with in Mortal Kombat, what are we talking like? Are we talking about 1 or prior to 1?
Any? Use MKX. Use MK9.
Okay. Any concept or situation, MKX, I can find a worse one in Marvel and they don't have a block button in it. So you can say that, well, if you imagine that it didn't have a block button, I'll be like, well, yeah, this situation's worse in this game and it doesn't have a block button.
But Marvel has assists and it has push block and it has air guard as well. It's got loads of different things in it. Loads of Mortal Kombat ain't got that. You stand there and you hold it. And even in Mortal Kombat.
And you have a combo breaker in MK.
Yeah, you got combo breaker.
Oh,
Once you lose your
there you
combo
go.
breaker, that's it.
Okay, you've got a combo breaker. You've got a block button and a combo breaker.
You know what the problem here is? Yeah. C4
Bro, your hands are sweaty.
likes
That
to be a
person holding your hand on
contrarian.
defense.
You like being a contrarian for no reason, bro. For no
Look,
reason. We saw what Scorpion did to Injustice. We
It's
were all there
okay.
for it.
It's okay.
It wasn't okay, though.
No. If you need someone to hold your hand with a combo breaker and a block button because you're scared of mix, that's just the game. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, hold on. Before you go, let me just ask you this then. If Tekken had a character that could move around like Scorpion,
Sorry, what game? Tekken.
Tekken, yeah.
Yeah, because you're bringing up Marvel, so let's bring up another game then that you're more familiar with now than you were before. It's
True.
Tekken, right? If Tekken had a character like Scorpion, where he teleports and the EX meter converts into a combo, do you think it'll be okay given the fact that in Tekken it's neutral to block, they can take your back, and or you can also use back to block?
I don't know, but that's because I haven't played enough to understand the importance of mids beating crouching.
Okay, let me explain to you. Like a perfect example is Soul Calibur, right? Soul Calibur is kind of like Tekken with swords, but they have a block button. If Soul Calibur removed the block button, do you know what kind of chaos characters like Algo, who already caused a lot of chaos on that game, would have caused with his teleport? That would have been an absolute fucking nightmare for everybody involved. So you can't have a game like that without a block button, with characters teleporting all over the place.
Do all the Soul Caliburs have the parry mechanic?
What's that?
Do all the Soul Caliburs have the parry mechanic, or is that only some of the Soul Caliburs?
They've got Just Guard, but yeah, Just Guard is basically just parry, but not all of them have it, I don't think.
Then just react, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Skill issue.
Oh my god, these guys are bringing up Akuma. Akuma's teleport is not like Scorpion's, guys. Please, let's not do this. Have you not played Mortal Kombat? Are you being?
I have barely played Mortal Kombat, but only because I've got my hands full with the Dragon Ball stuff. But even I know that it's not the same thing, and I've used Scorpion and shit, guys. Come on, like Akuma's not the same thing.
Forget Scorpion. Can you imagine Noob Saibot? This guy flies through the air and comes up through a wormhole. And you want there to be no block button? You've got. Hold
on a minute. You've got something to react to. That's insane. I can't believe you're complaining about a reactable move.
I don't think that you know what? You don't play Mortal. I don't know why I'm doing this. You're taking the piss out of me right now.
Wait. I do play Injustice. I legit Mortal Kombat. I played Collector, and that was about it.
You played Collector, right?
Yeah.
Get this guy out of here. What's he talking about? Collector?
Space control. Space control.
I can't. I get where C4 is coming from. Like, not every game got to be the norm.
Yeah, not every game has to be the norm,
yes.
But so.
Tell Mike that then, not me. Tell Mike.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, Multiversus isn't even a traditional fighting game, so I don't know why we were having that argument in the first place. It's a platforming fighter, I think. I've actually never seen if Multiversus had platformers.
Platform fighters are fighting games, man.
Yeah,
I didn't say they aren't. I'm just saying what Mike's point is.
I get that. I think the whole ordeal is Multiversus is a game that there's a lot of reasons why people should just say it's shit.
Mike's so over this.
Bro, there's like Kenjamin's in the chat saying Mike's saying every game needs to be the same. That's what C4's saying.
No, I'm saying the opposite.
That's not what he's saying.
Yes, I'm saying the opposite. Because Mortal Kombat.
Well, he brought up the whole blocking concept, and that's why he tried to say the thing about neutral. I don't agree with that, but he said the thing about neutral, and his whole thing was that why does it need to be like this?
Yes.
No, you're conflating them. Okay, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you where you guys have gone wrong.
Okay.
I don't need every fighting game to be the same. I'm not saying that I want Multiversus to be the same, but every fighting game I've ever heard of, you can block. If I can't block in the game, you're gonna have a hard time selling me on it. I'm not saying that I won't listen, but you then saying why can't you just back to block in Mortal Kombat? Is you saying why don't you just make it like every other fighting game?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay.
No. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. In that situation, I'm saying it's a show of weakness that you need a block button in that game. That's what I'm saying.
It's just an eyebrow raiser. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's shit for that reason. It's not shit for that reason, although maybe it is. I don't know. I only played it a very small amount. And to be honest with you, I don't really remember much about the fight. I think I was fighting Bugs Bunny, and I was like, why am I using Black Adam?
What's up, Doc?
Hold it down.
Anyway, it doesn't matter because the game is dead, so I won.
Smash his monitor, bro.
Yeah, it's okay, yeah.
This, y'all want you to know this was YouTube comments every day. Like,
yeah, but I'm only playing. Like, obviously,
okay, I know you playing, but like, there was people dead ass saying this. Like,
yeah, I don't know. People are weird. Like, I don't like Multiversus. I'm just taking the piss a little bit. If people really enjoyed it, at least you didn't waste your money, right? You didn't pay for it, so you didn't waste your money.
Nah, I think deep down Mike actually hates this game.
I just spent a lot of money. I spent a lot of money on Multiversus. I can't even lie to you.
I thought it was free.
It is free, but I was the cosmetic person.
Oh, they sold you cosmetics,
bro. I was Wonder Woman up.
Wow. Was it like Guna content?
I'm not answering that because Glocko did focus in his video yesterday. No, because because he was like, because somebody was, Digimon's coming out and you can mount characters, and if you know Digimon, he was like, can you mount Andrew Woman? And I was like, I don't know, I'm not sure. And he was like, how do you know? And he put that shit in the video. I was like, don't put it in the video. And he put it in there, and he looked at the camera like this, and I'm like, come on, bro. Like, I'm a gooner, but I'm a gooner with a purpose. There's a difference, okay?
Honest, right?
You're a gooner with a purpose?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Meaning, I pay for gooner for a good reason, because it looks cool. I'm not gooning to play the game with one fucking hand.
I mean, that's fair. I like people playing Marvel Rivals with, what's her name, Emma Frost.
Oh, we don't talk about them people.
Sarah J.
We don't talk about them people.
Now, when I said I get called the world's worst gooner, who the fuck said Sarah J? You're not getting away with that. I heard that.
I think it was C4.
Absolutely
I don't even know
never.
Who that is, so.
I don't know who it is.
Don't search her name, chat. If there's any people that are young here, don't search her name.
Yes, do not.
But listen, if you buy Guna content, that's fine. I did a Resident Evil 5 stream the other day. I was pairing up with people that are in my community, and they had Sheva in her tribal outfit, and I was like, didn't even know it was a thing. They had her in a little Red Riding Hood outfit, so Guna content sells. It's just.
But why is everything Gooner content? Like, there was a point in life we could be like, yo, that shit's hot. Now every time you look at something, they be like, "Ooh, he about to beat off." No, like I can't say something sexy no more.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Yaya, because I remember back in my day, when we saw like really cool skins and shit, we wanted that because it looked cool. There wasn't any like weird thing about it.
Yeah, I'm only taking the piss. I'm cool with it, man. Like maybe spending it on Multiversus where they can't even animate the characters properly. That might have been a waste of money. But in general,
I'm gonna fight this man, y'all.
Okay, you know what? Listen, Mike, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one front because I think you started off by saying that your favorite character is Black Adam, right? And that was like the main reason that you wanted to play it. Shitting on Multiversus because of how they animated your favorite character, not the way to go.
I'm saying the whole
justifiable.
Game. The whole game is animated.
Well, he was broken too. Like he had me. I was mad as fucking. When they dropped his ass in that game, I was mauling because everybody was picking him. He had the same dumbass shit from Injustice with the cloud. I've always hated that shit, and they put it back in a platform. Yes, he got the foot dive that was cancelable. He was fucked up.
Mike, Yaya's gonna keep you on this call to have words after it's all over.
No, I'm not. I'm cool. Look, literally, in my brain right now, I am Multiversus' biggest hater.
Oh,
I mean, Warner Bros' biggest hater. I'm sorry, Warner Bros.
There we go. That's
because right now, I cannot trust a single product from them coming forward.
That's
like, and I'm gonna say this right now.
Wait, don't curse Injustice. Don't curse Injustice, please.
No, I got to. I have to put it out.
Oh my.
Injustice, I'm probably gonna end up buying it anyway because it's Batman on the fucking cover. I'm a Batman and Superman person. If it's just MK1, when I see Batman and Superman in the gameplay, you can have $100. I'm sorry, they're my goats. But right now, it's fuck Warner Bros.
Are you gonna go see Superman then?
Hell yeah, I'm going to see Superman. That shit gonna be lit.
Yeah,
I got the tickets ready. I'm ready.
I'm gonna watch Jurassic World tomorrow, so I got my hoodie on, but I ain't got high hopes for it. I've not heard good things.
Can I ask a question and jump off? I don't want to keep up the line.
There's only one more call after this. I know Grandmaster needs to go. There's one more guy and then more.
Okay, cool. I actually wanted to ask Grandmaster this. Is there anything that you've kind of learned or adopted from arena fighters that you feel give you an advantage in like 2D or platformers?
I know
Repeat that one more time.
Is there anything you've learned from arena fighters that have given you, in your mind, like an advantage over other people in 2D games or platform fighters?
I would say no. A friend of mine who I'm actually planning to visit for the first time next month, I had a conversation with him about this. The conversation was basically like, is there anything that you've learned and can take from X, Y, and Z game that you can apply to another game? And my answer to that was, yeah, there's a lot of different things. And the best thing about playing these games is to being an open-minded person, because you never know what you can learn and what can be applicable in any other game. I mean, besides the muscle memory for all of us, because even though traditional fighting games and arena fighters don't necessarily share the same inputs, the inputs from both sides can help each other in various aspects of both games. And if you know what you're doing, I wouldn't say it's an advantage, but I would say that you can pick up the game faster. That
answer, instant subscribe, by the way. I'll just subscribe to you. Sick answer. That was a sick answer. I respect it.
My answer for that, there's a couple things actually. Tekken, I have gained a lot more tolerance for bullshit and neutral. Like Tekken, being new to it, like there's some shit in arena fighters that's fucked up, but heat antics piss me the fuck off. Like, like some characters in Heat, the shit like dealing with the guard, like Tekken. That first week of Tekken was so demoralizing because you got people in my chat coming in and be like, "Bro, just duck it." Why the fuck am I ducking it? Like, give me a reason. Like, give me something. Like, work with me here, bro. Yeah, and like they would just say duck. Just, the character that made me mad, and I was about to roast Tekken because I liked the character till I fought him. Lee was pissing me off, bro. It was.
Can I add on to that really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing I can add to that is that when you're coming from any fighting game, right, and you're coming to a brand new one, the first thing that you'd probably asking yourself if you care about the game is, does this game have this mechanic, that mechanic? Does the game allow me to do this because the game I'm coming from allowed me to do this? Does the game have cheese? Does it have anything that I can learn to counter that cheese? Are there counter plays? What mechanics does the game offer me as a player, as someone who wants to be able to build a strong neutral or a strong defense and then counter all the bullshit? Like, I can tell you guys one thing, coming from Raging Blast 1 and 2, and I'm using these as a reference because if anyone has played those games, you know that there was a lot of spam because both games are beyond broken. Like, there was a lot of spam in those games. Playing those games and coming to another fighting game where, like Yaya just said a moment ago, if like there's something that really pissed him off, right? If you're about to encounter something, you can build up resilience and patience to any kind of game mechanic in a new game if you've dealt with something that is just as annoying in a game that you've come from. And that, C4, is where I would say it is an advantage mentally, because you need the patience in order to play a fighting game and learn and not give up. The moment you give up, you lose.
Yeah,
I can see that because some of the top Dragon Ball Fighter players came from Budokai, I think. Oh no, I think Yasha used to play Ninja Storm.
Yes, he did.
And Kaiden used to play. I can't remember what arena. I think it was Tenkaichi. I think, but yeah, a lot of the French players that came to fighters were from arena fighters. That's why no one heard of them, and they were like, "You ain't gonna pick this up," and they turned out to be some of the best players.
I will say, just to narrow it down, number one, arena fighters made me look at movement differently in traditional fighting games. Because in arena fighters, I come from Storm, and like movement's key. The way you move, you do have the substitution game, but the thing about why Storm is so good and why it's so popular, the pace is the pace because of the substitution gauge. And the goal of the game, which is another point, is the mentality, like Hawk said, is because now I'm okay with picking, like me personally, because of arena fighters, I'm okay with picking a broke ass character because I know that I don't want to get holed by some bullshit, right? And when I come to the other games, like for example, Bleach, I wanted to play Yoruichi. To me, Yoruichi's ass, right? So I'm not salty about it. I'm like, you know what? Go ahead, pick Soy Phone or pick Nelliel, right? I was perfectly fine in that regard. And coming to other fighting games, I started being like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna have fun anyway playing this other character. And I think the mentality of just like sticking it out helped from arena fighters because you deal with a lot of bullshit. If you've actually played Burning Blood when it was active, like, and there was tournaments on like Discord. That was like early Discord, by the way. People were getting hold. Like if you had a Logia or something, you were broken. Like Strong World Ace, Marco, you couldn't catch. Like people used to curse me out in bracket because I would play Marco, I would hit them, and it'd be like 30 counts left. And I'd be like, well, let me do this invincible move, and then I will fly to the other side of the map, and they couldn't catch me. So like for me, like tactics like that, it translates over to other fighting games. I want to see the win screen.
Yeah, it absolutely does translate over. And like you said, like taking a broken character, depending on the games, like if you take a broken character, the game offers different mechanics to the player to counter whatever those broken mechanics might be. Sometimes the game has it, sometimes the game doesn't. In Tenkaichi and Raging Blast, we have those options, and that's one of the biggest issues with Sparking Zero is that there aren't any counter plays. Just to put that out there, there are no proper movement mechanics and proper counter plays to help players deal with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku pre-patch and other really high damaging characters. If the game ever gets movement, you guys will see so much change to Sparking Zero that, well, at this point, I don't even know if it's even going to happen now that the equal footing thing is there, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, that's all I had to add to that point.
I just want to ask before C4 goes, based on the question that you asked Yaya and Hawk, do you think we'll ever see a person say in like a grand finals or on YouTube, I came from Multiversus?
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I knew that was coming from a mile away. I saw that grin on your face, Mike. I saw that coming from a mile away.
I can't. I swear, bro. I promise you, it's gonna happen. If they make another Smash, it's gonna happen.
Well, they could be good at Tekken 8, right? Because people are just mashing their controllers, right? It's super offensive. Then no one blocks.
That's not Multiversus, bro. If you match a Multiversus, I'm TODing you.
Is that why Mike was grinning that whole time?
I know he held his hand up like this.
Mike had that in his mind the whole time.
He put his hand up like Goku was finna call for a Genki Dama. Like he was ready.
I was just curious because, like, you know, some people have come from Ninja Storm, some people come from Fighters, Guilty Gear, Tekken. I was just wondering, will we ever?
Y'all don't know. As you say that, Mike and Knight came from Naruto Storm. He was one of the first people.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he
Storm,
came from Naruto Storm.
Another champion. I'm just wondering, will there ever be a time where it's like, hey, I came from Multiverses?
So I don't think so, just because it's a beta. You know what I mean? I don't think there was enough time to introduce more players, but it did kind of show and display good players from other games on that. I think the Twins got really high in Evo. Ketchup and Mustard. I think they got top 8.
Oh, what, Multiverses?
Yeah. I know Pred, K7. So I think it did what Dragon Ball did, where it brought in people from other scenes and they could play how they wanted in that game because there was so much freedom and options.
Well, technically, you could use Roy because he was just in the Seijian Slam.
And it tapped into another part of fighting games, which is like team ups. I was there when Ketchup and Mustard were playing. I was like, you guys have an unfair advantage or some arse and ass shit because you're telepathically linked. You're playing a 2v2 is unreasonable.
They would have. A lot of people told me that Evo. People were like, damn, I'm so, because they was watching I found out some people watched my content in 2022 because they were like, damn, you lucky my flight got canceled. That was going to be the freest money. Because like
That does
random,
sound. It sounds. No, I'll admit it sounds cool.
I
Ketchup
wanna-
and Mustard were playing, and one of them was like, "You need to watch my back because there's literally no block button." And that sounds pretty good, man. It sounds pretty cool. Definitely a game that I'd want to play.
yo,
I shouldn't have been so violent with my words towards Mike. I should have came in softly, nicely. I should have told him about Ketchup and Mustard. Ketchup played Taz, and you know his tornado spin move? It gives your partner a speed boost.
Oh, that's cool.
That is actually a really cool mechanic.
yeah, certain team up.
Fuck, I should have started off with the good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't talk about the attributes, but I was just gonna let you
You should
go.
have led it with that.
I was just gonna let you cook. I was like, I can
Who
tell
did-
you why the
who
game.
did- Who did his brother play?
I think he was playing Bugs, but Bugs got nerfed, and I can't remember who he played in tournament. It might have been Wonder Woman, actually. It might be Wonder Woman.
Everybody played Wonder Woman.
Yeah, shields up, buff. But yeah, you should watch Evo Multiversus top 8 one day.
Was that the same? What that was at Evo Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
Warner
Well,
Brothers.
If I ever feel like torturing myself, I'll definitely put it on.
C4, Mike's just gonna
no.
watch that, and he's gonna like watch it on stream and call it No Block Simulator.
Yeah.
You know what? You could do that, but if he puts Multiversus on his stream, I'll take that as a win, and I'm sure Yaya would as well. If you put Multiversus on your stream in 2025, that's a big W for me. So he can take the piss out of it, but as long as there's more than one person watching, I'm happy.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Hey, listen, maybe one day someone will convince me to do mushrooms and I'll do something stupid on stream. But until then, probably not.
I'm gonna go find some clips. I believe I can change his mind. I'm on a mission now.
I'll be waiting.
I got tournament clips. So hold on.
I will say this: I don't know about Warner Brothers in MK games or Injustice, but for the Evo, I know they paid them literally within like an hour.
Oh yeah, they paid them an hour.
Yeah, straight to the PayPal. I don't know how they're like that. If they're like that with NRS
The
games.
Multiversus paid them within an hour.
Warner Brothers.
Oh, okay, well, Mortal Kombat doesn't usually happen.
Yeah, I think they love that child a bit more.
Well, maybe they were just like we made so much money from all the cosmetic gooning that Yaya's put into it that we could just give back real quick.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'll stay forever. All right.
Take it easy, C4.
I'm not gonna act like I didn't
Nice
spend
to
like
meet you.
You
Nice to meet you, Hulk.
$400
Pleasure.
on Wonder Woman.
In a bit,
Yeah,
Mike.
bro,
Yaya, the one time we joined forces, it was powerful. I appreciate it.
Take it easy,
Appreciate
brother.
All right.
In a bit, peace.
Cheers.
All right, Hawk, we got one more caller. It's Sun Dripku. Are you okay? Are you okay to stay for one more call?
I can stay for one more call. If I don't work out today, I'll just work out twice as hard tomorrow. But I do still want to say one more thing regarding the Sparking Zero community. I think I'll just see how this last caller goes, and we'll take it from there.
No problem. I'm just gonna quickly read out these super chats quickly. Mr. Jamie, fake for the 199. Lucky Chloe is my 11-year-old nephew's favorite character. You need to have a word. Can't be playing that character, man. Unbelievable.
You're gonna have a word with an 11-year-old? Damn,
You need
bro.
to teach him young. Say, when he picks Lucky Chloe, take the control. Pick Kazuya. Say that's a Giga Chad. Play that character. Learn some execution. Tom, thank you for the $5. Listen, I hear you, and you made some cute one isn't just freaking out, yo.
Dude, I installed Injustice 2 just last night because I've been watching a lot of DC stuff for the last couple of days. I wanted Injustice 3 so bad, man.
I'm gonna be honest. I think we're gonna reveal at the Game Awards.
You reckon that soon?
I think
Game
we're gonna
Awards.
reveal.
You're talking about November?
Yeah, November. I feel it. I feel like they already like switched up on MK before they even said something. I feel like I feel like they're around. If it's not, I'm feeling a 2028 at the earliest.
Yeah, 2020. I can see that. I don't think we're gonna get a reveal this year, though. I think the only thing we're gonna get from NRS is gonna be the remaining games on the collection.
Yeah,
I think that'll probably be the next thing that we get from them. Cam, thank you for the $2. Many platform fighters don't have grab / block, brawlhalla, and what's ROA?
Rivals of Aether, I think.
Yeah, Rivals of Aether.
Yeah, well, you know.
Hey, I'm gonna be real. The ones without the block button, they don't survive. That's all I'm gonna say. See, but I didn't want to say that. I want him to cook because I wanted my agenda pushed. But like, I don't agree. I didn't even agree with Multiversus not having a block button.
Wow. So you were a double agent.
Well, I'm not a double agent.
Double agent.
I like Multiversus, but at the same time, I'm tired of them making fucking platform fighters like we can't block or something. Like we idiots. Like.
So wait, this whole time when C4 was trying to sell it to me, in your mind you were like, he's talking shit.
I didn't say that. You thinking that? I didn't say that.
Hey C4, I hope you could hear this.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. People waiting to get in the queue.
Yeah,
sorry.
people were literally screaming
it's
that people were waiting to get in the queue
because of the Kazuya picture. That's why I was like,
people waiting to get in the call right now.
I'm so sorry. There's only one person left waiting now, so my bad, guys.
Thankfully for that.
GGB, thank you for the $2. Purposeful gooning, Frost Bunny mind control.
I don't have Snow Bunny mind control. I like everything. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna ask you a question, but it might derail the conversation.
I mean, go ahead. You still here.
I was gonna say, who's your favorite female character in Marvel Rivals?
Fuck. I'm a Frost.
Is there a particular reason?
This is exactly. I'm not gonna lie. That is a Gooner reason.
Like
I won't lie. People know me because of biking and stuff like that. And GG, I'm gonna tell, and they be like, "Why you like biking?" And like my sugarcoat reason was like she got Super Saiyan 3 here. I'm like, no, I like women with big boobs, bro. I ain't finna sugarcoat that shit.
I don't even know how many female characters are in Marvel Rivals, but the only one that I've used so far is Black Widow because I like sniping.
I've only used Magneto and I know I used Iron Man.
That's not my main, by the way, though. That's not my main Spider-Man.
I also used what's her name? That one. She's apparently some kind of psychic ninja. Psylocke, is that her name?
Psylocke, yes.
Yeah. I had no idea who she was until I played the game, but she's got a really cool design. I have no idea how to use her, but she's cool.
Isn't she the one that screams? Like she shouts something and like shit.
Oh, Psylocke?
Yeah.
Psylocke is the X-Men fan. You know who Psylocke is.
I know who Psylocke is. I'm saying when she does her super attack, is she the one that like shouts something in Japanese?
Oh yes. Yes,
yeah,
it could be Japanese too, because people play it in different languages. But if you want the Scarlet Witch, that'd be like,
that's also Scarlet Witch.
That's Scarlet Witch. That's her. But
I know Scarlet Witch turns you to like dust or something. Or she
she Thanos snaps you.
And the last one is OJ. Thank you for the $2. People call the SF6 swimsuits Gooner content. I think. Well, I mean, I just say it as a joke. They're just swimsuits. Like Flying Games have had swimsuits for ages.
I feel like people call swimsuits in video games these days Gooner content only because of the jiggle physics. It's only because of the jiggle physics. Back in our day, when we had games with all of these characters, no jiggle physics, nobody gave a damn.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, people have a lot to say on Twitter. Now we'll come back to that.
I mean, is that hold on before we even like continue? Is that even true? Because like when I was a kid playing like the older tech games or Street Fighter or any other games that had swimsuit costumes, I just look at them like, damn, that's a beautiful ass woman. Like I don't know about all that, man. I think Gooner content was.
I don't recall them having jiggle physics, but maybe
not jiggle physics. I just looked at them as a kid. I'm just like, damn.
Yeah, some games. But I mean, DOA's always had it. There were other niche anime games that had it. But yeah, sorry, Sandruku. What was your question today?
Loki, I almost forgot because I was just like enjoying the C4 interaction with y'all. Mike is doing a service to mankind, hating on multiverses, man. That shit was so boring,
Yo, kick him out. Kick him out of here.
That shit was so bro. My friend tried to put me on multiverses. He tried to put me on multiverses and Brawlhalla. Rivals of Ether, he also tried that. I didn't even like give it time, bro. Because Brawlhalla, it was okay. I played it like I say 10 hours and then I just got bored of it. I'm like weird that it made it to 10 hours even. Right now, I'd be never playing that game.
Yeah, 10 hours is a lot.
Multiverses, I don't know, man. That shit just did not clock to me, man. That shit was so boring. It was so boring. It felt weird to play. That's all that I could really describe for it. It just felt weird to play, uncomfortable, and I just didn't. I just hated it, bro. I don't know
All
what to
right,
say.
next. Titus Blanchard.
I wanted to ask Yaya, because in the chat I said I hard disagree with what he said. He said that the Sparking Zero is a fighting game first and foremost, which I do agree, and they had to fine tune the fighting game. But casuals make up the large majority of games. Fighting games, any other games, they make up the large majority of games. You use the word tourists. Tourists are what game? Tourists are the people that keep these games alive, bro. So without tourists, we wouldn't
That's not what
have
I.
any of these
That's not what I
games.
meant though when I said that. Like I know that. I'm saying even Tenkaichi 3 is designed by that. Like
Yeah, no, I'm
now
saying Tenkaichi.
So like here's
Yeah.
my thing. Like even with the extra content like Ultimate Battle, things of that nature, right? Like you ask the people that they say I want more modes. I asked them, and this is from my experience. I could be 100% wrong. I'll ask them,
Yeah.
"What do you want?" They can't give me anything, right? And when it comes to it, when I say it's a fighting game first and foremost, is that it's a revolutionized take on the Tenkaichi series brought to modern times. So like, yes, casuals are important for your game to thrive. They're the ones that's gonna be the gooners that spend the fucking 1K on costumes, right?
Fact.
Perfectly fine. I don't care. I don't care if
I'm
you're
speaking
gooning
from
to them,
experience.
you know. But okay, listen, I let it rock. But point still stands. My whole thing is not saying that we should disregard the casual base because I, as a content creator that does fighting game stuff, I look at the games as a package in the gameplay, right? And I get what casual people want. Like for example, I give you another one. Invincible Versus is coming out. I honestly think, and nobody's gonna agree with me on this, I think that's probably gonna be the best tag fighter out of all of them next
That's
year.
what I've been saying, bro.
Hold on. Hear me
Bro,
out. Hear me out. Don't
I've
look.
been saying that.
Hear me out. The big problem with Invincible Versus, though, why that probably won't happen, it's ugly. It's ugly looking to most people. It looks, and you know who designed it? Now I'm on your side, Mike. The Multiversus motherfucker designed the character design.
Oh, there, the developers.
I actually did not know
The
that.
artist, one of the artists is doing the multiverse. Yeah, see.
But I think I'll move on.
So again, that's where
But
I'm
again,
like,
it looks good though. I don't see how
okay,
people like
people want a certain stylized take from a game, right?
Yeah, I understand.
And the reason why I say this, right? I can't believe you said this after I jumped off the call.
I told you he's a double agent. He was on my side the whole time.
No, I'm not on your side all the way because I like multiverses, but there was something that I didn't agree C4 said.
No way, yeah. Repeat what you just said.
What?
You said
I was like, I'm
why
on
the
your
fuck
side for
didn't I
this
drop?
one because the artist that's doing the models for Invincible is the Multiversus artist and art director, right? In that case, a lot of people, I'm not speaking for myself, I think that shit look hard. It's like a comic book. The general public think it look ugly as shit right now. You can go look at a Invincible Versus tweet, and there's two common complaints with that game. Why is everybody fucking Superman? And why does this game look like a PS2 game? That's literally.
And on top of that, niggas are saying
I ain't
like they
got
want an
nothing
open world
against
game.
Invincible.
Oh yeah.
I actually think it looks cool. Obviously don't know how it plays, but I actually think it does look pretty cool. But yeah, fuck Multiverses. Anyway.
Real.
This is why I'm not on his side, C4, don't worry. But yeah, like I want the game to be good as a package for the casual consumer, the player base, right? Like for example, like right now I'm very casualistic in Street Fighter. It's because I have Tekken brain rot. Thank you, Tekken 8. I think I like the game, but it pisses me off. You know the Tyler 1 clip, like this game sucks, but I'm fucking addicted. That is Tekken 8. All right, I keep playing it. I'm almost at 1,000+ hours in my first Tekken. Actually playing it every day for a little bit. So like I'm confused. It's like
I have 1,024 hours, bro.
See, I quit it, but they put fucking Clive in the game. See, they put Clive in the game, and as mad as I get, I just know Clive is there.
I didn't even.
Yeah, I don't. I only have 700 hours because I stream it and let people play on stream.
Yeah.
But,
no, you didn't.
I think if I didn't do that, I'd probably have like maybe 300 hours on Tekken. but most
Yeah,
of it.
I know you don't like that shit.
Well, I'm gonna play if Pakuran comes out. I will turn it on. That will be the first time in ages. But yeah, it's this. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that gets. I don't know if there's a game that I think is bad and I still play it. I think once I think a game's bad, I turn it off.
See, see, now I don't want to be in your side because I saw that comment. You put his comment on the screen. Every fighting game is ugly if it's not made by ArcSys. Stop the ArcSys.
Yo, that's a terrible
I mean,
take.
that's a terrible take, but ArcSys is like top echelon in terms of graphics.
No, wait. The
Like,
only reason he's saying this is because he's a fighter stan. He plays Dragon Ball Fighters.
I mean, I'm a
ArcSys
fighter
are the ones
stan.
that
Fighters is
developed
like
it.
my first competitive fighting game. I love fighters.
No, let's be real.
Somebody for fighters too.
Let's be real. The most beautiful looking fighting games are normally Cyber Connects. They animate beautifully. Ninja Storm, and Demon Slayer. Look, I mean, Demon Slayer in particular. If you've seen the new Demon Slayer game, it looks absolutely stunning. So I don't. There's Fighters is good. Don't get me wrong. It's a very beautiful game. Obviously, it's dated now in comparison, but Demon Slayer blows out of the water completely. Like
I disagree, but hey, man. So
you can put the best ArcSys scene. I can put up Demon Slayer. Don't get me started on Naruto.
I mean, Naruto Stormfall, I probably would concede to that, but the dramatic finishes and fighters, I don't think I could ever I don't think
that's not even the best thing from the game.
It's not the best thing. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so good. The dramatic finishes from fighters is just so good. Like you don't even have to mention anything else about the game.
But how could you concede Naruto but not Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer looks better than Naruto.
Because Naruto, there were certain cutscenes in the Naruto story mode, specifically Stormfall. Bro, why is this nigga talking in my background? Anyways, specifically Stormfall, when I think it was Sasuke and Naruto's clash at the end, it had like this white and black impact effect, bro. I don't remember, but it was like so beautiful to me when I first saw it. And like that has been rolled into the glass of my mind ever since.
It's beautiful, but Demon Slayer it's got the same like sort of art direction almost, but it's just all updated.
Demon Slayer has more of those impact frames you're talking about too.
Yeah, I think you should go take a look at it. If you're talking about like Naruto and saying you concede, you kind of have to concede with Demon Slayer because it took what Naruto did and it just took it to the next level.
Maybe because I saw Demon Slayer, I thought it was like a Naruto Storm 4.5, and I just wasn't interested because I just don't like Demon Slayer myself. So I'm just like,
nothing like it.
Like it plays nothing like it, but when I saw it, I'm just like, oh, it looks like Storm 4.5. I'm not trying to play that, and I don't like Demon Slayer, so it doesn't play nothing like it. Okay, sure, but like I don't give a damn. But anyways, I wanted to also ask Hawk, Grandmaster Hawk, why do you think this patch is bad? Because when I first tuned it on, when the patch went live, I'm just like, oh, another Sparking Zero patch. I don't feel like playing it. I hate Sparking Zero. And then one day, I don't even know why I decided to download it. I just downloaded it. And then I started playing it. I was like, I can actually fight up against Super Saiyan 4 Gojis because I play Kale, Caulifla, like mid Goku, all of the Gokus besides Ultra Instinct Goku. And my main Goku is Dragon Ball Super Saiyan Goku. And Bardock. And Future
So, I've already stated this. I don't hate Sparking Zero. I don't know if you meant that literally or just, using the word loosely.
Yeah.
I don't hate Sparking Zero. It's just that marketed as how it was and what the expectations of a lot of people were, I just dislike it for my own reasons, coming from the background that I have. But I did also say that the patch is perfect for casuals because now, again, like Mike and Yaya said much earlier, people can now take whatever character they want into single battles, and people will actually see different characters now, which is a wonderful thing. The way that aligned for me personally, I just didn't like how that was because of my background. But again, I'm coming from games that technically weren't updated, and I use the word technically because Raging Blast was in the era of when games were getting updates, but it didn't really get any like updates. It only got a couple of enhanced characters. So the patch, my personal thoughts on it, it's just let me use sword characters as an example. So you remember in the patch notes how it said that the key slash for sword characters has become vanishable now, right?
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
Every character in Tenkaichi that had the key slash for their sword characters was useless. So going from those games to Sparking Zero, where you had the key slash, and not only was it not useless, you could actually use it to start a combo, you could use it during a combo, and you could even use it as a combo finisher, to now where every sword character can no longer use it at all because it just doesn't have a purpose. Sword characters have now become another clone on the roster. There's no incentive anymore for anyone to use Super Janamba or Demon King Dabura or Tapion, unless, of course, it's for their rush strings. But the one thing that they had, which distinguished them from other characters on the roster, was that key slash. That was a big thing that I didn't like about the patch, because in previous games it was useless. Before the patches in Sparking Zero, it was useful. And then with each patch, for whatever reason, they kept nerfing it and nerfing it and nerfing it. I'm actually not against them having having changed it so that it's vanishable. I'm actually more upset now by the fact that it's become so slow that you can't do anything with it now. Like, you can't do it with a short dash. You can't do a neutral charge key blast and then you can't do a moving charge key blast and then a neutral and then follow it up with anything. So that was one of the things I hated the most about it. And then, of course, giants becoming literally unusable now. They were already useless before. Now they exist. They're just there.
They exist.
You can't really do anything with them now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did fight a giant like a few days ago. Trying to get footage for another video that I wanted to do, talk about the latest patch and how much I like it. And I did fight a giant. I'm just like, bro, that was like piss easy to like it felt like that Orange Piccolo decided to transform into Orange Piccolo and just decided to lose. Like, I don't know why, because I run the whole set with him. And then like every single time he transformed, just like, bro, you just decided to lose for some reason. But I do agree with some of the things they do. It feels like on the path to, because I genuinely feel like this patch is kind of making the game a lot healthier. But on the path to make this game a lot healthier, it is kind of homogenizing the cast, which I do kind of agree with as well. I just couldn't personally stand waking up most mornings to try and get footage for this game, to try and talk about this game, because I want to genuinely talk about this game on my channel, but then running into Ultra Instinct Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, like 4 characters, like how AvatarYaya said, on most people don't even have all of the characters unlocked in the game. Niggas only use 4 characters, bro. Niggas only use 4 characters online and ranked, and I just couldn't I couldn't just like continue, bro. I couldn't continue.
Yeah, so again, to clear that up, I think people had a misconception about my thoughts on the patch. I don't hate the patch itself for the character things. I hate it for what it's done for the other parts of the roster. Making it so that each character now is on equal footing in singles, that's perfect for literally everybody. I'm not against that. I'm against the parts of the patch that made it even worse to use sword characters and even giants, because look at it this way. How many sword characters do we even have in the game? Like, we don't even have that many to begin with. And when we do want to use them, there's Trunks, there's Tapion, there's Janemba, and we do have a couple of characters that have a key slash, even though they don't have a sword, like Fused Zamasu, for instance. Yeah. And whenever you're using these characters, you want to be able to utilize whatever mechanic that character has. In their case, it's the key slash, but now it's become unusable. Right. This is the kind of stuff that I don't like about the patch. And one of my subscribers or friends in my Discord server actually said this quite nicely. X, Y, and Z existed to be killed off so something else could exist. So like Sparking Zero is definitely on the right path, but I feel like with each patch, and this is from my perspective with how much I've been playing the older games as opposed to Sparking Zero, what we have and don't have, we're taking 2 steps forward and 20 steps back. like in terms of
Yeah,
character
no.
diversity, just character diversity. Because again, now we're in a position where giants, almost nobody is going to use them now. And sword characters, while you'll watch a sword character, you'll be wondering, I like how this person plays. Will they throw out a key slash at any point? They probably won't, because there's no point in doing it now unless it's a combo finisher or to try and like fit a reset in somewhere. Most people are probably not going to use them now, and if they do, they're just going to end up being every other character. Does that make sense to you?
No, it does, 100%, and I do
But
agree with that. I do agree
you
with
can
that
still
part
do
on
this
how.
in DP battle, right?
Pardon?
You can still do all of this still exists in DP battle, right?
What do you mean?
Like
The key slash thing is like.
No, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about like the general characters. Like people saying that the giants are useless now, but in DP battle, they're still what they were, right?
I actually don't know. I'm just going off of the patch notes and what I've seen and tried to test, because prior to the patch,
don't believe they would be.
What's up, Dripku?
No, I'm just saying I don't believe they would be.
This is all for single battle stuff, right? This is all.
No, I'm talking about overall, but singles as well. Yes.
Yeah, because my understanding was that, and I haven't played DP since this change came in, but DP was unaffected by this change.
Facts.
It's just single battle, so they've opened the game up so that you can still do all that shit over here and have the old character diversity where like X, Y, and Z existed, but now we've got a new take on Sparking Zero as well. So everybody sort of gets what they want, you know, which I think is good, because I don't think shutting down half of the problem with Sparking Zero and its original direction is that I think back in the day it was more acceptable and easier to do a game like that when you're just sitting in your room with your friends and playing, because most people weren't playing it online. They weren't going on their PCs and setting up or whatever. You were just messing around with your friends. But when you go into the modern age with ranked and all that stuff, and even player match, I think you stand to piss off more people when they're like, okay, I thought Ultra Instinct,
because PNGs mean something to people, bro.
It's not even just that. Like when I was playing, I was like, oh my god, this is like the 17th Ultra Instinct Goku. It didn't feel like when I was sitting in my room playing with my friend and he picked Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm fighting him again. We're in a different time now, so them splitting the player base up and not shutting one out completely is probably the better way to go about it, because you can still do all of that shit in DP, and now you can do something else as single player.
Okay, so what you were explaining is doing everything in DP you can, but like I'm talking about mechanics that universally for the entire game got changed. Going to DP doesn't change that, Mike. Yeah, going to DP won't change that.
General mechanics. Yeah, no, with those sort of things, I don't know. I haven't played it enough yet to really give a fair take on it, but
no, that's okay.
I mean,
I do all this work so that you don't have to. That's what I'm here for.
That's what like AvatarYaya was saying earlier, like running into those 17 Ultra Instinct Goku. Like most people's favorite characters are, if Ultra Instinct Goku wasn't broken at like the start of the game, I would be playing a lot of Ultra Instinct Goku, because I was still a bit too young to remember Super Saiyan Goku, like Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time. I kind of remember it with my brothers, because they forced me to sit in front of the TV and watch it with them, right? But like Ultra Instinct was my personal, like I remember that shit when it was live, watching that shit on like YouTube when the episodes got released. I didn't even have no anime websites to go to because shit was crashing everywhere. YouTube was barely working, and I just watched it there with my brother. That was my personal Ultra Instinct. So it just goes back to what AvatarYaya was saying. Most people are just playing Ultra Instinct, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because like those characters are cool and they're broken. And I never thought and I always said that if the Sparking Zero direction was characters are unbalanced, Ultra Instinct Goku is like, you know, for the mortals, top 3 in the verse, besides like the angels and gods, like top 3, top 2 in the verse, Ultra Instinct Goku is cool. Sparking should have just had I don't know. I know AvatarYaya played Xenoverse. You played Xenoverse, right? Xenoverse 2.
I did.
You remember they had limitations, without limitations and with limitations. That's what I always said to my friends. That's what they should have implemented in the first place. Because I hate playing weaker characters. I like Videl. I like Bardock. I like these lesser DP characters. And then I go into ranked and I get blown to bits, to fucking high heaven, because I'm fighting against Ultra Instinct Goku for the 20th time. And now I'm like demoted 10 times.
I will say early sparking, I get how you feel. Early sparking after image was carrying. So I didn't feel bad if I had to pick a weaker character because I was just trolling.
I mean, it got to the point where I got to like S5, and then I just stopped playing the game seriously, and I just picked up any character that I wanted, and I got demoted to like B1 or something. I don't even know.
How is this guy gonna say see me in Tekken and I will try? You literally went out of your way to come back to this call somehow, and you still haven't joined. How fucking stupid do you look, bruh?
What rank are you in Tekken? No, what rank?
I don't think he knows where he is right now. I don't think he realizes what game has predominantly been played here for the last year. Cricket's
probably Jiren.
You literally gave this guy
during the game. Let's be like rank.
He's so scared that he's sticking to just YouTube.
Yeah, no, he doesn't want it on Tekken.
He doesn't want this.
I was like, Mike, look, if you fight Mike can beat his ass. Not edit the video for him. Free. I don't care. That's how much I'm hating right now.
They do scare him.
Hey, Jiren, if you're good at Tekken, bro, I'm gonna be streaming it when Fuck Around comes out. If you want to pull up to the stream, I'm very happy to kick your ass on that.
Jiren, I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, Jiren. You are not living up to your name right now.
I will fight Mike. What happened to me? He just avoided me. See, I'm Clive. He gonna get fucked up. So
he doesn't realize that we mainly play Tekken here. He probably just thinks it's like a Sparking Zero channel.
Right? Literally.
No, he's been around for a minute. Like he just be coming in the chat just to say shit, and people get mad. I'm like, he a master rage baiter because I don't know how he not banned. It's more funny to me because he still won't come in the call.
Jiren, let me
No. I asked you in the chat, Jiren. Sorry about this. I asked him in the chat. I was like, "What's your Twitter?" He was like, "I'm not going to give it away. They're going to attack me." Oh,
no, people don't.
See, this is Dragon Ball fans.
No one like, bro.
My community's not like that, Jiren. We're not going to attack you, bro. No one even knows who you are. Like, not going to waste it. No
one gives a damn, bro. Just simply
attack you over what? What? Because you don't like us? Who gives a damn? Can I ask Jiren, what rank are you on Tekken? Just that.
And what character do you play? I'm
just curious what rank he is. He's gonna say shit.
I'm not gonna give that away. I'm not gonna give that away. They're gonna attack me.
You're not gonna. You did say that. You're not gonna get attacked, bro. Flame Ruler and Reina. Oh lord, this guy. Why did we play this?
I didn't mean to laugh. I don't know if that's disrespectful, but that shit funny as hell.
I'm sorry, man. Listen, I ain't trying to rank shame or anything, but you need to relax, bro. Maybe stick to
Grass Ruler.
He can't stick to Sparking Zero. He's an A rank and has been running his mouth. Like I don't even know, bro.
That's crazy.
He's an upper A rank. So that means
upper A rank, yeah.
That means you never even got
A2, A1.
Bro, that equivalent in that game, that's like
he probably is trolling Stelios. Absolutely. Dragon Ball community is full of idiots like this.
Yeah. Probably Gonryu at best.
Mike only attacks Multiversus, not people. You good, Jiren?
I literally asked you what's your Twitter. I googled it. There's so many Jiren the Gray. Like, why is that a thing? We know he gray. Well, you ain't gotta put that.
Because that's his tag.
I literally just went to Twitter to look, and there's a list of Jiren the Gray. Why? We know he's gray.
Are you so mad that you couldn't spell a 3-letter word correctly? You spelt it with 2 O's instead of 1. You also spelt my name sort of correctly the last 4 times you added me. Now this time you're not. Like, get your act together. I don't know.
See, that's
1 out of 10 rage bait. 1 out of 10 rage bait.
This stream is for rage baiters like Jiren the Gray.
Jiren the Dumb.
Seems to be.
Jiren the Dumb. Yeah, well, it's fine. He can pull up on the Tekken stream with his Flame Ruler Reina. Sure, that's gonna go well.
And see how he does. Maybe he's like a Smurf. You don't know, bro. Maybe he's like a crazy Smurf.
He said Flame Ruler Reina
don't even exist.
if you still at Flame Ruler and Reina, he had to buy the game yesterday. Like there's just no reason. Even after
Maybe, bro. Maybe he's just like cracked. Maybe he's like cracked. He got to Flame Ruler in like 24 hours, bro. Maybe he's
bro,
just, like,
I played
fucking
Honor
cracked,
for an
bro.
hour yesterday and got to Flame Ruler, bro.
Did you
Yeah,
say
but like
Flame
you could
Ruler
be
for
blind and
24
still
hours?
play Anna and win. Anna's
What'd
like
you say?
He said maybe he played the
you
game
could be
for
blind and
24
still
hours.
play Anna.
If you played the game for
Yeah,
24
what if he
hours,
like bought the
Flame
game
Ruler, you got a big problem.
Okay,
and like played
I
it
would
straight,
like
bro.
to get off here in a minute. So
Yeah,
what I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
do
go
is
ahead.
I'm just gonna backtrack to the very first topic that we were talking about regarding Sparking
yeah.
Zero community's toxicity.
Before you do, Dripku, did you want to ask anything before he goes on? Before we get you out of here?
Nah. I think those are just most of my main points that I picked up from here because one of the things that I also wanted to say that I didn't get out was a lot of the casual play. This goes back to what I was critiquing Yaya for saying with the disagreement, is that base Sparking Zero, why people felt like, because he was talking about how people were saying like, oh, Sparking Zero is a scandal, was a heist, biggest heist in history. And I low-key feel that sentiment, nigga. I didn't even pay for the game. I didn't even pay. I'm leeching off one of my friends with game shit. I didn't even pay for the game and I feel scammed at the beginning, essentially because of the fact that after completing the story mode, which can be done in like the first 3 weeks, like the first month of the game, right? After beating the story mode, you got all of the costumes from the shop. You can get all of the items. I didn't get all of the items because I don't play with items. I don't really care. I got all of the music. I basically did most of the offline content. After that, it's just online. And beginning of Sparking Zero was like I hated it. I liked it because obviously honeymoon phase. I liked it for a while, and then I just absolutely fucking hated it after a certain point. And that was kind of all I could do and try to make content on. And then I just couldn't make content because, first of all, number one, I live in a weird region where anime games aren't really popular and are expensive as hell. So most people in my region aren't even playing these games. So I'm getting into very laggy matches most of the time. So I'm not even like recording that. And on top of that, I don't want to record it because the game is, I'm not having fun. I'm not going to record something and post it on YouTube if I'm not having fun. And that's really all the game was telling us. Like, did you do this? Yes, I finished the story mode. Did you collect all the items in the shop? Yeah, I did this. I did that. I got my player power level thing all the way to 20, which why does it max out at 20? That doesn't make sense why it maxes out at 20. But that was the main complaint why people were having, because after you've done all of that, the game is telling you play online, and the online, at least for me and most consensus for people when the game first dropped, was unbearable. That is why I kind of disagreed with that statement on it needed things like ultimate battle, like the one versus 100, or like the survival mode, or just new game modes in general besides
survival mode, Battle 100, Dragon Simulator, stuff like
Battle
that.
100. There we go. Instead of heavily relying on custom battle, which was its own problem.
Fair enough.
So yeah, that's what I want to get out.
Well, appreciate you jumping on, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll catch you in a bit.
Take it easy, Dripku.
All right.
Cheers.
You too, guys. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, Hawk, what did you want to end on?
So everyone who's been here for the last couple of hours know I was on about Sparking Zero community's toxicity, like people sending other people random messages for no reason, saying that like they're going to kill their family and dox them and stuff. The community needs to do better, because as it is, the game is technically already dead. There are so many people that have already dropped the game specifically because of the community, and these are just casuals. So the reason why I keep bringing this up is because the casuals are the biggest part of the community. With all the complaining that a lot of them do, there are plenty of casuals who want to be part of the community, but they're being driven away by the toxicity of everyone online who's just rage baiting and doing this and doing that. Like, I don't understand why people need to do this or what you're gaining from that, because every single kind of thing that these people have been sending to other people None of that stuff is going to work in the real world. You try and say the N-word with the hard R. You try and say that you're going to rape someone's family or whatever. You try that you're going to say you're going to stalk them and find someone like that one guy you were telling me about on WhatsApp the other day, Mike. And I vaguely remember that. I don't get why people are going this far. And for me, as someone who's been in the community for so long, it hurts to watch because so many people have been waiting for this game for such a long time. I would love to see everyone trying to just enjoy it together, but it's gotten to a point where everyone needs to start filtering out people in their community to make sure that we build positive communities. And therein lies the other problem, which I'm about to expand on. A lot of people in the Sparking Zero community that have a channel, they've been condoning toxicity because they think it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with banter. Don't get me wrong. Toxicity can be entertaining. I'm not saying that it isn't, but there's a line to be drawn somewhere. And the moment someone starts getting personal, you've got to remove that person from your community because people don't understand when to give in to a troll or give this person attention for the wrong reasons and just simply ignore them and carry on with your day. People need to come to their senses and understand that at the end of the day, it's a video game. We're all trying to enjoy this game together because we don't know what we have in store for the game going forward, whether we're getting Sparking 02 or if the community is going to improve based on the gameplay mechanics and everything. All of this ties into every other thing, right? So what I'm getting at is the community needs to do better. And it's driving me to the point now where now that I've finally come back to play Dragon Ball again, even I'm going to have to go through the trouble of picking and choosing who I play with and who I work with to ascertain that my atmosphere is a good place for everyone to come and enjoy the game. And the fact that I have to do that annoys the fuck out of me. That's all I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think people forget there's a difference between like banter and having a fun back and forth, and taking the piss, and then outright just being weird. And like I said, that message I sent you of the guy saying that he's gonna find me, or the other guy threatening the whole it was in your Discord, Yaya. That's where it took place.
Really? Wow.
He was being really, really weird in the Discord, and then it transferred over to PlayStation. I showed it on stream, and he said, "If you don't,"
the Bleach guy, right?
He messaged me, and he said, "If you don't tell those guys in the Discord to stop doing what they're doing, I'm gonna find their mum's houses and smash a bottle in front of it." And I said to him, "Why are you telling me? Like, what do you want me to do? I'm in the UK, first of all. Secondly, this is a weird thing to say." And then he said, because I didn't respond to him immediately, he said, "Oh, you don't respond. If you don't respond to me soon, I'm gonna dox all of them." I was like, bro, what the fuck? Over a game? Are you mad?
You don't know. Y'all don't know, but this is not my first YouTube channel. When I first started, I got hacked over Naruto.
What did you do?
I trolled somebody with Konohamaru. I hit him with like 12 Rasengans. I was like, I'm going to hit you with every letter of Konohamaru's first and last name with a Rasengan. Because he was lagging. So he got mad and he came in my chat. He called me Fat Albert. He's like, I'm doxing you for the rest of the day. And then I I didn't believe it, and I switched phones. And this is when the early like 2FA scams were happening. Yeah. He got all my shit and deleted it.
Damn.
I used to be AvatarYaya TV.
Well, people are crazy, man.
Yeah.
Ridiculously unhinged. And from what I've been seeing through my rant going viral on Twitter and TikTok and whatever other social platforms there are, people have been asking me like why I'm crying about it, if it didn't happen to you, blah, 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 and stuff. I care about the community. That's why it matters to me. And I've been here probably longer than you have. I've seen all the fucking crap that's happened in the communities. And I'm still seeing the crap. And all of you that are still actually going out of your way to rage bait people and send death threats and shit, you really need to start like re-elaborating your lives. Like, start thinking about your life decisions, because I don't whatever would possess you to get on the internet and send this shit to another person over a video game. I don't understand it. Y'all need some help. You'll really do. It is not normal behavior. Seek mental help. Find a therapist. I don't know. Just do something.
stop
Just
being
do something,
forced.
please.
Y'all
No,
need
but
Jesus.
but real rap, like he is right. Like a lot of people will get mad, but like, why do you care about other people or care about things that happen in your space? Block it out. And I can understand that sentiment to a degree. However, we, the people you are coming at, are content creators. Part of we make money from this, so we do care, not even for financial gain, but for the betterment of the shit we just like, bro.
Exactly.
Like that's just all it is. Like I get how Mike will cook NRS. I'll be waiting when he drop an NRS video. I'm like, oh, here goes some dumb shit. I'm making popcorn because I know it's from passion, right?
Yeah.
And that's important to me because he's just critiquing the game in a way that can be used to make shit better, right? And that's how I feel with anime games. Like I get mad because people just give up on shit and just instantly try to push the whole this shit dead. Mike, the thing is, Mike can say it's dead, but he's still playing and supporting it, and he was in Wanted multiple times. Most people that say that ain't touched the game or don't even own the game. So that's why we passionate about this shit.
Yeah, I saw Jiren saying that we're talking bad about the community, but just now in a comment above, he said that he doesn't do goofy stuff like dox people. So we're saying don't dox people, don't be racist, all that stuff, and you're saying we're talking bad about the community, bro.
Bro,
I
you
think,
just said, see, that's the thing. I ignore him.
Yeah,
you're
we're
right. I
ignoring
should
him. Like,
ignore.
I've seen worse rage bait than Jiren. That's like
Yeah,
literally
like,
why
it don't even
I
make me
started
mad,
ignoring
like-
him. Like the fact that he even again went out of his way to come back to this call says more than enough about the dude's mentality. He's got to be like 16 to 20 years old and just purposely making bad decisions. That's the best way I can explain it.
Stop being a silly goose, Jiren. Okay.
Stop being
There's
a silly
no need
goose,
for that.
Jiren.
There's no
But
need
yeah,
for that
again,
nonsense.
like as I was saying earlier, we can't even bring more people into the game because there are a lot of people that get into a game through social media, and social media these days is just spewing toxicity from the community. So how are we supposed to build up our community if all the toxic people are driving away everyone who might be remotely interested in the game? You guys get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do think I find it very, very weird that they can't understand that. Like you'll talk about the game and you'll have like valid criticisms of it, and they'll attack you to the point where it's like we need to make a safe space for ourselves. I'm just like, you don't have to. We can just talk. We can have a chat, and we don't have to agree. Like we disagree today about the direction of Sparking Zero, right?
Right.
Like, minor disagreement.
We can agree to disagree. That's just maturity.
And be respectful and still recognize that we're both Dragon Ball players.
Absolutely.
And there's no hate. I don't have any hate in my heart towards anyone that thinks Sparking Zero is better than Tenkaichi 3 or Burst Limit. It's fine. It's all good. We can disagree. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't know why people get bent out of shape over it to the point where they need to make themselves a little safe space on Twitter, but it is
the fact that we literally need to go through the trouble of filtering out people even more so than before, and I've even had to get on a call with two friends recently telling them, if you don't want the toxicity and you want to enjoy the game, stop condoning the toxic people in your community. If anyone gets out of line, ban them and keep them gone permanently, because these people are not going to change. They never will. I know one person in particular for 10 years who's never changed, and he literally went out of his way to message one of my closest friends the N-word with the hard R 6 times in the same message with the derogatory F word and a bunch of other slurs. 10 years, and this person still has not changed. It's gotten to the point where I'm just calling him a human instead of a person now. So, like, if we've got people like this, the content creators need to do better in putting their foot down in removing these people from the community, because otherwise the game's just going to die. And by the time Sparking 02 comes out or whatever does happen, I don't see it actually being a fun place for anybody to play the game if the community is going to continue tearing itself apart like this, and the casuals are being driven away without any energy to even find out, like, what's going on with this person? Why are they like this? Is there a positive space that I can find and be part of? Like, it's gotten increasingly frustrating and difficult.
Yeah, and I can see him in there saying that it happens to all communities, and maybe that's true, but then it's a problem everywhere. I don't see why we've done Tekken talks on here. We've done one for Rebirth of Souls. We've done one for Sparking Zero. We've done one for plenty. just because there's goofy shit happening in multiple places doesn't mean you don't speak about it.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe you're the kind of person that sinks their head into the sand and lets the world move around them, but I'm not like that. So we need people like that, though. So you play your role quite well during the dom. Was there anything else you wanted to add, Hawk?
No, I think that's it. When I had that rant that day, it was a lot of negative energy that I managed to get off my mind and chest. So when you guys asked me earlier how I was doing and I said doing a lot better, it's because now I'm back to just accepting what Sparking Zero is. And instead of beating a dead horse over something that I wish it had in terms of gameplay mechanics, I'm now able to just play Sparking Zero instead of wishing for different things. Because knowing that the devs are listening, even though they're listening to the casuals, at least they're listening and the game's getting somewhere. I would be scared if the game wasn't getting updates, period. That's when I think that we would basically have lost the battle. So in terms of Dragon Ball, I'm actually A-okay now, and I can get back to making content for it. But Sparking Zero in general, with the recent patch, there isn't much I can do. I literally spent like 2 hours this morning until this call happened, just seeing if I could find any new setups. And what I found, it wasn't enough. So I'm okay now. And thank you again for asking earlier. I'm doing a lot better now.
Okay,
that's good to hear, man. I'm glad. All right, well, we'll let you head off because I know you need to head out, Hawk. But I appreciate you jumping on. I think it was a good conversation, quite fun. Minus multiverses, but you know.
The multiverses conversation, that was some very amusing segment. I enjoyed that argument.
Y'all don't understand. Y'all know that meme with Ralph looking out the window from like Ed and Nettie? That was me when Multiversus servers shut down. And like I had an idea. I was gonna make a video. I was like playing Multiversus until the server shut down. And I was recording it, and I got so sad because it just cut down in the middle of a rank match. And I was like, damn.
When it shut down, I just tweeted out saying, well. And I think I got a bunch of hate from people, but
you lucky you ain't see that shit. I would have been on your ass. I would have been so bad. Because that day, and then they had the nerve to they made a tombstone meme about the game being dead. I'm like, this is your fault.
Okay, C4, be quick with it. What's your question? Be quick with it, because I didn't see a question in chat.
I didn't see his question either.
Yeah, it said that he's got a question, but I didn't see anything. But yeah, thank you guys for having me on. I'm glad I was able to come on and voice more of my thoughts. You see it?
Yeah, I found it. Sorry, I didn't realize more super chats came in. I'll just quickly. OJ, thanks for the $5. Used to watch your Blaze Blue tag content. That's Blaze Blue, right?
Yeah, that's BB tag.
Content. Used to love it when those leaks happened and never panned out. Lack of Senran Kagura ruined it for me.
Oh, so let me speak on that because a lot of people are still stuck on that. Because I went to Reddit the other day and that was my worst decision of my life. So that was somebody. I found somebody was hating on me like hard as fuck. He was like, he's talking about these leaks and hyping it up. And like my thing is, I'm a hype person, right? I want people to be excited for shit because my YouTube channel reasoning was made because I didn't have people to talk about none of this, right? I could talk about, hey, anybody want to play Marvel growing up in my neighborhood? Nobody wanted to play Marvel, but you know, everybody had 2K and Call of Duty, right? So like that's the thing I had to deal with until I met people that wanted to play that. And when those leaks came out, like it happened simply because they were data mines. And I told everybody, if you go back to those videos, I say this every time. If I ever do a leak video, I say take it with a grain of salt, bro. I didn't say the shit was real at all. So thank you. I'm still cool. And it would have panned out, but BB Tag the DLC didn't sell that great at that point. And they want to work on Strive.
As for the question, what makes Arena DBZ games better than Dragon Ball FighterZ in your opinion? Nothing. I never said that.
Yeah, you never say that.
I'm confused.
I don't think Dragon Ball FighterZ is the best fighting game, but I mean,
furthermore, Arena Fighters cannot be compared to traditional fighting games. I would never say that one is better than the other when they can't even be compared. It's like comparing apples and oranges. In order to decipher if a game is better than the other, they have to be similar Arena Fighters and Dragon Ball Fighters are not similar. So I never said that.
Maybe he means what makes it a more enjoyable. Why would you choose Tenkaichi over Dragon Ball Fighters personally?
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Yaya.
People don't like the 2D. For some reason, a lot of people don't like the 2D element of a game. So when you see the side by side of them, 2D people don't really want to. Anime fans don't want to see one side versus the other side. So it's very like frustrating in that regard that people don't really want that they want the 3D. And that's why people will pick like a Xenoverse over Fighters, or see people pick like like Raging Blast or Tenkaichi over like an Extreme Butoden or stuff like that. If you play Supersonic Warriors, there's obviously people going to pick other things. They feel like they lack control because they don't get the fluidity as the same way of it. There's a video out right now about like why fighting games feel weird to normal people, and it's so good because like he brings up this comparison of like how you control in Zelda versus how you control in like Virtual Fighter 4 and 5, and it can be jarring if you don't play fighting games.
Yeah,
so I get it.
Yeah, and no, you said I assumed you like Arena Fighters over Dragon Ball Fighters just because you play them No. I love traditional fighting games. It's just that I've been more in tune with Arena Fighters growing up because Tenkaichi wasn't even my first Arena Fighter. As a matter of fact, one of my first, actually, this isn't even technically an Arena Fighter. Was it Bloody Roar? That's not an Arena Fighter, right? But that was one of the first games I ever played. And I really enjoyed that. And ever since I played that game, and I played that back in school before I started homeschooling, and it just put me on a path to playing more Arena Fighters. And Arena Fighters have such an interesting level of depth. Like earlier, you guys were talking about Naruto Ultimate Ninja. I loved those games growing up, but I had no idea the amount of depth that it had. So honestly, like, I just love Arena Fighters. And you're asking me about fighters. I actually do plan to start potentially uploading and streaming Dragon Ball Fighters soon alongside Street Fighter 6 and Tekken. So if you meant what you said earlier about subscribing, then stay tuned.
Well, sounds good, bro. I think that was the only other super chat for you. The other ones are just general ones, so you don't have to stay for them if you need to go.
I don't need to go, but I will sign off here. I guess I'll just end up working out twice as hard tomorrow to make up for today. I think Hawk was just forgetful in this case. Forgetful about what? Only if Tekken is an Arena Fighter? Is that what? But anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Mike, thanks again for having me on. Yaya, it's been a pleasure chatting with you as always. We really need to do this more often. Oh, yeah. And I will catch you guys later. You guys all have a great night and have a great weekend in advance. Cheers. Bye.
Take care, bro. See you in a bit.
You too.
All right. So the next, Yaya, are you good on time, or do you need to leave?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Oh, okay. Chicken Senpai, thank you for the $10. My first Dragon Ball game was Dragon Ball Sagas on PS2. Oh boy, that's a tough one. I did not like Sagas, boy. Oh, your mic's gone. Yeah.
I know. I was talking to somebody else in the background.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm here. But
Sagas was
your first Dragon. I'm sorry, bro. Thank you for the dono, but I feel bad for you, bro. If that was your first Dragon Ball game. But people there's worse. There's worse.
There is worse.
Like Ultimate Battle 22 pisses me off when I see it, and they be selling it in stores like it's a rare treasure. Like nobody wants that shit. Like,
yeah, I still have my Ultimate Battle 22, but I definitely wouldn't buy it again.
Why does Yaya remind me of a can of condensed milk? What I do?
What the fuck? Who said that?
I saw that comment.
It's sweet.
That doesn't work. Like that's not a good thing. Like,
yeah, that's.
Yeah, like
OJ, thank you for the $5. I personally thought DP Battle needed higher values for characters than 1 to 10, lore-wise because of power scaling and gameplay. Thoughts? More DP caps too. I think the DPs were done pretty well, but there's definitely adjustments that could be made, both in characters coming down and going up. I wouldn't mind seeing adjustments to it. I would need to go back and look at it properly though, because I can't remember everyone's DPs because I've only been playing Cell Buhan and Jiren. But yeah, I definitely remember like looking at certain values and being like, this is a bit too high or a bit too low for certain people. I remember, what was it?
I get it now. I get the reference, bro. So like I agree with you. I'm more inclined with the fighting game take. Well, like they should do it in ranked, not the other one. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I prefer that. The stuff people want from back in the day doesn't work now because people have a different tolerance for BS, right? Like we were raised by BS. People nowadays they can't hang, and it would be mean for me to say y'all some tourists this time, but there's only so much you can handle of getting cooked like that. Like I don't imagine people turning on Sparking Zero after a long day. They hop on rank. They pick freaking Krillin, and now they got to fight Gogeta Super Saiyan 4 and think they're going to win.
Yeah, it's a long day at the office. And last one, OJ, thank you for the $2. All good, Yaya. The leaks were too good to be true.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've had a pretty good discussion. It would have been nice to get more of the Jiren types on here to say their piece.
They're never gonna come, bro. They will yap on Twitter and never say anything in the call. Like just even being nice and fair, he wouldn't. Jiren, I know how you are, bro. I don't hate you, man. It keeps me grounded to see people in the chat just hating. You know, like I'm like, Aang, I'm fueled by hating and dumbassery. So there you go.
I think all in all, I think he's confused. He thinks that we don't know whether we like the game or not. But what he doesn't understand is that you can like something and criticize it. So I like Sparking Zero. I actually think it's a pretty good product. I made videos on the product saying that it's good, but there's problems with it. And I think maybe he probably saw that video that I made that went viral about the tournament where they were abusing the Android spam. And that wasn't me hating on Sparking Zero. That's just the thing that happens. Whether I made that video or not, the Android spam happens. And they had to make adjustments around the Androids. And it made the game look stupid on a world stage. And people were laughing and pointing the finger. Now, whether I made the video or not, that's what happened. That's not hating. So if I've told you that I like the game, then I like the game. I'm not paid by Bandai Namco. I've taken a shit on a lot of their recent games, so they're definitely not going to pay me. So I have no incentive to.
Bro, I could be transparent with this because I'm with Bandai Namco in a way, right? I'm still gonna roast their games, bro. Like you need to go not for to tell y'all, like, hey, this is a problem. I don't care if I got it for you gonna have to throw $1 million at me to like.
The game so let me use Bleach Rebirth of Souls to try and make the point for you, Jiren, because you're really struggling here. I play Rebirth of Souls every day. After the stream, I'm probably going to go and play it before I go to bed. I'll play it tomorrow and I'll continue playing it. But Rebirth of Souls did not deliver. Now, the reason that I like it is because it has enough in the game to keep me there. But if you're talking about the game objectively, which you clearly struggle with, it did not deliver. You don't launch a game with no ranked and no spectator mode. A fighting game. Doesn't really make any sense. So that's not being contradictory, that's being objective. Sparking Zero launched, and it launched with a lot of players, and it lost 90% of its player base. That means it did not deliver. Yeah? I can like games. Like I like there's some trashy games that I like Sonic 06. I love Sonic 06. I can't sit here with a straight face and tell you that it's a good game. It's just it's trash that I like. I'm not saying Sparking Zero is trash, but I don't think that it delivered on the level that it should have. And it's coming off the back of Tenkaichi 3, which was an incredibly high bar. Mm-hmm. You can be good, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily reach the level that we thought you were going to reach. And people complained about the game enough for you to know that it didn't deliver to these people. Games that deliver don't lose 90% of their fan base. 90%. That's a big number. Tekken didn't even lose that much and it didn't deliver. So I don't know why you're struggling to understand. I can like it and also recognize there's problems with it.
So can I say this? Because I already know how you feel. A lot of people in this anime game space do not know nuance that I can sit there and say, I don't like something in the game. They think that means I hate everything about it. It's fucking dumb. But legit, Jiren, I've been asking you what's your Twitter so I can unblock you. I'm trying to give you a chance, and you can't comprehend the second chance.
He doesn't understand basic English. Like even this comment, he doesn't understand what is being said. That's why the chat is clowning him. Like this is so easy to understand. If I go to watch a film, Jiren, let's say I go to watch the new Superman film, and I like it, but it bombs at the box office. What does that mean? Does that mean it delivered just because I liked it? Like, use your brain, bro. Come on, man. You're not that. There's no way you're that stupid. If I go and watch a film and I really like it, that means that I really like it. It doesn't mean the film delivered. You got to look at it objectively. You can't like deny the numbers. Like Mortal Kombat 1, right? Mortal Kombat 1 by Mortal Kombat standards did not deliver. Mortal Kombat X sold 12 million copies and Mortal Kombat 11 sold 15 million copies. Mortal Kombat 1, as far as we know, sold 5 million. Now, to other games in the fighting game space, that seems like a big number, but to Mortal Kombat, it's not. Yes. So it didn't deliver. Regardless of whether I like it or not, Mortal Kombat 1 did not deliver. And if it did, I would ask you, where did the other 10 million people go? The numbers don't lie, Jiren. The problem here, and I understand because I was a kid once as well, is that when someone talks bad about your favorite franchise or points out something that you really like, you go into defensive mode. You curl up, and you don't want to listen to anything that is common sense.
Hold on. He said, "I ain't telling you my Twitter."
You probably don't even have him blocked on Twitter. He's just
he probably don't even have him blocked, or you could be probably the dumbass that everybody don't like in Spartan. Because if I have to go do research. See, now I'm going to other chat. Keep talking. I got to do this right now.
The thing with Jiren, and the reason I'm responding to him, is that he's a perfect representation of the brain rot that you get on Twitter. Like, yeah. I will look at something. There's things that I like. There's things that I really, really enjoy. But I know that the world doesn't enjoy them, or like they didn't deliver for people. And so you look at the numbers and you're like, okay, cool. I like this film or I like this game, but it didn't sell well. That means it didn't deliver. Like, I don't understand why this is a hard concept to grasp. You're the sheep, Jiren, and you're the perfect representation of Twitter brain rot. You can see a problem and someone points it out and you're like, nah, I don't want to hear it. Look, this is how stupid he is. He's not understanding. I just told you that I like the game. If I'm playing the game, that means that there was more things with it that were right than they were wrong for me personally. Yeah? Are you following me?
Oh, wait.
But if it lost its player base, that means objectively, Jiren, do you know what that word means? Objectively, it did not deliver to the masses. Otherwise, where did they all go? I don't understand. What? Do you want me to start speaking another language or something? As a matter of fact, can you tell me how old you are? Because if you are a child, I suspect you are, I'll just stop.
Yeah. So shout out, he's in the chat, but that's the person y'all should really be following for anime game stuff. He will curse you out if you say some dumbass shit. But Anti-Plug Media, like, I hated it with Bleach Rebirth of Souls because people were like, oh, it lost 90% of its player base on Steam. We know the Steam version was ass. But if you know anime games, which is so dumb that people are saying that is a tourist thing, because anime games usually thrive on console. They've always been thriving on console. Even if everybody said today we're dropping it, they're gonna be on console. They're not wrong about PC though.
No, the problem with this comment is that I play Bleach every day, so I have an idea of how active it is, right? No one's playing Bleach offline anymore. That's done. Right. Story mode is done. The special missions are finished. The player base is all online. On Steam, you get roughly like 200 people a day. On PlayStation, if you go and look at the rankings, now the way we can measure Bleach is by looking at the rankings because the game is not that big. If you go and look at the rankings now, I've been checking them because I wanted to do a video on this. The top 1,000 players, and that's being generous. I think it was like 700. you can see their numbers moving day to day, which means they're playing the game because their points are going up. But beyond that, the points haven't moved, which means the game lost a substantial amount of its player base, which is why I will continue saying things like this, because there are ways to measure it. Now, I like Bleach. I'm not saying this as a put down to Bleach. I play it every day, but that's just the facts of the matter. If you go into ranked and you get to, I think it's 9,080, that's where it starts saying 0 points. But if you keep on scrolling up, it's like 10 points, 100 points, 200 points. These are not active players. They jumped on ranked once, they jumped off. I'm looking at how many times how many people have profiles where the points are changing. And it's only, if I'm being generous, the top 1,000 players. And I'm being generous because I don't know the exact number, but I remember it didn't go beyond that. It's probably closer to around 700. So that's the way I've been looking at it, because PlayStation doesn't give us actual numbers. Unfortunately, as much as I love Rebirth of Souls, it did not deliver. It did not deliver. It delivered for me. That's why I still play it. But it did not deliver to the masses. So that's how you measure games. If someone like Jiren was selling a game and he really liked it, and he goes, well, I like it, but no one else likes it, his studio would go under. His studio would collapse. You can't have that mentality. Someone like Jiren would destroy the guy in the chat, not the for anyone listening, not the anime character. The person in the chat, he would destroy a game like Sparking Zero because he wouldn't listen to the player base. He wouldn't listen to the concerns that they have and why they don't want to play it. He wouldn't listen to the Bleach player base. Even though I was playing Bleach without ranked, and I probably would have continued playing it without ranked because I really enjoyed the battle system, the player base were asking for something and it was taking longer and longer to get it, and more players were disappearing, which means the game was not delivering for them. So if you're too stupid to understand that, then I can't help you. You can have your own gripes with Sparking Zero, but we're talking about this objectively. And now I know why you didn't want to join this call. You are literally the perfect representation of people that just yap away on Twitter about things they know nothing about. You know nothing about how these things work. You probably have no idea how to measure what player base is like, and people like you will destroy Sparking Zero. Thank God you do not have a voice, and thank God no one takes you seriously. We're only doing this because we're on stream. People like you, it's a good thing that you don't have a YouTube channel. It's a good thing that you don't. You couldn't even work out if me and Yaya like the game or not because we said that there's a couple of negative things about it. So, matter of fact, we don't even need you on the stream. Just stay on Twitter. That's the perfect place for you. And I know after this stream ends, you and your cronies will start yapping away, but let it be known, he had the perfect opportunity to come up here and put us all in our place. But much like most of the people on Twitter, did exactly what I thought would happen and stayed in the comment section. So like I said in the beginning, know your role and shut your mouth. That's what I'm going to leave you because I ain't got no more energy to put on you.
Hey, man, look. You said I blocked you on Twitter. You won't tell me, so I'm trying to give you another chance to see if you stop capping. I don't hate you. If I block you on Twitter, you said some dumb shit, and I don't want to see more of the dumb shit.
I don't hate him. He's just stupid.
Yeah. Like, my thing with Sparking Zero is that I think the game is in a really good state right now. Just because I'm not uploading content or streaming on it, God forbid, a nigga could just turn the game on off screen. Like, everything ain't content to me, you know, like.
Thank you for saying that. Do you know how many times I've just sat here and played games on my own? And they're like, oh, he doesn't support it. Like, bitch, what do you mean?
Yeah,
Can I not just sit here and play a game on my own? Do I have to record everything?
Yeah. I don't know.
And they're even doing that to Gloku, where like Gloku has actively supported Rebirth of Souls when we didn't have ranks or anything. He's actively supported it. They're still there going, but he didn't know what he was talking about. But I'm like, you ain't done nothing for Bleach. What are you talking about? You're sitting on Twitter yapping about someone that is hosting tournaments for Bleach, doing the Wanted series, is actively taking part in the Discord. I don't see these guys in there that claim to be Bleach advocates doing anything. And I know that they're not doing anything because most of the player base disappeared. I see the same guys in the anime Discord, and I run into the same guys on ranked all the time. Mm-hmm. It's the same people fighting each other. I barely see any new faces on there. That's how I know the player base is tiny. So all these people on Twitter trying to cook Gloku because he didn't know what Konpaku was, and he said stocks. I'm just like, yeah, but what are you doing for the game? What are you doing for it? He hosted a tournament that had 400 people in it, and then Kuyons did one with 500 people, and they're talking about them. If you do something for the IP that you claim to love, I'll listen. Until then, shut up. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. You ain't doing nothing but posting fucking pictures of Orihime and fucking Rukia doing ungodly things. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't heard about no disrespect to Imran. I know Imran covers the manga side of things, and that's cool. That's his thing.
Yeah.
If I want information on the Bleach manga or what's going on with the Bleach IP from the anime side of things, I'll go to Imran. But when everyone was getting onto Gloku or they were talking about, oh, you guys ain't real Bleach fans, where are they now? We're the ones that are supporting Rebirth of Souls. People that were getting onto Biscuit saying he's a hater. Biscuit was one of the people that was actively promoting the game, doing streams for it every day, trying to find ways to give meaningful feedback to the developers to buff and nerf things. And then there's these anime people on Twitter going, oh, fucking Biscuit, Gloku, Hollow, Yaya, they're just haters. You don't even play the game. You don't play the game. Every single one of you Bleach fans that was saying that, I'll whoop you in it. With your favorite character. Don't know why we can't just get along. It's always got to be some bullshit. Like I got to buy every single manga or something to.
Yeah. Like I can't just play a game. Like
I'm not even. I'm not even up to date on My Hero, but I want to play the new one. I immediately was like, oh, well, you don't even watch it. I'm like, I'm on season 4, bro. Relax. I'm getting there. It's not that deep. Hawk, thank you for gifting the 5 memberships, bro.
they do that. They do that to me all the time. Like every time I be interested in something, like I'm a person that has many interests, and even with YouTube, my biggest struggle is that like I have ADHD a lot, so like I'll completely be like hyper fixated on something one day, and then the other day I'm like,
Yeah.
And then the next day I'm like, yo, shit, I'm playing this. I can't believe I'm really playing Bleach right now. You know, and that's just how it is. And people like really don't think like you gotta read a manga to like a game. You can't just people gotta realize that you can see a video game and be like, that shit's cool. I wanna play it.
Exactly. They can't separate the video game from the manga or the anime. It has to be connected, and I'm just like why? Why does it have to be connected? But what I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And then you have these people like they want you to support the game, and then at the same time trying to push you out of the game, or like someone like Hawk who has actively contributed to the Dragon Ball scene. You've got people going, who's this guy? Why do I have to listen to him? Who are you? Who are you? Anime profile pic. No offense to the anime profile pics in the chat.
You want to tell you what was funny earlier? You said the anime profile pic thing, and Kasumi changed the profile picture midstream, and I thought that shit was hilarious. He was like, "You're not gonna hit me."
I don't mind that people want to be anonymous on the internet. That's completely fine. That's their right. But at the same time, it's like, why are you saying "who are you" to someone that's putting their stuff out there, that is contributing to the scene, that's trying to teach people how to play the game? Like Jiren has done and will do nothing for Sparking Zero for all time. No matter how many sequels they do, it will just be a spoke on the wheel and just yap about things he doesn't even understand. Much like the people on Twitter. And then you say that and you're like, okay, cool. Like, I'm not trying to gatekeep my podcast. Come on here and tell us what the problem is. And nothing. Crickets.
Bro, one thing I got Six World in the chat, right? One thing I got to get credit to Six World, even though I don't always agree with him like that, he will stand on his shit, right? And a lot of the times I'm seeing it, like, and don't take this comparison the wrong way, but they be trying to treat him like he the LTG of the anime community. Like, Six World would just be streaming, and then somebody say some dumbass shit in his chat, and of course he gonna pop off on you. Like, I'm starting to see it now, because, like, especially with Dragon Ball people. When he was doing strictly Shinobi Strikers, and I know him from Shinobi Strikers before, and I never talked, but I looked in the space of people that I make content sometimes with. So I knew of Six World. He ain't have to deal with this. But somehow, that's why I always make the joke. It's the Dragon Ball people, that they just can't act a certain way.
Yeah. Like again, like this guy, he's just a perfect representation of what the community is like with some people on Twitter. He doesn't even know what the word hate means.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what the word hate means. He has no idea. Maybe I don't know. Maybe English isn't your first language, so we'll give you a pass.
He's speaking.
But yeah, Six World does stand 10 toes down, and like I said before, they will say that Six World is a rage baiter, but in order for Six World to rage bait you, you have to be prone to rage over a video game. And if you're prone to rage over a video game, you've got bigger problems. All Six World's actually doing you a favor, I'll be completely honest with you. Six World is exposing the fact that you need to go to therapy, that your temperament is all over the place, and maybe you need to find Jesus. You can't be getting mad over a game because
can I cook him now? Can I cook him now? Put that on the screen. I would tell y'all Sparkin should go to Evo. All right, I got to bring up context to this because people keep bringing this up in my face. Jiren said that dumbass shit. Now I'm cooking you. All right. So I made a video last year around Spark. This was right as it came out. This is before the end. This is literally, I uploaded the video hours before the Android 19 and 20 shit happened. Right? The flying up and down thing. All right, my thing is, and a lot of people don't get the vision. Maybe I didn't do the video perfectly, but people who took it apart, I was getting cooked about it. I would love to see anime games at Evo. I see the potential in them, right? The same way they have events of dive kicking here and there and shit like that. And no, and literally when I made that video, the video was talking about Sparking Zero can be a viable game, just like how other games got at Evo. Right? You know, and my thing is, I'm not saying I wanted it to be main stage or giant screen. If I said it was just hyping it up in the video, of course, like nobody wants to watch a boring fucking video. But at the same time, when it came to that video, bro, like, and this goes for anybody else out there, like, Melee got to where it wanted to be, and Melee is still kicking a 20-year-old game, 20-plus-year-old game. It got there because people went outside and decided I could play this competitively with this group of people, and then it started grassroots tournaments and things of that nature. We can't even do that. We can't even get you to come to the call, my nigga. I can't expect y'all to run a tournament. The only reason I didn't get a combo breaker is because I was unprepared as a TO. I didn't know I needed to get all that shit myself at combo breaker. I thought they was just gonna provide it for me, right? I wasn't prepared for that. Next year, I'm prepared for it. I got so many copies of Bleach just sitting here. I'm like, fuck it. Right? And that's the thing. And I'm just saying, I would like to see these games at tournaments and have people come up and play them. People want to play these games. Like, this Combo Breaker was so refreshing for me because I went to Combo Breaker. A lot of people came up to me. I don't know if y'all know who Saint Cole is. He was like, yo, y'all love your Bleach content, bro. Where it at? And I'll be like, I've been kind of like demotivated because people just talking shit, being stupid about it. But I realized all that shit don't matter when it's IRL and everybody telling you like it. And I felt bad because I was like, damn, I'm at Combo Breaker playing Tekken and City of the Wolves. I could have had Bleach here. You know what I'm saying? Because people want to see those games in these places, but nobody's doing it.
Yeah, I don't think the FGC would ever accept something like Sparking Zero, but I do think there's a space for them to have their own. Kind of what's Globe Cruise thing called?
Ultimate Burst.
Yeah, something like that. I do think because they're fun to watch. Sparking Zero is a very spectator-friendly game. We did a tournament the other day where the winner was going to get £50 or a voucher to get a £50 game, and we did it. We put CPUs on super hard, and then people were like getting characters like Pokemon, and like we were betting on them, and
yeah.
It was a lot of fun. Like we had a lot of fun watching Sparking Zero being played. So like from a spectator standpoint, I definitely think these anime games can be platformed. I don't know if it's going to be at like a conventional fighting game tournament. I think the closest we'd get with that is JoJo's if it wasn't broken in every other area. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think that would be good. I'm not against that at all.
Yeah, and my thing is that a lot of people don't realize that like we have our own spaces for anime games and stuff right now. Like the AGC is a big place that I'm working on trying to get so many people in there to just have stuff going like every day. My goal for the AGC with the time I can do stuff is I'm trying to make it the anime game Tampa Never Sleeps. If y'all know how that work that is the ultimate goal with that, right? But I need people that just like their game. I don't need people that don't like shit at all and just end there to complain about it. I get it. You're getting cooked, you're getting washed, cool. But like another thing, Jaren, you keep putting out like, why would you want a trash game at Evo? When that video was made, that was the first week of Sparking Zero. Everybody that people forget, God forbid, you learn more about the game and you find more things you dislike about the product, right? You can be in love the first 72 hours of early access. Then you get online and then people find tech, things like that. For fighting games, most multiplayer games, they evolve over time. It's the same thing with Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals came out that first month of December, heaven, one of the best gaming months ever. Everybody was playing Marvel Rivals, literally. Then you get down the road, like, hey man, I'm tired of these healers. I'm tired of these flyers. We hate Spider-Man. Stuff, meta games change as they grow and change. It's okay it's not even switching up. It's just like, hey, I don't like this. I think Bleach is really cool. However, my big thing when it came, and I said this in the video, my biggest fear for Bleach is that sublimation was gonna be stupid. I said that like when they dropped the Holly Bell trailer, right? And some characters benefit, some people benefit from being ass. I'm punished for being your ass. Like that's not cool to me.
Yeah. I don't understand like why you would even need to explain that you can change your opinion on a fucking
I know.
The fact that we even gotten to the point where I've seen comments like that where it's like, oh, you switching up. Are you stupid or something? Like, that's how a game works. The game gets marketed towards you. You play it, you're excited on the first day, and then you're like, I've played this for a bit. I've gotten into the mechanics. I'm not really feeling it. Then you post your opinion, and they're like, oh, wait, you said that you really like the game. Yeah, I said that last week, bitch. Now I'm saying else. I'm saying something else. Like, am I married to my point now? Like, what is wrong with this scene? Like, honestly, I see that all the time. Like, there's games that I remember I started playing MK1, and initially I was like, this ain't so bad. And then a week in, I was like, this is shit. Like, I can't stand it. And I had people in the comment section go, oh, you liked it on the first day. And I was like, is it your first day here or something? This isn't how fighting games work. They evolve over time. I mean, that's how all things work in life, right? You do something for a bit and you're like, I don't like this. Or actually, I like this. This is for me. Don't know why that's a hard concept to grasp.
Yeah, I don't know. And somebody said, 6 said in the chat, it was something important. He's like, do y'all agree or disagree that you have to glaze and be overly positive to be somewhat relevant in the anime gaming community? I'll be honest with you, no, you don't. And the big reason why is because a lot of the YouTubers that are up there that made it have made a lot of arguably damaging videos, right? To be honest, it's better to be more negative because that's what attract people to videos on a lot of social media, right? I think the best thing is when you can critique something and get your point across, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not glazing. You're saying what's wrong with a product, but you can still play it, right? For example, shout out to Slow Plays. Slow Plays as a person, he's not really just glazing stuff. He just generally is like that. Like having a conversation with him, he's a very happy-go-lucky fellow, right? And he'll even say things. He did it even in Sparking in a couple of videos. This ain't all that. I'm not sure about that. But there's a way to critique things. Like I say this to Mike and Chris G. We had that whole debate and stuff like that. Mike will sit there and say it's shit because yada yada yada. That's why I'm okay with that because at least you're telling me and explaining thoroughly why you dislike, hate, or want something changed about something. With a lot of other people in FGC, they'll go, this shit ass. And I'll be like, why? It just sucks, man. It ain't like it used to be. That is not criticism that's going to do anything for the betterment of what you're playing, the thing you like, nor you being a consumer. That ain't helping nobody. And that's what I'm tired of.
Yeah, there are a lot of people like that. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $20. What annoys me the most is when you try to invite certain motherfuckers to a call and they say, I've got better things to do, as if you got a job or any hobbies. Twitter is these people's life and they'll never achieve anything. Yeah, I mean, like the guys in the chat saying, why would I engage with them? But he's sitting in chat engaging with us. He's saying that he has a job, but we've been here for 5 hours. I started this podcast when I finished work, and I know he's probably an American, so the time difference would, he's saying that, but he's not working right now, so I don't even know why he would go down that road. But it's just a straw man at the end of the day. He doesn't have any talking points, and these guys know that if they come into the call, they're not going to get bullied or anything. I'm not going to talk over him. I'd let him make his points, because one thing with these people that you need to understand, people like Jiren, is that they give you the argument. Like they hand over the reins to you. You don't even really need to argue against them. You just need to let the chat listen to how stupid they are, and just let people make their own mind up. I don't even need to drag them in a conversation. Now, it would be very easy and humorous to drag somebody like Jiren, because he's clearly not the smartest guy in the chat, but they don't come on these things and they don't have open conversations because they know how it's going to go. And me and Yaya are not the kinds of people that like dogpile people. I'll let him talk as much time as he wants. He can talk with anyone. Anyone is welcome to come up here if they have a problem with anything that me, Hawk, or Yaya have said, and say their piece. I'll be quiet and I'll respond when they're done, but they won't. What they'll do is they'll go on Twitter after this, because they're smart enough to realize that this is a long podcast and not everybody's going to come and watch it, and they're going to clip certain parts and be like, this is a toxicity we need to get out of the scene. There's only so much you can do for stupid.
Yeah, like he said, you can't drag me when you're all over the place. Can't decide if you like a game or not. I'm telling you, this nigga has
Jiren, you've had enough time here. You don't want to join the call? I don't want you in here.
Yeah, get him out, bro. Like, God forbid I can say I don't like this part of the game, but I still like it to an extent.
Yeah, he's been here this whole time. Like, he wants to have a conversation. No one's mad. I'm more perplexed that you spent 5 hours sitting in the chat, but now you can sit there and shut up. So we're done with him. Can't deal with people like that.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, I just want just understand people can like something and be mad at, like Tekken. There's a lot wrong with Tekken 8. I still play it. Like,
I don't know when people got so emotional over games. Like, yeah, I love Tekken as well, man. I've been playing Tekken since the first one, longer than Jiren's been alive. But it's, when you see something you don't like, you just talk about it. Like, it's normal. Like, I don't understand what the big deal is. C4, I know you said that you wanted to come back. Did you have something that you wanted to ask? I think you said that you wanted to come back a little bit later on. But yeah, as for Six Worlds thing, like I've made loads of connections in the anime scene. Obviously, like I met Yaya and Globeku and Afro. Senju's been on here before, and even outside of that, I got to meet Swoozy the other day. Didn't even know Swoozy watches my streams.
That's blowing my mind. I'm like,
that was crazy. Like, he popped up, and I was like, that must be a fake account. And for those of you that don't know, Swoozy's got like 8 million subscribers, so like he's one of the biggest YouTubers in the world. And we had him on here as well. And I've not had to do anything in particular. I just speak my mind. I'm more interested in attracting intelligent people to the podcast and like blowing smoke up a game's ass to keep people happy, or just speaking negatively for views. I'll just say whatever I want to say about the game. If people don't like it, they don't like it. Hopefully, like, we understand that it's just a video game, and I'm not attacking anybody personally. Just the Mortal Kombat community did this in the beginning. Like, I pointed out things that they couldn't tell me that I was wrong about. They just got mad at the fact that I was pointing it out. And I was like, why? The game's still here. It's not going to cut into your money. You're not going to like end up in hospital because I'm insulting the game. You know? So I don't know, man. It's just backwards thinking.
Yeah, it's weird because like I have on my channel, I hated this. It's like ever since JJK came out, people call me a glazer of games, right? And I'm like, no, I just like the games, but I'm gonna tell you, get it on the sale, or don't buy it, or wait. If you're really interested in this thing, what you're seeing right now, make a decision for yourself, And it's so frustrating because like I have literally have like JoJo's, people don't know, but a lot of content creators, when that game came out, that game was going crazy on YouTube. And then they took too long to update it at one point, but That whole life cycle, every DLC drop, people was eating. Like I could have covered JoJo's, but I told myself I stood on business. I did not cover JoJo's. I didn't do it. I said I'm not gonna cover it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that like I like because they'll say that I just farm any of the drama stuff, but there's so much shit that happens in the FGC that I could literally just sit here all day.
Yeah, you could. I think you would be full time if you did that. I told somebody else the other day. I was like, if Mike literally just drama farmed all the stupid shit that keep happening in this space, he'll have enough videos for every day, probably twice a day for the rest of the year.
Yeah, like I could do that. I trust me, guys. There are enough things that get sent to me where the people want me to speak about. I got sent a whole Discord the other day of Smash players that were sending around barely legal 18-year-old links and bestiality and a bunch of like racist stuff. I could have done a video on it if I wanted to. There's so many things that get sent to me that are disgusting or just eyebrow raising that I don't make videos on. There's only things I only make things videos on things that A, I think that there can be something concrete here, and B, stuff that I actually give a shit about. If I was to sit here covering Smash Brothers and what goes on in that scene all day, I could probably quit my job. Let's just be honest. Every day I see something and I'm like, what the fuck?
Bro,
did you guys see the whole thing with Tweety on Twitter? Like, I could have told Yaya and C4 and Hawk, I'm like, guys, we're not doing the podcast today. Some juicy information's come out, and maybe I will speak about it. But I saw it. And I was like, this shouldn't be on the internet. Like, they shouldn't have aired this stuff out. It's out there now. It's very funny,
bro. I'm working. Like, I'll tell you right now, I'm working on the Strive project because I'm just revisiting the game. And every day I get on and I get on Twitter and I see something else every damn day. For the last month, it's been something every damn day. And like Technical's my homie. So I just be seeing it and he be like, do you know who this is? And I'm like, oh fuck. Like every day he'll like, oh, here we go again, bro.
Yeah, like, honestly. Sometimes I spoke to Technicals the other day and even he was like, guys, certain things you don't touch. They just don't. There's certain things where like you need to make sure there's something concrete and substantial before you go down that road, because you're about to open up a whole can of worms. But in terms of like making like money or ad revenue, guys, there is enough drama that happens in the FGC on a daily basis, hourly, for me to just sit here and yeah, but I just don't care enough. I only want to talk about the things that I care about. So if people think that I'm farming drama, I would say, why don't you just stop creating drama? Then maybe I'll have nothing to farm. Just play the fucking game. Stop being weird. Right? How could I speak about stuff that doesn't exist? You're moaning at people like me and Technicals. I'm like, well, stop being a dickhead then.
Yeah.
what are you moaning at me for? You saying fuck me, but you're not looking in the mirror. You're the one causing the problem.
Mm-hmm. It's so dumb. It's dumb.
Joey, thank you for the $10. You served the patience of a saint. I would have been hit the button. Yeah, well, I'm the eldest sibling, and I'm the second eldest cousin out of the Greek side, so I've had to grow up with patience. But yeah, C4, what did you want to ask, Yaya? Oh, actually, no. Before you do ask,
okay.
Now that I got you both back in here, I do want to point to the fact that Yaya said.
Bro, no.
You were on my side the whole time.
No, I didn't. I was not on his side the whole time. That's cap.
You can rewind the stream.
You can rewind the stream. I said I'm not on his side all the way. That doesn't mean I'm on your side. C4 was spitting, but there was some points that I was like, I don't know. That ain't working for you right now.
What did you disagree? What I said? What point did you? If you can remember,
the whole Injustice segment was cap. Like I was there with Injustice 1. I was a part of the problem. I was Batgirl. I won't tell you who my name was back then, but I was a problem. So
wait, what did I say that you disagreed with about Injustice? I like Injustice. I like zoning.
I get that, but the comparison that you were using for Injustice and the MK early on about the blocking, that ain't. I was like Mike spitting on that. I can't.
Wait, do you think Injustice should have had a block button?
Oh hell no.
Okay, so you know, well, obviously you know,
Mortal Kombat, needs it.
Okay. So this might be an unfair example. Mike can correct it if it's fair. Correct it if it's wrong. You know, everyone saw what Batman was doing in Injustice, right? Everyone saw the left right.
Yeah.
That was a versus game left right in a single player game. Same with Batgirl with the Bolo stuff. I say we Injustice players didn't need our hands held with a block button. We dealt with it. I'm saying that is way harder to block on reaction because it's a 50-50 than Scorpion.
No,
I can't agree with.
It wasn't.
Scorpion.
I played it at tournament level. I won tournaments for it. It was not. The Scorpion was a fucking nightmare.
Okay, so what do I have to show you to make you see that you're wrong?
I played
nothing I can show you. Then there we go. Then he's corrupted. He's corrupted by bias.
It's not bias. It's like I played Scorpion, and even I was like, this needs to go. It has to go. This is ruining the game. Now I'm also not defending Injustice with the back to block either. I think it was a bit of a weird thing for them to do, considering it's not as egregious as Mortal Kombat because it doesn't have the amount of teleports that MK does, and the ones that it does have, I think was it. Yeah, they're quite slow and spaced out. They're not quick like Mortal Kombat. So that's why when Scorpion came in, it was a bit like, whoa. But even I'm like, I remember playing it and I was like, I don't know, man. Like, there's still a lot of weird shit in this game. Should it have a block button? But Mortal Kombat's another level completely. If you didn't have a block button in Mortal Kombat, you'd be in serious trouble.
But why? Because you have to guess.
No, because you've got characters like Noob Saibot, as just one example, where their teleporting attacks don't just come from like where Scorpions does, where it's a side. Noob Saibot like appears on you. Like if Noob Saibot does the teleport, he's gonna touch you, and it's either gonna be you blocked it and he bounces off you, or you're gonna get sent to the Shadow Realm. Or you've got characters like what was
that chick with the 4 arms that I remember Foxy used to play for a bit, and he used to troll people with the stomp.
Shiva.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, even that. Can you imagine that? Like that's an unblockable. So that situation that doesn't really like change much because that was already a problem. Like people didn't know when she was coming down because it's an unblockable. So even if you have a block button or no block button, that situation doesn't really change. But the amount of teleports in Mortal Kombat and the like egregious things that you can do with them and the speed that they come out and what they convert into, having a no block button would drive people insane, especially if you've got the game at the same pace as MKX. That shit will become unplayable. So
are you saying that block button is necessary for the fun part, or are you saying it from the like the competitive, this would just be unreasonable if you didn't have a block button?
Both. It would be unfun to play Mortal Kombat without a block button, and it would be competitively and just an absolute, it'd be unfun again. It'd be a nightmare competitively.
Okay. I mean, I can't change your mind because you said there's nothing I can show you. So I'm just trying to understand.
Can you imagine doing Scorpion's back 3 and then immediately teleport with no block button, bro? Can you imagine how? Yeah. That is
it's in other games
scenario, bro. That's not in another game.
Yeah. It absolutely is.
Look, we ain't gonna get it through to none of y'all. What did you have to ask, bro? Because y'all be here for the
wait. No. Wait. Because Yaya knows this. There's other games with teleports that are faster than Scorpions.
No.
Faster.
I'm talking about a specific scenario, right? In Marvel has certain defensive mechanics to alleviate some of these things, and it also has assists. Mortal Kombat doesn't have any of that.
I understand that, but I can take away the assist part, and what the block button does is it removes left rights, which is fine, right? That's what a block button does, and it does other stuff, but that's the most important thing, I think, because something like Grand Blue, that's got a block button, but that game doesn't have mix. There's not. Maybe other than like Lance, but it's high-low mix. So block buttons don't help with high-lows, right? It's just left-rights. And in Grand Blue, I don't think there's anyone with a teleport, from what I remember. What I'm saying is, if the teleport was unreactable, then I could understand. But the teleport's not unreactable. It's hard to react to, but it's not unreactable.
Which Mortal Kombat are you talking about? Are you talking about MKX? Because we're about to have a problem.
X is the one with Cole Khan in it, right?
Cole Khan, yeah, he's
He's
in 11 as well, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that teleport, the Scorpion one, was 20 frames. I think. Either way, 20 frames is barely reactable. But the tell is that Scorpion jumps off screen. So it's got a reaction animation. With other games, the teleport doesn't have an animation. The teleport is you disappear and then you reappear. That's what I'm saying. The Scorpion one, especially because it's 1v1, is reactable if you're looking for it. It's not like a raw reaction. You can't just, oh, he's teleported, now I can press the block button. You have to kind of be looking for it.
Bro, I don't know what Mortal Kombat game you're playing.
You say it's not reactable?
No, it would be given the fact that there are so many egregious mix-ups in Mortal Kombat and not enough defensive mechanics to compensate for it. Scorpion going for a mid to low mix-up and instantly cancelling into his fast teleport that you can then combo from. You are just setting the player base up for an absolute disaster by doing that. They really did it in Injustice, bro, and they nerfed it. Everyone's like, this is unacceptable. Do you really think that the player base was just being soft, or there was actually a problem there?
It was soft because Batman was doing something way worse. Batman was doing a 50-50. Would you? Okay.
Batman
he absolutely was. He was jumping on your head, and the left-right was basically unseeable. You could not tell. Even when the Batman hit you, the Batman couldn't tell you what side it was on.
Okay, so let's go with that then. Then that just goes back to my overall my original point of Injustice, that it might have been a mistake for them to not have a block button in the first place.
Yeah, if they didn't want mix like that, 100% agree with you. And I'm saying Mortal Kombat doesn't have that. Mortal Kombat doesn't have that left-right that Batman had.
Because of the block button.
Yeah, and you're having your hands held. That's fine. That's what I'm saying.
If the block button disappeared, Mortal Kombat would be far worse than Injustice.
Which Mortal Kombat? Are we still talking about X? I don't know much about X.
Yeah, in 9X, 11 was pretty slow. Well, 11 would still be pretty bad because there was a lot of teleporting characters in that game.
I played more of 11. I played most of 11.
Yeah, well, yeah, bro, that would be an absolute fucking nightmare. I'm telling you, bro, I understand what you're trying to do here. It just wouldn't work. They already experimented once, and the player base said, fuck that. Never again.
Yeah, I disagree, but I guess unless Tom's here, then look ahead.
Bro, if Tom Brady heard you saying this right now, he would have an aneurysm.
Okay,
I know. And the content would be great, but I like Tom. I don't want to hurt his head, so I'll never say this to him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if people can't breathe. They're not the same game. They're not the same game. What you can do in Marvel does not necessarily transfer to Mortal Kombat. If you don't understand that, then take away the block button in Soul Calibur as well.
No, but we're talking about the concept. The concept translates to all games.
Oh.
If something. Wait, what was that? Did you?
No. He said take away the block button in Soul Calibur. I crash out.
Yeah, imagine that. Why not just hold back like Tekken, right? Why do you think they have the block button there?
Well, Tekken, you don't hold back. You're neutral, right?
No, you can hold back as well. You didn't know that?
Does it change? No. Does it change anything? If I'm doing neutral block and back block, does it make a difference?
I think it does. It does make a difference on certain things. I think holding back and holding forward on, like when you hold forward with a jab, it does extend its range a little bit. When you're holding back, I can't remember what it was. I think neutral block is not an all. It doesn't just solve the whole issue for you. I mean, first of all, neutral blocking in the first place means that you're not ducking. You're not going to be able to like crouch duck.
Yeah.
Crouch block. So you're already like you're kind of rolling the dice if you just stand there and take your hand off block. But yeah, like if you took away blocking from if you took away the block button from Soul Calibur, do you think that the players would be soft if they said, "What are you doing?"
I wouldn't say it for Soul Calibur because that's a 3D game. 3D games, I don't know enough to talk about 3D games and blocking. I don't know what the mixes are like, but in 2D games, I'm well aware of how mixes work.
Well, yeah, but Mortal Kombat's not Marvel.
No, but it's a 2D game, and mixes are universal. Mixes are mixes in every game. It doesn't matter what the title is or the franchise. Mixes are mixes. 50-50 is a 50-50 in every game. That's not 3D. And I guess platform. I guess.
No, I've watched Marvel for a long time. Marvel don't have like a noob cybot teleport in it. There's not a scenario where that happens. The most egregious thing I remember from Marvel 3 was Phoenix doing those and Virgil doing those mix-ups on you. But again, you had very strong defensive mechanics in that game. They were strong enough to alleviate people like Morrigan. At the very least, if you had Mortal Kombat defensive mechanics in Marvel, the Marvel guys would scream.
Yeah, but so there's a difference between a defensive mechanic and like a defensive mechanic on block. There is no defensive mechanic that helps you block a 50-50. That doesn't exist. No, unless you want to.
Well, it doesn't help you block the 50-50, but the scenario that follows, Marvel has better systems for dealing with that. So you already know that when you block someone in Marvel, you can push block them.
Yes.
In Mortal Kombat, they're stuck to you. You're just like, all right, I've got to do another one and another one and another one. If you were holding back to do that as well, with the speed that the teleports come out and what they're capable of doing, you're dead. As soon as they jump in on you, you're finished.
Not really, because you've got a combo breaker in MK, and in Marvel you don't. But to me,
you don't have it all the time though. You get it once if your meter's full.
Yeah, and you can't push block all the time because you can break push blocks with throw. So yeah, this is why I didn't want to go down this road, because there's always a counter to the counter, or you can't always do the mechanic.
Push block is readily available at all times. There are definitely things that you can do as a counter to it. Yeah. Breakers are not readily available all the time. If you use a breaker, you lose it, and you have to work your way back to it.
Yeah, no, I understand, but both. Also, okay, let me say it this way: both tools on defense don't work all the time. One can be countered by the player, and then one can't be used all the time, so people can work around it.
True, yeah, but one is always present. The other one isn't.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, this won't go anywhere because I'm like, well, yeah, you can push block and you can die from a throw. So, yes, it's a good mechanic for pushing people away because that's what it does, but it doesn't help you all the time. You can guard cancel, you can X Factor and punish people for push blocking. You can get punished for that. Like in Guilty Gear, you can be punished for combo breaking with burst. But in MK, you can't really get punished for doing it. You use your resource and you're out of the combo. That's it. That's the end of the story.
Okay, so let me ask you then, if push block operated in a similar fashion to breaker where it was tied to meter, do you think that would make a significant change to the way Marvel's played?
Yeah. If you have to use resources, yeah. 100%. Okay. Like they're doing it with 2x KO. Push blocks down to the meter.
If breakers were always available, then yeah, okay, maybe having a block button might not be the biggest deal in the world because nothing's a true combo. It'd be like Sparking Zero where you could just parry someone doing back shots. But you can't in Mortal Kombat. Once you use that breaker and you've reset the neutral, if you're holding back to block and you're fighting someone quick, like let's say it's Jason Voorhees in MKX and he teleports and he grabs you, that's it, you're done. Now you're going to wake up into a whole bunch of bullshit. There's no push block to save you. There's no assist character. There's no switching out either. Because in Marvel, one of your characters gets fucked up. It's like, okay, cool. Maybe I need to get this guy out of here. In Mortal Kombat, you're done. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually work like that. Like practically, I understand what you're saying, but if you lose a character in Marvel, you pretty much lose the game
We've got
because
X
there's no
Factor.
neutral. Yeah, you've got X Factor, but you don't have neutral. Like you said, like when Jason hits you, you're gonna get put into a mix. You're gonna get set played, and if you don't block the next time and you've got no breaker, you lose. If you lose your point character in Marvel, the incoming with certain characters, you don't block. You guess, and you hope they don't bait your X Factor because you can bait X Factor and punish it as well.
That's true, but you can also get characters out safely in Marvel. I've seen people pop a super and then what was it called?
Yeah,
DHC and bring them
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
safely. So you do have options to get your guy out of there to heal some health, but in Mortal Kombat you ain't got that option. So if I don't have a breaker and I'm holding back to block and I'm fighting somebody with a fast teleport, they're just going to put me in a situation that is extremely unfair to the defender, and it will skew. We won't be able to look at it and be like, "Wow, the more skilled player won." That guy won because of pure bullshit. And I know that Marvel is full of a lot of BS, but they have mechanics there to sort of balance things out. Because we've seen people playing defensively in Marvel before, but you won't be able to do that in Mortal Kombat if you have back to block. It will literally, like, I guarantee if you did that shit, you will kill the game.
Yeah, maybe like I think you guys were talking about it with Hawk earlier about sort of the threshold of games that you came from. Obviously, something needs to be extremely broken for me to class it as broken because I come from Marvel. Like the things I've seen and the things I've dealt with, I can go to pretty much any other game and go, well, it ain't that bad. I've got this mechanic, or I get another chance. That's why I think Dragon Ball was so good because everyone wanted it to be like Marvel. And probably the worst thing for a non-Marvel player when looking at Marvel is like, oh, you lost your character and you don't get a chance to come back other than X Factor because you don't go back to neutral. Where Dragon Ball, when you kill a character, you go back to neutral. You have to play neutral again, even if you kill someone. Where you don't, obviously MK doesn't have TODs, they don't have touch of deaths, but they've got scenarios which feel like a touch of death because of if you use your breaker and then you get hit afterwards, you're like, well, yeah, your chance to get back into the match is gone. So it's hard for me to put in your brain my level of bullshit or what I find acceptable as broken. To me, I'm
Storm, Magneto, and Sentinel is acceptable in Marvel too.
Yeah. Marvel 2 is a difficult one.
I see.
I'll explain. So Marvel 3, I can talk about that. Marvel 2, I don't know too much, but I watched enough to understand. The thing with Marvel 2 is, I think comparatively, it isn't very good. It feels like it wasn't designed to be competitive because of infinites and guard breaks.
Okay, good. Yeah, like we've all seen Marvel 2 played. We accepted it, but if a Marvel 2 player came to, we kind of had to. I mean, that's the way the game was played, right?
Oh, yeah, at the time. Yeah, at the time, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so we watched it. We were like, this is Marvel 2. But a Marvel 2 player cannot look me in the eye and go, well, we deal with this shit, so why are you guys complaining? I'm like, bro, you deal with the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my life, to the point where I'm like, I don't even know why you're playing this game competitively. You get a character in the corner, Storm's got some meter, it's over. Have fun. And I'm supposed to be like, well, you know, they're right, I guess. They deal with like the most broken shit ever. What am I complaining about? It's like, no, you're like, Marvel 2's fun, but the game is broken beyond belief. It's so stupid. Like, you don't really see a lot of character variety in that game. You might get Cyclops if Justin Wong is playing, but you see Storm, Sentinel, Magneto over and over again because the team is busted, and they never moved away from that. A Marvel 2 player can't come over to Mortal Kombat and be like, well, we accepted the Storm, so what you guys can play about? It's like, okay, well, you accepted a shit sandwich. Why do I have to?
I mean, I agree with you. This was my point earlier about past games. So if I was a Marvel 2 player and I went into Marvel 3, I would look at it and go, oh, this is absolute horseshit. But back in my day, it was worse. That doesn't explain away what's happening in Marvel 3. Marvel 3 is also horseshit.
Yeah.
Marvel 2, you literally can get unblockables before you touch the ground.
Yeah.
And if you haven't got air hyper, air super, you just insta lose. And the only thing that can not make you lose is if you can put off your opponent to mistime the incoming. You can only block once in the air in that game. So they'll make you block on incoming and then wait a minute before you land. You can't block the next attack.
Yeah.
That's why the air hyper viper beam from Cable works. That's all it is. It's gunshot, you block it. Air hyper viper beam isn't a true string, then you get unblockable. Nothing you can do about it.
Oh, C4, you're here. Oh my God. This is the perfect time to ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you consider Marvel a Kusoge?
Marvel 2?
Marvel 3?
In my eyes, it's...
So your answer will make me lose money or not, because he's going to come look in the stream.
Oh, shit. Why did you say that?
Because I want the real answer.
What's a Kusoge again? Not like a non-serious game. A pie game, right?
Okay, well, Kusoge in terms means shit game, but that also means broken ass game.
I would probably say it's broken. But the thing is,
you know who I'm talking about, Ghost. Yeah. So.
Oh, what? He thinks it's not broken.
He thinks it's not. Yeah, he doesn't. He
thinks,
yes.
Yes, he thinks it's a different type of game, not to be considered a Kuso. Okay, so let me tell you what happened, and I'll explain it to Ghost. So I was playing Nin Impact, right? And I got so many hours on that demo playing Nin Impact.
I love that game.
I love that game too. It's ugly looking, and I get it, but that shit is fun as fuck. It's literally TV to me. And he's like, man, anybody trying to play this Kusoge shit? So I got mad, and I was like, don't you want to play Marvel 3?
Okay.
He's like, that's not the same type of Kusoge. I'm like, yes, it is. You died. Like, have you not seen Virgil? Like, Virgil will erase you with 2 buttons. And then
that's a mad take.
And then it happened because he was like, do a TOD right now, and we all boot up the game. And then Arrow was like, I can do 3, and I ain't played this. Give me an hour, and he did it.
Yeah, there's loads of. Well, I'll say loads. I've seen plenty of TODs with Ahsoka and stuff. Like, I've seen it. It's not. I don't know why you'd make that distinction between Hunter and Marvel. They're both as fucked up as each other.
Yes.
I don't know why you'd think one's less fucked up than the other.
Yes.
Like, that seems like, what's it? Cognitive dissonance? When you see something, you know it is, and you go, oh, but this other thing's not like that. It's like, no, they're the same. They're both, if they're Kusoge, if one's Kusoge, both of them are. That's just, most tag games are like that. Most of them.
Yes.
I can't, maybe Skullgirls isn't as a balanced team game. I'll say Dragon Ball was, not anymore. Dragon Ball went the route of, if you like Yamcha, we're going to make it so Yamcha's viable.
Yeah.
Which I get, but
yeah, Marvel's of course Marvel's broken. So is Marvel 3, man. Like, come on.
Marvel 2.
I saw Jerome in the chat saying Marvel 3 is not broken, bro. I watched you play that game for years. That game, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. I love Marvel 3. I think it's a great game. It's fucking broken though.
He's corrupted, bruv. You can't. He's too close to the source. He plays the game in it. You can't trust him.
Yeah,
he's too close.
Yeah, I remember Jerome was big back in the day on the game, but it is what it is, bro. It's a broken ass game. It's like Tekken 4. I like Tekken 4. I've always liked Tekken 4, but Tekken 4 is broken. Have you fought Jin on that game? Have you dealt with the walls, the bullshit on that game? You just bounce people off walls all day. They're never getting up. The game's broken. Absolutely, like, competitively, it's probably the least competitive Tekken game, including the first and second one. So
I think Jerome probably sees it how I do. I still see Marvel 3 as it's a very balanced game. It's balanced because you can win with a lot more characters than you can in something like Marvel 2. There's a lot more winning teams in Marvel 3 than Marvel 2, 100%. Like, Marvel 2, like you said, Storm, Magneto, Sentinel. Then there's spin-offs with Psylocke. There's one person, Duck, who won with Spiral. He's like the only person who's ever done it. Yeah, for the most part, there's like 8 characters that are like tournament winning characters. You can put Iron Man in there, I guess, as well now.
Yeah, I never
but
saw
Marvel,
Thanos in the tournament.
Thanos.
Was it Thanos? Is Thanos in the game?
Yeah, Thanos is in Marvel
Yeah,
too.
he is in the game. Yeah, he's got that weird chunky character design. Yeah,
Yeah,
I never saw him winning a tournament ever.
Yeah, I don't think you. If it's like a local when there's like 6 people entering, so you're guaranteed top 8, maybe. But yeah, like in a big tournament, you're not seeing that. All the money matches, you're not seeing those characters. Like so many zeros are in those money matches. You're not playing. You're not picking that character. You're just not. You're picking an X-Men, Cable, Storm, any X-Men character, and I think that's it. I don't think there was anyone really that. Oh, Iron Man, technically. Yeah, but in Marvel 3, because there was more characters you could win with, it was more balanced. But it was more balanced because of the universal mechanics, like X Factor. We had this conversation with Tekken, with like, well, if you give everyone kind of similar tools and the same abilities, you lose people's unique characteristics, but you make them all almost on a level playing field.
Yeah. What was the question you wanted to ask Yaya earlier, by the way?
It was about gatekeeping. So I wanted to ask Yaya, because I know Yaya plays a bunch of games as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I think I find it more interesting talking about games I don't play as much because I want to understand it. But I wanted to see if Yaya had the problem where you talk about a game and people were like, well, you don't know the game enough. You haven't played it as much as I have and all that sort of shit.
Oh. I dealt with that with Tekken. Because like
Amen.
it's
Look at the face.
Yeah, I know. Mike's a part of the problem.
I am not part of the problem.
Okay, he's not as bad as some people on Twitter, but like
I don't gatekeep anyone. I welcome everyone in.
Yeah,
but I also say sometimes, like it's like I'm about to play Gears of War again, and I'm gonna get involved with those guys, but I can't sit there and tell them about their game, like they've been playing it for eons. Like I need to know my place. So when people come into a game that I've been playing for a long time, or like I was having a conversation with some guy about Rebirth of Souls, and he was telling me that so and so character was broken. I was like, well, they're not really. You just need to know how to do this, that, and the other. He was just like, oh, you're gatekeeper. I was like, I play the game every day, bro. Like I know better than you.
Yeah,
I don't think that's gatekeeping. I'm just telling you.
I feel like so from my experience, my stuff when it comes to like gameplay stuff, I'm looking at it. It depends on the game, because there's an example like Tekken. Reason why I didn't make Tekken content is because like I am in the vein of a FDX with my stuff a lot of times when it came out, and I can't help people because I don't know Tekken, right? So I know where I aligned in Tekken. But it was frustrating streaming it when it came out because people was like, bro, why don't you just duck it? Like I've been playing like online Tekken since like Tekken 5 or something like that on Tekken 6. So like I was annoyed by it. When 2XKO came out, this is my territory, right? So like I'm doing like I created the little Ari combo that nobody knew at the time in the field. Everybody was following me and retweeting about it. And I was like, how do you do this? And I was like, see, now if I was an asshole, I could just tell you to air dash and call it a day. But that'd be ignorant. That's gatekeeping. But I broke it down and explained it to people. And I think in that case, like, it is frustrating because, especially as a person that didn't really believe in myself enough to compete, I don't never think I'm garbage or ass, anything like that. It's just I don't compete because at one point I did have like very bad competitors anxiety, like the same thing Max had. And like what I'll compete, it would be like it happened after like 2018 with Smash, and I didn't know I had that till I went to go see what was the problem with it. But I'm way over that now, and I think the best way you handle it is I do like people. I'm okay with gatekeeping for all the right reasons. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like some people do say some dumb ass shit, and people need to be checked on it. But at the same time, when it comes to not looking at the other players' opinions or thoughts about things and like that, like it is frustrating because there's me where I'm saying, like from my perspective, I don't like this. And then there's the people on Twitter with tweaking, like, why can't I sidestep this? Why can't I jump over here? Damn, I can't do this. And then they're like fucking Garnryu rank trying to tell Arslan Ash or rap some. Like, come on, like that's stupid. That's where the gatekeeping is justified in my place, because like apparently Tekken as a game, believe it or not, the skill barrier and the amount you grind is reflective of how probably at least decent you are. Maybe not EWC or Evo winning level, but it is some truth in it. You got that for a reason.
Yeah,
100%.
maybe. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say he's completely right. There's this. I don't like the idea of keeping people out of a community, but I'm certainly not gonna be. I'm not gonna sit there whilst, like this brand new Reina player is telling me why he's wrong. I'm just like, bro, like you're obviously welcome in the community. There's no actual gates here for me to keep you out. Like obviously I want people in there, play the game, but don't start talking shit to like professional players that know what they're doing. You can offer your opinion, but if they're like giving you a detailed breakdown of why you're wrong and you just say skill issue, I'm just like, well, I mean, how do you want me to respond now? You know, it's kind of silly. Like I had this argument with somebody on burst limit. I played burst limit religiously. Like I was doing money matches on burst limit for a while. Like I was very, very, very confident at that game. And this guy's telling me about why Piccolo's shit in the game. I was just like, Piccolo's not shit. And I was trying to explain to him why. And he was like, no, man, shut up, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, well, you're the kind of person that I don't want you around me. I'm not telling you to leave the community, but I definitely don't want to talk to you.
All right, just to let you know, that person did not know what they were talking about, because as a person who I used to like Dave and Buster's, I used to play Piccolo in that game, and I'll be honest, I could tell you the tier list from top to bottom of that game, even 16 years ago, and Piccolo was arguably looked as the best character in the game.
Thank you.
Like, yeah. I remember specifically Piccolo, Broly, Vegeta, and Frieza was OD. Oh, fucking D.
Yeah, I try to tell people all the time. Cell has been a consistent top tier as well amongst most Dragon Ball games.
Yeah.
But Piccolo in the Budokai games and Burst Limit, you'd usually find him floating around the top. I was trying to tell this guy, yeah, no, man, Piccolo is definitely not a weak character, because I faced him and he lost. I was using Vegeta, and he was like, no, Vegeta's broken, blah, blah, blah. Piccolo's shit, this, that, and the other. And I said to him, you know what you're talking about, bro. You've been here for 5 minutes. I've been here for like 5 years playing the game. Like, just pack it. It was like, oh, there goes Mike again, saying he's been here since the beginning. I was just like, oh, shut up, bro. I don't want to listen to this.
Because if I was to make a tier list for that game off the top of my head, I'm definitely putting Piccolo, Vegeta, Broly, and actually Frieza. I think Frieza was probably arguably better in some cases than the other characters. Them four, because Frieza and his Death Beam, it would reset you, and then even if you weren't ready for it, it got enough time to while you were stunned, I can reload the Death Beam meter for it. It was so fucked up. Like somebody telling you Piccolo was trash, they definitely didn't play that game. Like,
yeah. I was gonna say, I understand what you guys are saying, but I think when it comes to the extreme of like, I don't know, Shin Toaster arguing with Arslan and Ash about a Tekken character, I think Arslan and Ash still has to show why they're right. They can't just be right because they're a top player.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I respect that, because I hate when people debate and they can't back it up, because now it just looks like the Twitter, like it's like Jiren that was in the chat, right? Like they just yapping, but you can't express why something's good or bad. And I think that's something that I do appreciate with like not Arslan. Like I do think you need to express something, because I'm tired of I won this, so I'm right. And I get it. You have validity to your statement, but in a specific context, you're not helping either side, because you just saying I'm right because I'm the Evo champion. I'm supposed to be like, okay, I agree with you. I'm supposed to glaze you now. Like, can you explain to me in the context of the conversation why you're right? Can you show me something? That is more important to not only just gate like community interactions and shit like that, but just common human sense, like explain this shit to people. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the kind of prestige of a person shouldn't top trump someone. Like I think of even like PL. When PL talks about something being strong or weak or whatever, he will go into like 30 minutes of explaining it to you. You can disagree or agree with what he's saying, but he does try to explain it. Another example, which is probably closer to the Arsene Ash example, is Phoenix Wright in Marvel 3.
Yes.
For the longest time, but literally years, nearly everyone, this was like one of those Mandela effect things, where everyone was like, oh, when Phoenix Wright's in tournament mode and he does the jump and point down thing?
Yeah.
Everyone thought that was an overhead for years. Top players thought it was an overhead. So they thought, oh, Phoenix Wright can do an unblockable because he can call his, like, I don't know, his secretary lady who goes swinging her arms and then she goes low. So everyone thought, oh, he's got an unblockable, like solo unblockable. This is broken. And then I didn't know it straight away, but I was like, I don't think that's an overhead. I know it's a jumping attack, but not all jumping attacks are overheads. It's a mid. But top players in the prime of Marvel would say, oh, yeah, that's unblockable. And it was never unblockable. And I was like, yeah, you can't trust someone. Some people that won Evo said it was an overhead.
Mm.
And obviously, that is a very pinpoint thing. You're not going to say, oh, well, Phoenix Wright is broken now because he's not broken now because of that one thing. But a top player can have like a blind spot in information and be told by someone who doesn't play the game. When Rivals came out, Yaya, I think saw me. I was saying literally week one, Wolverine was broken. And everyone said, I don't know what I'm talking about. I haven't played a shooter before. I didn't play like Overwatch, nothing like that. I was like, I don't need to play these games. I can tell you percentage-based damage is broken because it just spreads through people that have more HP. And everyone was like, no, Iron Fist is better. Iron Fist will be better. And then look, Wolverine was getting banned everywhere, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
I had no experience.
I do think some things are like, I don't know about that particular situation, but I do think that some things are more obvious than others. Like, I remember when the Lydia trailer dropped for Tekken 8, and me and King J both said at the same time, this character's going to be an absolute menace. And I remember when I did that trailer reaction, people were like, oh, he's dooming already. And I was like, I'm not dooming, bro. Did you not watch the same trailer as me? So obvious what's going to happen here. And look where we are now. So I do think that there's situations like that where you don't necessarily need to play, and like a conversation you can have a conversation about it. And I did break down why I thought that she was going to be a problem. I think in like knee situation, Nee usually starts his posts out by explaining what he's saying, and then somebody will go into the comment section and just say skill issue. And that's when the conversation devolves, because he's obviously not gonna have it. So I remember that particular situation. He asked the guy immediately, what rank are you? And everyone's like, oh, look, even Nee's doing it. But I was like, yeah, well, he's doing it because he just gave a detailed description. I think it was about Xiao Yu.
Huh? Yeah. He explained it beforehand about Xiao Yu and how volatile she was in the game. And somebody was like, it's a skill issue. And then he asked your rank. And I'm like, that's justified because he just told you what he's talking about.
Yeah. And the thing is that it's even more justified for a 4-time Evo champion to ask you that after he's just explained something and your only response is skill issue. And people took issue with that, like he was on a high horse. But I was like, well, yeah, he is on a high horse. He's the Evo champion. You're questioning him, and he's already explained it. It's not like he's shrugging you off. He's told us all his reasoning, and you're saying skill issue. And then the guy comes out and says that he's a Shinryu or a Garyu rank. And I was like, bro, again, like I've got no problem going to a new game. Like when I went over to Gears of War to try out for the first time in ages. And I said something like, oh, this gun is broken. They're like, it's not. And then I'm like, well, it is. Or if they were telling me the gun is broken, I'm saying, no, it's not. You just need to get good. I'm like, I've just shown up. And he's been here for years. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I think those conversations devolve because there's not respect being shown to the person that's earned it. And he's earned our respect. When he talks about Tekken, I'll listen. Doesn't mean I'll necessarily agree, but he's earned the respect of the community through his wins over the years, through multiple Tekken games, for me to stop and listen to what he has to say and maybe question why I might be wrong on the situation. And if I really don't feel like I'm wrong, I'll just say to him, this is why I don't think I'm wrong. But if I respond to him saying skill issue, then yeah, I'm going to talk to you like you're an idiot.
Right. So okay. So you're talking more about like the way he said, or the way he disagreed, the way the guy disagreed with me.
Yeah, because like he gave no pushback. If it was, I think you have a skill issue because even though you started off a bit inflammatory, at least there's something there connecting where we can have a conversation. But there's no conversation to be had. You're just insulting me.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, because I wanted to say when I was asking Yaya is that I think gatekeeping is fine. It's just got a stigma with it. Everyone like associates it with something that we shouldn't do. I think how people gatekeep could be better. Like the example of Arsenal is like how it should be done. Like even though Arsenal doesn't have to give most Tekken players the time of day, right? Especially if they're not meeting him offline and placing in tournaments, you have to have some kind of filter to be like, I can't talk to every Dan ranked player. Like it's just not worth his time. If he's doing that, I think he's probably going above and beyond what he needs to do.
Yeah.
To explain it to someone like that. I think the issue comes up when I think it's going to happen. Well, it depends if I tweet it, but I can't really be bothered. There's a lot of people talking about. You probably. Oh no, you did a video in it. You know when you was talking about the motion input stuff.
Mm.
So obviously, a lot of people aren't happy about that. Hunter x Hunter has come out and it's a 7-button game, and people are like, "Oh, 7 buttons are bad." To me, that is a skill issue. That would so you know that response that you were talking about. That is a skill issue. If
Why
you've
is
got
it
a
7
stick, because they decided it. There's no. I don't think there's any like mechanical reason why
Right,
they could have like.
I can explain why. So in Nin Impact, the game has light, medium, heavy, and then you have 2 assists, right? So you got 2 assists, and then you have an arts button, special moves button. This is probably going to be the case for Invincible. In that game, Hunter x Hunter doesn't have motion inputs. And the reason why they do those things instead of doing the motion inputs is because, they have a whole stigma of, people not wanting to play the games. And I don't want to get into that because of the
Wait,
inputs.
no, that's not it. That's not the reason. That's not the reason.
Well, no. But I'm saying the reason behind it is the game itself has 7 buttons because of the layout that you have, right? And I agree with you. Like I think, I don't have a problem with a game having a lot of buttons to use. I mean, you got a controller. Like if I pull up, like the leverless, bro, like it's 2025. Like I have more than 8 buttons. I'm cool. Like I'm not gonna complain about it. But
Yeah.
Unless you're balling like 1990, your stick has more than 6 buttons. There's some old sticks that only have 6 buttons.
right.
Most people aren't playing on that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like games with that many buttons. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
So
fair.
okay, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. But is it also fair enough for me to say skill issue?
No, I just don't like the design.
Okay.
I don't like the design. I don't like the I'm just like the special button. I'm like, why don't you just have motion for it?
So to add on what Yaya was saying, they've got that special button and they've got a Nen button. The Nen button is kind of like the defense stuff. And people were saying, well, you could just put those 2 buttons, the special and the Nen button together and have a motion, like you said. So you could make it a 6-button game. And I'm like, okay, if people don't like motion, people don't like that they're taking away motions and they're making it quote unquote easier with direction and a special thing, fine. But on the other hand, when you've added an extra button, that's an extra bit of difficulty. So if you can't deal with that, that is a skill issue on your part. The same way you're saying.
I'm not dealing with it though. I just don't like it.
Okay, I guess. Yeah. If you don't like it, you don't like it.
I'm sure
People are saying it's bad.
they simplified it so it couldn't be a skill issue for someone like me who's asking for it to go in the other direction. It's just I don't like the design. It's just messy. It just seems excessive. Like there's no need for it. It's
Difficult.
fine if they want to go down that road. That's fine. You know, games are changing over time. They're not always going to be for people like me. But yeah, 6 buttons. I'm like 6 buttons seems like enough for any game. I don't feel like a game needs more than 6 buttons. But
Yeah, I don't think there's been a game with 7 buttons, from my recollection. Obviously, tag games get close because they've got 2 assists, but
yeah, when it's things like tag games, like, and they've got extra assists, I don't know. I don't really play tag games, but that's probably another reason why I don't like all the. I like I play on the I play on this, on the Hori fight pads.
Oh,
So
you've got
like
all the buttons, infinite buttons.
yeah, so but I just use these. Like even when I'm playing Tekken, like these, although it's got more stuff on it, that you've got an extra 4. I just use these. Like it's too much. Like I'm just like I don't want to deal with all this shit. It's not so much a skill issue. I just don't like the mess. I could make it easier on myself and probably just have a special button, but I'd prefer having the motion. Even with Tekken, like they've changed it now to 1 button.
Gotta put this up to scare Mike.
Yeah, like that's vomit. Like I remember
this
seeing.
is strictly for tag games, by the way.
Fuck that. Even like I remember seeing the Mortal Kombat fight sticks. They just look so messy. I'm like, I don't want to.
Okay, those are trash. I don't like that. That layout's horrible. That's why I don't play MK now, because I feel like I can't get used to it on stick. I don't like. And controllers cost too much. Like
having 1 button to do a super move makes the game easier objectively. Like it's easier to just press a button. And when you've got all these pads available now, like the Hori fight pad or yours, moving my finger from here to here is not skill issue. Doesn't come into that. It's simply a design that I don't like. And
okay.
I would advocate for Tekken to go back to have it. I would rather Tekken didn't have supers. Like what is that? That's so ugly. But I would rather that they had if they're gonna have them, I'd rather they had motion inputs.
Okay, but can't you just switch this around? Like, let me be the contrarian, right? Oh, you're saying motion inputs, directional inputs for supers and specials is easy mode. To me, that's just messy. Doing a DP motion is messy. Why do I need to do that? It's too complicated. Makes no sense. Don't need to. That's the argument you're using for the 6 buttons versus 7 buttons, but someone could use the same thing for motion inputs and directional stuff.
I suppose they could. It's like I said, it's a design choice. I don't like the design. I don't like single button supers. I don't like it in Mortal Kombat either because you use the triggers to do supers. I've never liked it. It just sucks. It's obviously not harder because I'm just tapping a button, so it couldn't possibly be a skill issue. That wouldn't even make any sense. I just don't like it. But I guess if people like it and they're going in that direction, then fair play to them.
I mean, I don't like it. I'm just saying I think obviously not with you because you've described it, but a lot of people, the problem they have with motion versus directional is that, oh, this is easier. And then with Net Impact, I'm happy with playing a 7 button game because I've got 8 buttons. It's not a problem. So I'm like, well, all the buttons are available to me. If I can't access this button on a whim because there's like a button that I'm not used to pressing, I need to get better. And having 6 buttons is easy mode. 6 buttons to me is the equivalent of having the directional for specials and supers. And a motion input is harder, the same way having 7 buttons is harder. You've got more to think about.
But it's just that you're literally moving your finger slightly. Like motion inputs are like, I know why they're moving away from them. Then they're notoriously difficult to do for a lot of people. They're not difficult for us or like the chat because we've been playing fighting games all our lives. But if I show my sisters like a motion input, they're just gonna look at me about what the hell is that versus just tapping a button. So having the extra button it can't be a skill issue. I'm literally like, if I get my pad and let's say that it's a 6 button game and I'm playing like this and this is the extra button here, There's not. I'm just going like this. That's it. There's no one stupid enough that's gonna be like, I gotta wrap my head around this whole new button. Like that's not gonna happen.
I mean, what? Look, I mean, obviously you don't hang around the same circles I do. 90% of players that are coming from versus games or tag games are saying 7 buttons is bad. This is stupid. Don't have 7-button games.
But
They're
he's
literally saying this.
but there's a difference in like I think I don't like it either, but I would never sit and say it's hard. It's not hard for me to go from just tapping these buttons to then being like
they're saying words around hard. They're saying it's confusing, it's too much, it's not normal because most tag games are 6 buttons. They're saying all the words to describe that it's not good without saying it's not good or bad.
Yeah, my problem with because I get not liking it, and I have to go in a minute. I get not liking it.
Yeah, we're all gonna wrap up in a minute.
But people that complain about 7-button fighting, not saying you, Mike, you don't count in this, but I know some people that are like 7-button fighter game bad. But then I know your Street Fighter 6 layout, and you got the other 2 buttons for shit that you don't even use all day, right? You can just do it manually. So it's like I can understand not liking. I can't argue against it or fight against it. But in Hunter x Hunter, it's a 7-button fighter, but every basic level is nowadays you should have a fucking stick with at least 8 buttons.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I don't think they sell 6-button hitboxes or sticks anymore. I just don't think that's a thing.
Like
you have to find like a cabinet in fucking Gooch Street. That's when you'll see a 6-button stick.
Yeah, like this is general. Like this is the most sane one I have.
Is that the broken one? The no button stick.
I see that's oh my god.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like.
And how old was that? That's the TE, right? TE2?
Yeah.
Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 4.
This one's so
ugly.
I don't care if it's ugly. I got extra buttons.
No, I need pause. I need the stick there. The stick has to be there.
Okay, I used to be able to. Okay, so the reason why I stopped playing is because I had the same thing. Rest in peace, Hacks with the hand. I had a hand issue, so I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna have to quit fighting games, bro." And then literally, I looked into Leverless, and I had to.
Yeah.
I went to Leverless, and then I realized I was like, okay, I got this one around Tekken, and when Tekken came out, I hate going back in the menu for training mode. I really do. Either I'm not going to use training mode, or I'm gonna have to find a way to do it from there. So I mapped it to different things I wanted to do, like in training mode, left screen, right screen, this, or because this doesn't have a touchpad like a PS5 controller.
Weren't people debating that these things were like cheating for some games?
Okay, yeah, but they have SOCD cleaning on them, and what it does, it stops it from cheating. So some characters, like for example, like Street Fighter had a problem when it came out because Gal was broken. When like flash kicks, you didn't have to hold down; you just hit forward in the button and you instantly do it. He was walking forward doing flash kick. He wasn't a charge character anymore.
Well, wait! It's a slight exaggeration. He wasn't walking like forward.
You remember early Street Fighter 6? He was out here cheating, bro.
Bro, I challenge you to find someone who's been playing on the hitbox longer than me. You can't. Trust me. I understand. Like,
you want to do this?
Yeah, you want to do this?
You know who I'm gonna get. You know who I'm gonna get.
I don't care. You can get the person who made the hitbox. I don't care.
How does that disqualify? Wait, what?
I can get you the clip of my hitbox. It's what? Nearly 10 years old.
I have somebody that's been playing it since 2004.
Damn, he got you.
Who?
Kinso.
No, stop that, Cap. He didn't play. He had one. He didn't play on it for that long.
Okay,
I know this because when Strive came out, that's when he started playing on the hitbox. I've played hitbox only since.
See, no, but you're doing the thing. Wait, you're doing the thing that you didn't like earlier, right? Because you said you've been playing it for like you gatekeep in the wrong way.
No, this is the right way. Because when you're talking about hitboxes, I'm telling you, you could not walk forward. You could get like a micro crawl forward, then flash kick.
So why were they saying it's cheating? What was the whole debate about?
Okay.
So So wait. This is why it really was broken. Because you could hold down back or hold forward in Street Fighter 5. Oh, sorry. Street Fighter 5, with Guile, you can walk forward, but that's because they gave Guile a crouch and walk.
I remember.
So, yeah. So you could crouch walk, hold down forward, and to do the flash kick, all you have to do is hit up and kick. You didn't have to let go of down. That's what the SOCD got rid of. So the SOCD made it so when you pick two cardinal directions, so opposite directions, it gave you neutral. But before, you could hold back, for example, and while holding back, press forward and punch, and you get a boom.
So that's not in the game, and that's not in the stick anymore.
You can do it on controller. You can do it on controllers. This is why it's a stupid rule. Because what you can do on hitbox, you can do on a pad, because you can do it with the D-pad and the analog stick.
Now, that's kind of awkward, though, isn't it?
It is, but Tekken players have that claw grip shit, so can't be that bad, right?
Y'all were weird. When I found out that y'all were grabbing the controller like this.
Not me. I think it's weird as well.
Yeah, I was like, what? And then what's crazy, y'all was playing like Eddie and shit. Like the people that were playing it, I was like,
yeah, okay. King J does that. I've seen him do it before.
What does he?
Yeah, I was sitting next to him and he claw gripped, and I said to him, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?" He was like, "What?" And I was like, "Don't do that." Just don't. I was cracking up.
What is better, stick, lever, or controller? Use whatever you want.
There's two people I can't trust when I'm playing a game, like a fighting game with. If you hold your pad like a fucking keyboard, you're a weirdo. And if you sit cross-legged offline, you're a weirdo as well.
You would hate me. Because that means I'm locked in. Like
cross-legged. Why are people crossing their legs? It's so weird. I don't like it.
All right. So here's my thing.
Isn't that uncomfortable?
No, it's fucking beautiful. Like that's how I've been able to play Tekken for so long. So listen, I like larger leverless, okay? Because as a person who wears basketball shorts, the fucking problem, I heard that bullshit. And like literally, they slide off my lap. Like this one right here, I only use this at the crib. Or if I'm at like an event or something. But this one stays in my fucking lap. In my avatar one. Right? So I'm cross-legged and I can just do this all day. It doesn't fall or nothing. Right? And it's a beautiful time because I'm locked in. Like even at Comic Book, my friend was like, "How is he playing cross-legged?" I'm fucking this dude up with Clive, and he's like, "Yo, this man is just like he's weird." I'm hearing this shit in the background, right? And I'm like, "Yo, that's when I know I'm having a good fucking time. I'm chill." When I'm
cross-legged, unnatural. You need to. Why would you break symmetry? Why would you break the symmetry?
It's not Death Note, bro. I'm not.
It is. You're all leaning and you're at an angle. How can you play the game at an angle?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
That's weird.
But I was always one of those people that would just sit in the corner and like play at an angle anyway as a kid because our rooms used to be so crowded when people came over. So I was used to it.
Wicked. You people don't let me catch you doing that offline, bro.
If I somehow get the Evo friends, bro, it's over. Because everybody's like, "Y'all gotta eat for Hunter."
OJ, thank you for the $5. Being a 13-year-old trying to teach my friends how to do a simple quarter circle in UMC feels a nightmare. Explained it as best as I thought as I could. It was bad. Yeah, I tried to explain shit to my friends as well, and they just looked at me sideways.
I'm really good at explaining people how to do like non-conventional shit to them. And literally, I was like, "All right, do not make this a habit, but I'm gonna make it easy for you to visualize it. If you stuck after this point, I am not liable." I give them the analog stick, and I go, "Wee," and I just do this. I just be like, "You see what I'm doing? Do that." He's like, "Okay, I'm doing it." And I was like, now unpause the game and do it. And they'd be like, "Oh my god, a fireball came out." Every fucking time. Every time.
And people ain't got an excuse for all these people that say motion inputs are difficult. I saw a dog on YouTube do it. If a dog can do it, you guys can do it, man.
Yeah, but I gotta go. This was fun.
We're gonna wrap up anyway now. Was there anything you wanted to end on?
That was it pretty much. We had a good talk. It was a long stream. I ain't never been in a stream this long with Mike before, but I just been vibing today.
So almost 7 hours.
I don't know if you know who. There's a wedding next week for one of the MK members. She was one of the MK members, but I'll be in Canada, so
Okay.
yeah.
Oh,
So
nice.
who-
Yeah, I turn auto combos on. Don't worry, it's okay. Use them auto combos, but don't. But
Nah,
Tekken exposes y'all because y'all be mashing with Kuma, and I'll be like, okay, thank you. I can see what button you pressed. 30
yeah, at least
times.
Tekken shows you when they're doing it. I'm like,
Yeah,
we get on stream when they do it, or like get out of the chat
yeah.
immediately. As we saw the Lee players doing, they were like, no, there's actually hidden tech with it. I was like, I don't care. That's some
The good
bullshit.
gatekeeping.
Yeah,
That's the
but
good gatekeeping.
I'm out.
All right, bro. Catch you in a bit, man.
Mm-hmm.
In a bit. Peace.
C4, anything you want to end on, bro?
Nah. I can't think of anything funny. I don't want to start another argument.
It's been here for a long time. It's almost 2 a.m. here. All right, bro.
Yeah.
I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, in a bit. Take it easy. Safe for letting me on.
No worries, bro. See you in a bit.
Peace.
All right, guys. Well, that was the stream. Thank you all for pulling up. Once again, rest in peace to PS360. We did a little tribute for him at the beginning of the stream for those of you that missed it. And thanks for all the super chats as always. Appreciate all of you very, very much. And hopefully we can all sing Kumbaya and we can all stop attacking people in the anime community. A little bit of disagreements never hurt anyone. So bring back Jiren. Now he's been banished to the shadow realm. He's probably on Twitter right now saying that Mike guy told you he's toxic. Anyway, appreciate all of you. There might be a stream tomorrow, but if not, then there will be over the weekend. And I'll let you guys know what I think of Jurassic World and Superman very soon. So I'll see you guys soon. Take care of yourselves and peace.